The World Surf League Challenger Series arrives in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for the final event of the 2023 season. Saquarema comes alive with passion and rhythm as tens of thousands pack the Maracana of surf to witness the next generation fight for qualification on the championship tour. With spots already secure, the time is now for challengers to channel the energy on the beach and punch their ticket to surfing's biggest stage. At the 2023 Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, the future is now.
Bom dia. It is a beautiful morning, and the waves have stuck around here at wonderful Saquarema, Brazil, site of event number 6 on the Challenger Series. Warm-ups happening in the water right now, as it looks like we got some surf. We got great conditions. Competitors, surfers getting ready for potentially a day of qualification. Kira Pinkerton's finding her center space with a little meditation on the beach. Zoe Stain getting loose in the green jersey, the South African, anticipating competition. Eve Wong, she won her first heat, prepping for round number 2. And number 1 seed, Sally Fitzgibbons, looks like she's ready. Portugal represent. Francisca Veselko walking up the beach. And this is a view of the beautiful beach town of Saquarema, Brazil. It is a wonderful place, wave-rich region, and the surfing world has descended upon us here in Saquarema. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Marcos Bokyuva. And Marcos, we came off of a huge weekend. We ran Saturday, we ran Sunday, we got through a bunch of heats. We had an air show, we had a Legends heat. So much going on here.
Full schedule, Kuiper.
Yes.
Amazing day. Holidays for kid days here in Brazil. So it was a major day for Vitor Ribas, for Kawan Costa, for John Vogue. Man, one more for the books.
Yeah, another one for the books. We got a lot of surfing done, but I feel like a lot of the extra stuff that we have going on, jet ski shows, air shows, Legends Heat. It's so much to do here, and it's been a wonderful event. And we're only 2 days into it.
Intense. There's two things we know a lot here in Brazil: passion and rhythm.
Yeah, passion and rhythm, definitely in reflect here, and it's been a wonderful 2 days. We're anticipating maybe a third day. With that being said, let's go to the call. We have Rachel Apollonia along with Tours and Competitions, Travis Logie. What's the call, Rachel?
Good morning, Kuiper. Good morning, Marcus. Good morning, Travis. What a big weekend we had.
Oh, what an amazing weekend of surfing. It was action-packed. The waves were fun. And these heats, every single heat is crunched. There's careers on the line. So it was great to see so many of the surfers that need to get results getting through. And now it's really packed and cramped. And everyone today, they're all kind of surfing against each other. Today is the most important day of the year so far, so I can't wait to see it go down.
So what is the call? Are we on today?
We are definitely on. The waves are pumping. It's the best day so far for sure, and it's supposed to be good all day. So we're going to start off with the women's round of 32 and then go straight back into the men's round of 32. 16 heats again today. Another great day.
Perfect. Another big day coming. We're sending some people home. It's going to be exciting. So stick around. Back to you guys at the booth.
Yeah, very excited to get going. And, you know, Rachel and Manu, part of our broadcast team, was also part of the Pink October festivities that we had here opening day in that tag team surfing format. Current conditions, Marcos, what are they?
Oh, perfect, man. 3 to 4 feet swell, south swell, kind of windy situation, northeast, so it's pretty, suitable for Saquarema. We're going to have a long day of competition with a lot of glory and drama going on.
I feel ideal conditions here at Itaúna, as we take a look. The horn sounds, and we're getting ready for looking at our rankings here. Sally Fitzgibbons, who's in the first heat, she's already back on the CT. It's going to be her, I believe, her 15th season on the championship tour. So Sally, she's here for the show. She's already qualified for the 2024 World Championship Tour. Really, the battle, as we take a look at this, is the women below the cut line. Luana Silva needs to make her heat. Bronte McCauley needs to make her heat. Ellie Harrison, Vahini Ferro, the list goes on, Marcos.
There is a big bubble of reapers over there, Kaipo, and for the Brazilian fans, Luana is the one that they're going to root for.
Yeah, Luana Silva coming off a runner-up finish in the last stop over in Ericeira, Portugal. Zooming down, and you can take a look at the sandbank here and our competitors in the first heat of the day, round the 32, heat number 1, Sally Fitzgibbon, Francisca Veselko, we call her Kika, Eve Leula Wong representing Hawaii, and Zoe Stain out of South Africa. Again, 4 surfers in the water. 2 surfers advance into the round of 16. Round of 16 is when we start our head-to-head matchups for our surfers, but you got to get through this first 4-surfer heat for all of these.
We saw from the bird view the A-frame, the banks of Itaúna Saquarema, super, like a triangle shape. Yesterday, mainly the left-hander was the winner, but we never know. Beach break situation, things can change super quick.
Yeah, things can change. It changes overnight. Taking a look here at Francisca Veselko, Kikas, hailing from Portugal. Her home break, Carcavelos, which is an awesome wave, right? And Francisca coming into this event, lower on the rankings, but still an opportunity for qualification, if not for the championship tour, at least for the Challenger Series next year.
For sure. Almost like a consolation prize, like a half ticket to the Willy Wonka factory.
And Francisca's our reigning world junior champ. Take a look at Sally Fitzgibbons. I mentioned it, 14 years on the championship tour. She's number 1 on the Challenger Series rankings. We're just going to see her back on the championship tour. Here goes Sal. First wave, just a tester for Sally Fitzgibbons. Gets caught on her heels. No problem there, no harm, no foul. She'll get back out there with plenty of time on the clock. Marcos, Sally Fitzgibbons, 3 times a runner-up to a world title. She's going to have another chance at a world title in 2024 because she's back on tour.
She deserves it. She's going to surf this heat with no pressure. She's already there in the season of 2024, and she's a staple of the tour, man. I miss her in the big leagues, and she almost like have the chain horn situation. 4 times runner-up for Mark Richards back in the day.
Yes, this is true. This is true. Fitzgibbons has had a dominant season on the Challenger Series. 3rd place, a semifinal finish at the opener at Snapper Rocks. She followed up with a runner-up at Narrabeen, and then another 2nd-place finish at the U.S. Open of Surfing. All she had to do really is show up in Portugal to clinch that spot and that qualification for the championship tour. No scores as of yet. Open priority between all of our surfers out in the water. And it looks like Kika is interested in this one.
Oh, this is
Actually, it's Zoe in the green jersey. Sorry about that. So Zoe Stain, the South African, just with a couple little turns there. Just a teenager still when we talk about Zoe Stain. So really early in her professional surfing career. Coming from East London, South Africa. Also the hometown of our own WSL's Rosie Hodge. Eve Leula Wong up and out there. So it seems, Marcos, that all of the women right now are just testing the condition. Nobody has found a keeper wave so far.
For sure. Sometimes the offshore can do this, can push you out of the situation of turns and maybe even like drop-ins. So we got to figure out maybe it's a case of being beautiful right now. It's not kind of a morning sickness situation.
Yeah. Did you think, Marcos, sometimes the offshore, although, like you said, although it makes the waves look beautiful, it is a challenge. But let's just get to IDing Eve Leula Ikalani Akea Wong, a gifted surfer out of the island of Oahu. And her best result this year was a 9th place finish in Balido. But she's also on a great series that you can check out on Prime Video, Surfer Girls Hawaii, where they document Eve and a number of other surfers, Hawaiian surfers, their road on this qualifying and Challenger Series. It's a great series to check out, and Eve is one of the stars there.
She was ripping yesterday, Kaipo. On the forehand, she was little.
Yeah. Eve won her first heat in the round of 48 to start off the women, and she's back out in the water for this heat number 2. Beautiful conditions. Eve activating again. Here she goes, this time on the forehand. Straight up off the top, handles the bounce, and that wave tapers off, but she gets one meaningful turn in, so that will be really the start of the scoring and setting our scoring scale for today, Marcos.
Yeah, and the tradition of tides right now, Kaipo is shifting a little bit from high tide to low tide, so she kind of, the right-hander kind of fades away, have a nice pocket in the beginning, but kind of fizzle out super quick.
Yeah, so Marcos, you're saying on the right, you got to get to work. You got to get that first turn in really quick because there's not a lot of opportunity after that.
Actually, yeah. In different situations, you can, like, you know, choose the ones that pretend or feels they're going to close out, and it's the one they're going to peel.
Yeah, great insight there, because there is a deep water channel right next to the rock formation, an alley, if you would, or a gutter, if you would, and those rights go into that gutter. So, to your point, the long lined up ones that look like they're going to close out actually are the ones that can give you opportunity for a couple maneuvers. There's our tides right now that we're working with today, Marcos.
Let's check it out. Low tide at 950, high tide on 329.
Yeah.
Big variation right there.
Yeah.
0.4 to 3.3. So going to shift a lot, and people are going to move. Girls and boys going to move around to the banks to figure out which one's going to be the winner, the left one, the right one.
Yeah. And to quantify that, it's 8:12 local time, so we have another about hour of a dropping tide. So the first few heats this morning, first couple of heats, we'll see a dropping tide, and then the rest of the day, we have an incoming tide. What's the incoming tide going to do to this bank, you think?
Maybe going to connect better to the inside, going to have more wall in the right-hander. People are going to have to show their skills, backhand and forehand for sure. Variation, all those issues. Going to be a busy, great day of surfing for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Like Travis Logie said this morning, it's been some of the best conditions that we've seen and waves. So we're anticipating a great day of surfing. Off to a start now is Eve Leula Wong with a 2.67. So, Marcos, that will set the scale today. Now the judges will take that 2.67 for that one turn, and that will be something that they'll compare to all the other rides to give those scores.
Yeah, for sure. Competing in the first heat is always tough because you got to build like a kind of a blueprint of what's going on, and you got to adapt quick. You don't have any reference before you, so it's kind of always. I recall Kelly. He don't want to be in the bracket inside of the first heats of the day always.
Yeah. Kelly Slater, notorious for not wanting to get up early or not wanting to be in the first heat too, because sometimes we call it the guinea pig heat, in which it really is the judges are starting to set things up. Silvana Lima, a Brazilian surf legend, Marcos.
Da 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 da. I like the goggles there. She's such an OG, man. I'm a script writer, a side hustle, and I write a little series for her called Brasil.
Yeah.
Called Brazil. She got Brazil in her name, Silvana. The first 3 letters of her name have the 3 last letters of Brazilian name. So Brazil, Sil.
She is such a great competitor. I think she got a tattoo of the railroad spike on her after winning.
Yeah, she got it.
Winning lower trestles.
Yeah, Philippe and her.
In an incredible manner
sure.
back then, because really when we talk about Silvana Lima, we talk about one of the pioneers of women's progressive surfing. One of the first women to really bring progressive surfing in a jersey.
No doubt about it. The first girl to do reverse, to do like 180 frontside air. She's such an OG, and she's still like progressing like wine. Is amazing how she can keep pushing. Like mid 30s right now. She had a Bells, trophy. She got a a staple Trestles trophy also.
Yeah, she got a belt. She's got the spike for staple. Those two of the events that she won. Little shot of Kira Pinkerton on the warm-up. We'll see Kira Pinkerton in the second heat of the day against Ellie Harrison, Vahine Fierro, and Daniela Rosas. That's upcoming next, but we got 20 minutes in this heat and only one meaningful score on the board. That would be that 2.67 for Eve Wong. On the move here with priority in the blue jersey is Kika Francisca Veselko, and we'll see if she uses that priority as a set approaches. It's going to be Sally Fitzgibbons, actually. Sally Fitz on the backhand.
Deep bottom turn. Let's figure out nice, like crack in the top for like a re-entry, close-out turn.
And here we go. This is Kika Francisca Veselko. Nice carve there. Lines up here. Snaps under the lip, but the lip gets the best of Francisca. She goes incomplete there. So she's going to have to get back out and reset. Meanwhile, Sally Fitzgibbons holding back a little bit, I feel, on wave number 2 for Fitzgibbons. But Fitzgibbons, as a veteran, knows, you know, to start to just put some scores together. Zoe Stain here has some white water on the face to deal with, and a double up also gets the best of her. So she's going to have to go back out there and search for a better shaped wave.
The girls are just testing the field right now, figure out how to proceed with this kind of fat angles of waves. She did a carving. She tried to kind of connect to the double up there. She could have made it.
Kika.
This is Kika nursing this one. It's super quick underneath the lip there. She couldn't pull there. But if she pulled this one, she was kind of coming late there for the party. And she got kind of squeezed there.
Take a look at Sal here.
Deep bottom turn, nice slash. And this re-entry, nursing all the way the rail. I love her style.
And I think that's what shows you with the veteran. She got to that end section early, and she anticipated it and made sure that she had a finish on that. That's what veterans do right there. So not the most spectacular way for Sally Fitzgibbons, but she's going to get a good score in her score bank, and she does. 4.17, so high heat IQ for Sally Fitzgibbons, knowing that she needed to make a wave on that second attempt out here. Eve Wong, there's Sally Fitz, 32 years old from Giroa, Australia. We mentioned how many years she's been on the championship tour. Sally Fitz with 12 championship tour wins in her career. She has been just a stalwart in the world of surfing. Taking a look here at the rankings coming into this event, you can see Sally Fitzgibbons with that 26,430 points. That ensured her a spot already on the 2024 championship tour.
And she's the only one from the bracket, from the rankings that is safe right now. You never know what you're going to get later.
Yeah, everyone else is going to be battling for those remaining 4 spots. A reminder, we have 6 events in on the Challenger Series. Top 4 results is what you take for your overall points, and we take the top 5 women at the end of this event. Oh, Kika's, that's much better for the Portuguese surfer. Just one turn, but a well-placed backhand re-entry.
She represents so well the whole DNA of Portuguese surfing. Such a class girl surfing, her style, her posture, how she plays the turns. Check it out, how she goes so down, so deep, it's bottom turn. The amount of spray and water she threw there in the snap, amazing. She lives in Carcavelos. Actually, she was born in Irvine, Orange County, California.
Yeah, and Kika, again, let's check this out in slow motion, Marcos.
It's a tutorial, guys. Check it out. If you're a surf fan, if you do surf every day, this is how you do a bottom turn and a snap.
Yeah, Kika coming off a quarter-final result over in Ericeira and stop number 5 of the Challenger Series. She's coming into this event number 16 on the Challenger Series rankings, so she is poised as an outside chance of that qualification. Again, top 5 women we take to the championship tour. 6 through 10 at the end of this event, and the year-end rankings will already get a ticket to 2024 Challenger Series, so they're not going to have to worry about their regional qualification. Sally Fitz here. Oh, what a nice finish for the Australian.
I love that jam. She's so... How about IQ of surfing competition? She's right there with one of the best.
Yeah, understands exactly what she needs to do. Score came in for that dynamic backhand turn. A single maneuver for Francisca Veselko earned her a 5-point ride.
Not bad at all. She's almost like a neighbor for Kika's Federico Moraes. Look at the snap of Sally. I love how she plays this one. A little hook on the top. It's all about surf IQ.
It sure is. Nice to get that carve in there, Marcos. And then really important, big snap to finish.
Smart girl.
Study this in slow motion.
All the details over there, how she placed the board, how she managed to place the rails in the right position to close out situation. A lot of turmoil there.
Yeah. Fitzgibbons riding Hawaii-made boards, the Town & Country label. Glenn Pang, the shaper, a legendary shaper.
And this is so awesome when you cross the culture of schools of surfing from Hawaii and down under. This is legendary.
Yeah, I think it's great, and you know.
It's almost like reverse bursting out the door situations.
And the good thing for Sally, Glenn Pang, he makes incredible boards for Pipeline, and Sally Fitz, after this event, is going to be preparing for stop number 1 on the championship tour, which she's going to be in, and she's going to have a quiver of pipe shooters shaped by Glenn Pang. That's got to give her some confidence going over to the islands. For sure,
but just don't talk about leaders with Glenn Pang.
Yeah, well, I mean, Glenn has been on record, to your point, to expand upon that, is that he says, as a shaper, he gives shaping tutorials. And one of his lessons is, don't give me dimensions and leaders at the same time when you're ordering a board, because certain dimensions, it's almost impossible to get those leaderage from those dimensions. So you can either give me leaders or just give me dimensions, and I'll do dimensions. Daniel Rosas is approaching her heat. She's going to be in heat number 2. We're going to come back with the conclusion of heat number 1. Kira Pinkerton getting ready too. We'll be back right after these messages.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By TikTok, download the app. And by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the opening heat of the morning. This is the women's round of 32, heat number 1, and Sally Fitzgibbons in the lead. I'm Kai Pagura, along with Marcos Bocuyuva, talking you through the action this beautiful morning at Itaúna Beach. Replay here. This happened during the break. Zoe Stain.
This is a South African surfing doing a snap over there. Nice snap for the beginning from East London, the same place that brings us our sister Rosie Hodge from the team. Nice little cutty there. A little cherry on top on the end.
3.5 for what you just saw on the replay. Here's Sally Fitz.
Nice snap underneath the lip. One mark for the books. This one with more rail control, more power. Sally staple.
Feels like a very good wave to me. One more time in slow motion. You can see the angles and the clean rails for the finish there for Sally Fitzgibbons, our #1 seed on the Challenger Series. And Marcos, it did go very good, the number. A 7.67 for what you just saw. So big lead by the Australian right now in this opening heat of the day. And she's not stopping. Here she goes. Voracious in her wave catching. Throws the air and takes it around. Air reverse for Sally Fitzgibbons. Now she's feeling loose. She's going to follow up with a couple of snaps right there. And I can't wait to see that score.
Man, I have goosebumps all over my body right now.
As you should. So already went with 7.67. Sally Fitzgibbons, in her attempt out here in this heat, started with a 4.17, 5.27, 7.67, and then this.
Check it out, like a slingshot situation with the tail slide reverse, a little snap for setting up for one more crack over there. Nice jam, 3-turn combos, a lot of progressive turns there. She's amazing. Oh, my God. How about board control there, Kaipo?
Well, when we talk about the women and the air game that's developing in progression, we've seen airs from Carissa Moore, we've seen airs from the likes of Aaron Brooks, but Sally's been working on them for a couple of years now, and she's getting them wired right there. Lands on the roof, engages a fin, reverts out of it, straight into another bottom turn, and a nice snap. So I feel the control, the progression was a cool thing. The only thing that could keep this score down a little bit is that wave was a little shouldery on, as a wave, and it was a smaller wave, but the progression was incredible.
Okay, I agree with you for sure. Almost like a trestles, like a little leftover.
Yeah, it didn't have that really meaningful cup out, but she threw the arrow. So far, judges go 7, 7.8. Remember, we throw out the high, we throw out the low, we average the other 3 as we're waiting for 3 more judges, Judge 1, Judge 2, and Judge 5. International judges up in the judges tower throwing us these numbers.
And how about style-wise? She was pristine clean. Oh, my God.
There we go, a flat 7 as we throw out that 6.5. We throw out that 7.8, easy math for that flat 7 for Sally Fitzgibbons.
Flat 7, no flat turns there.
Yeah. That was on rail, and really, really good to see what Sally's already bringing in. And again, we talked about Sally being in control. She was in control earlier in this heat, so now I feel with a big lead that she has, it's going to offer Sally room for experimentation because she knows she's getting through this heat.
Yeah, and she had the whole season in the CT already, so no pressure for her.
No pressure.
No pressure right now, so no type of pressure for her right now. So she's gonna surf even looser than she's surfing right now.
I agree, and this is maybe why Sally wanted to come here to Saquarema. Just to surf pressure-free and work on her heat, work on her confidence, work on some of the progression that she's able to show.
Oh, yeah. Was an Indy 180 frontside grab.
Frontside grab, yeah, like a 180. And then a lot of times if you're going to use skateboard terminology, she reverted out of that. It's, of course, frontside airs, one of the original aerial maneuvers ever in skateboarding. I think we're going to have to give the frontside air over to Tony Alva in skateboarding, inventing that back in the 70s.
And how passionate nowadays Tony Alva for surfing.
TA,
he's in the water
the man,
all the time, man.
Living legend.
Kudos for you, legend.
Yeah.
We love you.
Of course.
64 right now, I think, and still ripping.
Still ripping.
Oh, my God. Over the coping block, you're OG, man. Thank you for everything you did for skateboarding and for surfing.
Yeah. I mean, we got, and I feel that since, here we go with Eve Leula. Wong caught up there, some wonkiness, but she's going to stick with it. And you can see a little bit of the backwash and really trying to squeeze a score out of that wave. Eve needs a 4.34 on that effort to go into second and advancing position here. So take another look at that. But Eve really had a challenging inside section. That wave didn't cooperate with her. A lot of jumble on the inside.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes the tone is kind of hard to, control speed because it can be like any sort of wave, like waist high can be punchy, but it can be punchy, but angle-wise it's kind of fat, so it's kind of hard to deal with the speed and how you control your board, how you place your board, the movement up and down, like high line, low line. Yeah,
so we'll anticipate a score. This first turn what happened is a little bit of a bog right there, catches the rail, and you can see how that puts her in the whitewater. That's going to slow a ton of her momentum up in the whitewater. She's on her heels, and so that's really where things went wrong. Here we go. Kika.
Snapping there, Kika. Second one, nice precision there.
Oh.
The third one, combination, a little cutty in the end.
Clean rails for Francisca Veselko. In contrast of those two waves, you could see the difference.
For sure.
Again, here on the replay.
Let's figure out here. Nice snap. A little lack of variation, but how about like connecting the dots there?
But the difference is Kika did not get caught up in that whitewater, didn't have all of that cavitation on her fins, so she is able to keep it clean, staying right on the edge there. So I anticipate when we look at those two waves compared, for Kika to get the better score out of the two.
Using super, like a tutorial of heels and toe right now.
Yeah. Heel on the bottom turn, toe on the top turn. As you can see, as
stand in that snap. One more amazing girl surfing with the Mar Suzuki Sharp Eyes land.
Yet another person on those Sharp Eyes, right?
Yeah, one more.
So
what
many
a big program.
Great surfers on that program.
They are having a house here in Saquarema. Kudos to you for there is arranging everything, protecting surfers just to, you know, be dealing with, you know, water situation, not like production, like going for dinner. Everything is a setup for you with UFO work. Everything is way more mellow.
Yeah, we saw UFO as we arrived in the airport, and he was preparing, so he's hosting the whole crew. So that's a great addition to some of the support that you have from the Sharp Eye team. Eve got a 2.67. Last wave of Francisco Veselko, a 3.93. That puts Veselko in a solid second place right now. You can see on the needs column, Eve Wong needing a 6.26. Zoe Stain needing a 5.43, sorry.
Almost 3 layers of, you know, temperature right now for performance.
Here we go, Francisca. Just a quick one, but just shows you the speed that the Portuguese surfer has.
I like how she was so quick with this pivot turn.
Just 3 minutes remaining. Eve's got to get busy. Here she does. Big front side snap. Splashes the landing. The landing gets her caught up. You get a little backwash there, and she was unable to go complete. Sally Fitz. Just seeing what that wave had to offer. Not much. She kicks back out, wants to hold priority.
She was cruising there. She's the lady of the hour right now.
She sure is.
The only girl that already have secured a spot for the season of 2024 in the CS.
Yeah. And it's great to see. You know, she's actually not going to miss a year on the championship tour. Back in 2022, she did not make that mid-season cut, but she was given a year-long wild card for 2023. Unfortunately, she got cut that mid-season this year in 2023 with that mid-season cut, but she made quick work of this Challenger Series to get back on the championship tour. Here's Zoe Stain. She needs a 5.43 to advance out of this heat.
Even though she's still against the ropes, everything is open for there. It's just a 5.43. And talking about Sally legacy, Kaipo, she's not just a staple for surfing. She's a staple for any athletic girls down under. She's just a coach for the young kids, a mentor.
She's a great ambassador, right? And a member of that whole squad as we near the 2024 Summer Olympics as a support squad, the Irakanji coming out of Australia. So we're down to a minute 15, and the pressure is going to build for Wong and Stain.
It's a 75% regular affair with just one goofy being a South African Zoe Stain.
Yeah, it may be that. I don't know what the percentage is globally on goofy versus regular, but I feel like it's a 70-30 mix. I feel there's more regular footers globally than goofy footers. But we got a couple goofy footers in here talking this through, so we have a union. All right, 45 seconds, and both Stain and Wong got to get busy right now. You can see the conditions here. You can see all the surfers well spaced apart from each other, seeking a peak. Down to 30 seconds. It's go time.
Yeah, go time. It's such an open field, Saquarema, Itaúna over there, man. They're so spread right now. There's no hassle going on.
Here we go. Zooming in. Zoe looking down the line. Crosses through that section. Gets a snap in there, falls down. That is going to be the end of the run for Zoe Stein. She had to chase that section the whole time. And then when it finally opened up for some opportunity, caught a rail. So that's going to be it. We're going to lose Zoe Stein. We're going to lose Eve Wong. Advancing into the round of 16 is going to be this lady right here, Sally Fitzgibbons, as well as Francisca Veselko right here. There's all your numbers. 14.67 for Sally Fitzgibbons. A dominant heat to open up the day for the Australian.
Solid hit for Sally and for Kika.
And Kika is also going to come in, and she'll prepare for the women's round 16. We're not going to see that today. San Clemente crew, they're getting ready to cheer on Kira Pinkerton. Kira will be in the water when we return after this break.
I'm Vahine Fierro from Huahine, Tahiti. I think my first experience at Teahupo was in a surfing local contest, and I didn't catch a wave in my heat. And then after that, I was like, okay, I'm gonna make this wave my best friend. And there's also this special energy that we call the mana here, and that's what I think we feel a lot out there, and that's why it's so special. My goal, well, this year I'm on the Challenger Series, and my end goal is to be on the tour and be the best in the world and surf with the best in the world. And it's a dream of mine to be on the tour. So yeah, see you soon.
Tahiti's Vahine Fierro. She is out in the blue jersey here, up against Ellie Harrison, Kira Pinkerton, and Daniela Rosas. Fierro coming into this event, number 9 in the rankings on the Challenger Series. She needs to get out of this heat to fulfill her dream to make it to the championship tour. Vahine Fierro, she talked about Taupo'o, Tahiti, where she has shown that she can surf with the best in the world. Vahine Fierro, 2-time semifinalist as a wild card, both this year and last year. Taking a look here in Ellie Harrison. She's number 8 on the rankings coming into this event. Vahine Fierro, number 9. So it's interesting with both Ellie Harrison, Marcos, and Vahine Fierro, 8 and 9 on the rankings. They have an opportunity to get into that top 5 to make it to the championship tour, but they need Bronte McCauley, Luana Silva, and Isabella Nichols to not make this round of competition to give them a chance math-wise.
It's a lot of things going on at the same time for them.
Daniela Rosas, our Peruvian competitor, with a quick up and down. Daniela Rosas in the green jersey. And we're going to cut here for a couple of turns there. This is Kira Pinkerton, the 21-year-old out of San Clemente, California.
Yeah, I saw some Archie kind of DNA there in the first turn. Match Archibald, kudos to you, man.
Yeah, Archibald still surfing really well. Matt Archibald, I just saw him a few weeks ago over at T Street, of all places. Of course he sees Matt Archibald at T Street.
Yeah.
Why
He's
wouldn't
not
you?
even in the North Shore anymore?
He does. He
Okay.
was in the summer in California, but what an iconic pairing. T Street, Matt Archibald still doing himself, still ripping. Ripping a first turn here is Daniela Rosas.
From the land of the perfect laughs, that was a right place, like over the top snap.
Yeah, Daniela had to come out of the round of 48 to come into this round of 32. The 21-year-old out of Peru, number 20 on the rankings as she enters this final competition for the Challenger Series. Rosas not a chance to make to that top 5, but does have a chance to make the spots 6 through 10 and get an invite automatically into the Challenger Series next year. Here she goes again.
Nice snap over the top. Connecting the dots one more time. Off the top there. A little spray on the jam. And she's out with a 3-turn combo.
So, Marcos, it seems like Daniela Rosas is her strategy right now in this heat is to get waves quickly. She's been the busiest so far.
Yeah, for sure. She's the most busy girl out there. She's putting, nice turns in place. She's finding the rhythm. I know it was not like a set wave, but I think her board is like glue underneath her feet.
There's surfers that are rhythm surfers. Obviously, Daniela is one of them that likes to catch a bunch of waves and build that rhythm through heat. And then there's clutch surfers who just sit outside and wait for that one wave. We'll see what strategy pays off, but I like to study in slow motion of the backhand approach here. Kira Pinkerton. This is a replay of a 2.67 for Pinkerton.
Actually, I saw some resemblance with Matt Branson.
Matt Branson. Vahine Fierro, the goofy foot out of Huahine, Tahiti, with a couple of big turns there. So well done for Fierro. Looked like she was surfing with a little bit faster pace than our other two competitors that we saw previously, Pinkerton and Daniela Rosas. We'll see how the scores iron out.
Amazing speed, power, and flow for Vahine Fierro.
Ellie Harrison gets loose there and goes down. You can see the fins just sliding out off of that top turn.
Sketchy landing there, Kaipo.
From Barwon Heads in the south of Australia, Victoria, Australia, the cold waters there. And Ellie Harrison can shed the wetsuit here at warm Itauna Beach.
For sure, but we can get cold here because we got a current coming from South Africa, sometimes with white sharks also.
Oh,
and
wow.
It's super chill. And it's almost like paradoxical because Rio is almost like not in the middle, but more towards to the south, middle of Brazil. But it can get colder here than it can get in the south of Brazil.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Because those South African currents here.
All right, well, Marcos, we're waiting for some scores right now. We need a score for Ellie Harrison. We know that's just going to be a throwaway score for her. The important score that we're waiting for is for Vahine Fierro. For this wave right here, take a look at it one more time.
How about placing those snaps super fast, super power? Everything you do with speed, you're going to generate more power.
One more time. Look at this in slow motion. The score comes in for this wave that you're watching as a 7.17. That Channel Island surfboard just solid underneath Vahine Fierro's feet, and her overall technique just superior. We talked a little bit about that earlier in that she seemed like she was surfing a bit faster than the rest of the competitors so far from what we've seen. Kira Pinkerton on the backhand.
Talking about power in the spray. Connecting a setup for this blow tail there. She can pull. Yeah, she's right there.
Well, yeah, we'll see if that final maneuver counts. The judges have been really, really clear this year,
Yeah,
in
they're
which you have to
peaky.
ride out in front of the white water with control, centered on your board to have a maneuver count. So we'll take a look at it one more time, Marcos.
Amazing gem on the top. For me, the money turn was after the setup, this blow tail there. Let's see how the judge is going to analyze that. And talking about the legacy from the San Clemente city, man, how many surfers. I got to throw some shakas and, you know, shout outs to Dino and Kolohe and Dino, because I talk a lot about Archie, Snips, Jimmy Rogan, the Gudauskas, but I forgot yesterday about mentioning how important he is not right now for the 2% crew, of all the boys from San Clemente and girls, brother and Dino.
Yeah, brother and Dino, Kolohe and Dino, who's taking a leadership role in that San Clemente crew. We got the winner. It was a great win early this morning. Sally Fitzgibbons came out. She threw an air. She got some high scores, and she's with Rachel Apollonio for the post heat.
Sally Fitzgibbons, wow, it must feel so good to surf with no pressure. How fun was this heat for you?
That's an interesting one. A lot of people think it's no pressure, but we're quickly moving on to the next challenge and building towards something. And for me to get my ticket back on tour, I'm constantly thinking of how to improve my surfing. And any opportunity you get to surf against the best, there's pressure. So I wanted to go out there and put in my best performance. And being in Brazil, I guess I feed off that energy. I've loved coming here for, 15 plus years. And just to be on the beach and soaking all that in, and it's a beautiful week to represent for such a great cause, and just thanks to everyone here in Brazil for hosting us.
And talk us through the air and your high scores. How was that?
Yeah, it's super cool in a heat when you only get a couple of shots at things, and to be able to use a few different tools to go on the back end to get that 7 and turn around and come back. And I saw the opportunity there. There was a lot of great airs yesterday for inspiration, and I've put a lot of work in that area, and I just want to constantly feed that into my heat surfing. And plus they're really fun to do. So hopefully I can find a little bigger section, and some great inspiration from Joel yesterday, getting that 10. So go the Aussies, and it's cool to sneak that one in.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Do you want to say something to your friends and family back home?
Oh, for sure. Our great friend Cambo, it was his birthday, so happy 30th. Everyone up at home, it's a little bit late now, so they got a cup of tea. So my best friends, hey guys, feel all your support. Love you heaps.
Thank you so much. Good luck into the next round. See you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, go the Aussies. 11:15 over there in Sydney, Australia. So you got the first win of the day for the Australians. During that interview, we saw Vahine Fierro again perform so well. She's identified the lefts, and she has been bringing great rhythm and turn placement out here at Itaúna Beach. So we'll be anticipating a score for Vahine Fierro. Here she is on the paddle back out. We need a score for Daniela Rosa, as well as Kira Pinkerton. But let's take a look at this.
Oh my God, I have a flashback from Agent Orange track tearing me apart. She tear this wave apart. Nice nap. The gem in the end, I think, was a money turn. How she controlled the speed, the power, the wedges of the board.
It's just great flow between these turns. Setting up for each turn, not having a lot of wiggle between the turns. Calm body. The board looks sharp. We can really see that in this slow motion, Marcos.
No bubbles there, guys. Just pure flawless surfing.
Yeah, this setup here.
And how she
for
plays
this
so
finish.
well, this finish. A little hook underneath the liquid cupping block there.
Yeah, she's on a Channel Islands, the CI Pro model, it looks like. She's been having support from that Channel Islands crew, and they've been providing her with multiple boards. You know that this is a heat that she needs to make. It's a must-make heat if she wants to even have an option of qualification for the championship tour, both for Ellie Harrison and Vahine Fierro. This is the end of the road.
Yeah.
This is the end of the road for everyone, Marcos.
The last slots.
We're going to qualify everyone here in Saquarema, and they will know who is going to make it to the championship tour.
A lot of glory and drama going on for sure. Going to be so popular here.
Well, we used to see it at Haleiwa, and then even back in before that, we used to see it at Sunset, the last qualifying contest. And what happens at the last qualifying contest? You have enormous celebrations, but at the same time, you have some really, tough tears from competitors, because this is a whole year's worth of work to get here. And, for the women, there's only 5 spots. And right now, there's actually only 4.
Yeah. Another music flashback, Death for Glory, Joe Strummer, Mike Ness, Social Distortion. Man, I miss Tyler Bowe, I miss Haleiva, but as a Brazilian, I'm so proud to be hailing here in our country after everything that went out with Brazilian Storm, all the legacy that we'll be building right now. So as a Brazilian, I'm super proud to be held in the last spot on the tour right now, alongside with you, my man.
All right, yeah.
Chaka, bra.
Vahine, 6.5 for her last score. She's up in a big lead. Marcos, there's all the numbers. The judges were pretty clear in the numbers right there. Not a big spread with the scores.
And head judges love, small spreads. No big spreads, no big gaps there.
Ellie Harrison with priority. Here she goes. Finds a nice looking left. Snaps off the backhand. One more time up in the lip for the Australian. Has to clear some water here. A snap on a very tapered end section. Looking for a finish right in the short break. And just going to have to give a little tap there. Harrison at this point needs a 6.67 to go to second and advancing position in this heat. We're at 14 minutes and 45 seconds. So a little over the halfway mark in this heat. Take another look here at Ellie Harrison.
I love how crispy she was, how dynamic she was, connecting the turns, placing the turns in the right spot. Right there, another snap, another jam, and then just some tic-tacs in the end. But how about dynamic and speed? Everything in place there.
Another look at it here from above, the bird's eye view. And Ellie Harrison waiting for her score. Take it in slow motion, Marcos.
Amazing deep bottom turn, nice snap. Super in the flow state there. A little more vertical turn, more like stiffy angle there.
And Ellie Harrison, the number comes through with a 5.17 for the Australian. She's chasing a much smaller number now to get into the top two. Just needs a 2.33. There's the numbers right there for Ellie Harrison with 13:35 on the clock. I think right now is a good time for us to step away for a moment. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Stick around. More on the way from the Saquarema. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the second heat of the day. It is the women's round 32, top two surfers advancing out of this four-surfer heat. I'm Kai Pagura, along with Marcos Bokoyuva, talking you through the action here. Vahine Fierro, the Tahitian, in the lead. And a Peruvian in the way of Daniela Rosa, currently in second position. Kira Pinkerton, out of San Clemente, California, has priority. And here she goes. Wow, what a searing turn. opening turn is all she's going to lean on for Kira Pinkerton. She just needs a 3.27 to snatch that second and advancing position off of Daniela Rosas. It was just one turn, Marcos, but it was a fiery turn.
Talking about gigantic snaps, this is type of William Cardoso snap, guys. That's why I've been like recalling and flashbacking all the way down under to Matt Branson.
You noticed on that replay that was a well-timed turn for Kira Pinkerton, in which you can see the reverb here. It's a backwash that comes off the beach, and she times it with the backwash. That accentuates all that spray.
Almost like a double head high wave, chunky session. I think she's going to get reward from this just one huge turn.
I believe that's another skill set here at this particular venue in Itaúna. You can see the warble in the water. We are nearing the high tide. No, we're nearing the low tide mark, and then it's going to fill in. But there's always a bank on the beach that causes a bit of backwash. And to be able to time your turns with the backwash is key for success. It was successful for Kira Pinkerton. We're just coming off of that replay. That score, a 6.17 for Pinkerton. So there she goes into second place as we anticipated. There's the numbers there also on our tides. We have a dropping tide. It's 8:55 local time. 9:50 will be our low, and then the rest of the day there will be more water filling up on the sandbank here.
Amazing. Thank you, God, for these variations of tides right now, because
it's a good thing.
It's a good thing for the morning. Watch the story Morning Glory, man. And I know how cool. Sorry for that. And I love how, like, school of surfing wise, Kira and Viahin represent such a spread like style of surfing there. One more quick and fast, and the other one more power.
We saw the spread from the judges. I like your music references right now.
Thank you, man.
Pretty good.
Pop culture all the way down.
Kira Pinkerton on the forehand this time. Now she's getting some momentum. Goes out, seeking this oncoming section. Big laid back snap. Talk about power for Pinkerton. Likely to better her 4.23 that she has in her scoreline. If she gets a 7.5, she takes the lead. We'll see what the judges thought of that last performance.
Making Match Archibald proud in this junction.
Yeah, that was Archie-ish, right?
My God, Archie to the bone there.
One more look at this.
Check it out. She faded the bottom turn, and she placed a nice snap. And she placed the fast and power, this huge hook. Kind of a layback hook.
We really get to see it and break it down here in slow motion.
Working with the wedgies.
Then she has to get down the line. She anticipates this oncoming section, Marcos.
Talking about timing. Ooh,
spins way out the back.
Smack the lip like Mugaberry.
All right, Pinkerton again, a 7.5 will give her the lead. She comes up a little bit short, a 7.23, but now Vahine Fierro, Kira Pinkerton, as we look at the numbers for Pinkerton, Vahine Fierro, Kira Pinkerton are running away with this four-surfer heat. Ellie Harrison had priority higher than Pinkerton, so that's why she's going here. Harrison needs a big number. She needs an 8.23 to get into the top two, and without a finish, she will not get that number.
But I think she heard you. She kind of reassessed super quick. I love the first two turns. If she plays the third one and she pulled, she landed, maybe she will mix the cards there.
Yeah. Hey, Joel Vaughn with some stylish shades. Joel went perfect yesterday. Big alley-oop for a 10-point ride. Can't do any better than that for the young man out of North Shelley, Australia. Gaining fans, his clip went viral yesterday with that big alley-oop. If you haven't seen it, go to social media anywhere. I'm sure you're going to find it. It got reposted everywhere. Joel Vaughn.
She deserves a little Snoop Dogg goggles there. Amazing. And he was an amazing commentator here in the booth.
Yeah, Joel. Well, it comes from
precise. Talking about precision, yeah. Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, comes from a great surfing family. Younger brother Huey is also one to watch out for. He's on the rise when we talk about the Vaughns. So, but Joel, looking forward to seeing him again. And we are anticipating seeing him again. We will be getting into, after we complete this women's round of 32, we'll be getting into the men's round of 32 as well.
Yeah, kudos for the younger brother. Hi. No, step high superstar.
Okay, we're down to 6 minutes. Daniela Rosas, she's got priority. She's in the green jersey. She needs to go near perfect. She needs a 9.23 to get into that top 2 and to look to advance out of this heat. Here she goes. Long wall in front of her. Beautiful snap there, putting everything into it. Would have been helpful to have a couple more turns, though, when you're looking for, you know, a excellent score.
We can see the effect of the low tide right now. You know, the angles of the waves are getting a little stiffy. The waves are running faster.
So likely not the score that she's going to need as we look at these replays of Daniela Rosas.
I love how she plays the snap over the top of the wave. It's a bummer she didn't have like a wall on her face there, peeling all the way down to the inside.
Yeah, put a lot into that, but the wave did not offer any more opportunity. So right now we have number 1 in the heat, Vahine Ferreira, and number 2 in the heat, both in advancing position and both with first and second priority. So really, strategically, we're at the 5-minute warning. Vahine Ferreira, Kira Pinkerton can close out this heat if they do a little teamwork, because they basically can block the other 2 competitors if they can keep a handle on it in these last 4 minutes and 35 seconds.
They surf well the heat. Is maybe timing for playing some tactics.
Okay. Surfing is about performance, but sometimes it's about good heat IQ. Manu's down on the beach. What do you have for us, Manu?
Yeah, I'm right here with the San Clemente crew cheering so much for Kira. How do you think she's surfing right there?
Yeah, she's surfing pretty good. Yeah, she's killing it right now, hitting big sections on big waves, and it's working out good.
Yeah, and how important is it for her to make a good result here, you think?
Yeah, it's really important for her. I mean, yeah, every heat matters, so we're just stoked to cheer her on.
If you could give her some advice, what would you say?
I would say try to be on the next best wave and hammer it.
Okay, that's it. They're cheering hard, don't you think? Back to you guys.
I think so. Jet Schilling, Cole Hauschman, Cade Matson, all down there in support their fellow San Clemente surfer in the way of Kira Pinkerton. They got to be proud about Kira right now because she's in second and advancing position in this heat.
Pure proud over there, and a frozen chaka for Jet.
They like the frozen chakas. They like their 90s wrap shades. The kids are bringing it back. Interesting fashion, but
lost in the 90s, guys.
Hey, I mean, if you want to celebrate the 90s, like new generation,
you can talk to me.
Go ahead and do it. It was actually a fun era.
I saw Nirvana live, guys. You can talk to me.
I did too.
Yeah.
Wow. Good.
What year?
I saw right before Nevermind, actually. Greg Tomlinson, a fellow commentator. We were in the snowboard world at the time. The Northwest had a lot of influence on us, so we went and saw a Nirvana show before they made it big. India Robinson, she's preparing for her heat. She's on the cusp of another qualification for the championship tour. Important heat coming up for the surfer from Victoria.
Nice snap for Daniela Rosas. A next one, a second one, the third one placing right in the bubble there. The explosion of the wave in the inside of Saquarema Itaúna.
Here we go, Ellie Harrison. She's fighting through this one. Nice rhythm here. Wave cooperates, times it with the backwash. Needs a giant score though of 8.13, so she's giving it all she got.
A little wake-up call there.
So both Ellie Harrison and Daniela Rosa both need scores and both taking off on waves. Here's our heat leader, Vahine Ferreira. Cuts that one turn short because she sees the wall grow in front of her. And just a bank to finish. Won't be one of her top 2s. Waves, had to give a chance there. Priority now to Kira Pinkerton. So we'll see how the scores iron out. We know Vahine Ferreira, that last wave will not be one of her top 2. She is in the lead.
Ticking.
Yeah, the clock's ticking. Vahine is in the lead. She will hang on to that lead if Kira Pinkerton cannot score a 6.44 or better. Pinkerton does have priority right now. And Marcos, we have a minute and about 5 seconds on the clock.
It's a do-or-die situation for Ellie and for Daniela. And how about the IQ of surfing Vahine and the power surfing of Kira? Amazing, man. What a heat.
Yeah, Kira with a slow start. She made back up for it in the end. Here's a look at the last ride for Daniela Rosas, Marcos.
I'm loving the double digits on the scoreboard. Nice jam in the second one. The money turn with that one, but she couldn't pull. A lot of turmoil there. And I love how dynamic, you know, Ellie Harrison is surfing. Super fast. It's a matter of, like, you know, connecting the dots and maybe in the set waves.
Yeah, she had to do her best, but I remember she had to surf under the priority of this lady here, Vahine Fierro, screaming down the line, but the wave just stretched out way too far in front of her.
Yeah, little 12 o'clock off the top there. It was super frosty wave.
Well, that's going to be the end of the heat, and let's make it official. Vahine Fierro and Kira Pinkerton moving on into the round of 16 for the women. Daniela Rosas, Ellie Harrison, eliminated from competition. Taking a look at our number, you talk about the double digits, 13.67 for Vahine Fierro, 13.4 for Kira Pinkerton. Great surfing, great showing this morning. Second heat of the day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. We're going to come back with the third heat of the morning. We're going to bring in Mitchell Salazar and Maida Pops to talk you through all of the action.
Well, it was a pleasant surprise when we showed up this morning and we saw the amount of swell that was in the water. It's Heat 3 of the round of 32 for the women out there. Former Championship Tour surfer Isabella Nichols in the red. Bella Kenworthy from San Clemente, California is in blue. Savannah Lima, the local legend, in white. And Leilani McGonigal from Pavones, Costa Rica, out there in the green jersey. Mitchell Salazar here with one of Brazil's finest surf journalists, Maida Pops. Maida, bom dia, day 3 of competition so far. Waves are cooking out there right now in Saquarema.
Yeah, it was a wonderful surprise to get here on the beach. The waves are still pumping, and for sure we're going to put on a show.
Yeah, and seen some good performances so far this morning. Sally Fitzgibbons came out guns blazing. She's already qualified for the Championship Tour, but we do have more people to qualify on both the men's and women's side. 4 women left to qualify. 8 men still in the draw could potentially qualify for the Championship Tour in 2024. At this event, the last Challenger Series of 2023. Seems like Kenworthy and Nichols out there already looking at some scores, as here's the opening wave of Bella Kenworthy during the break, Maida. She's only 16 years of age. She'll be 17 in November, a product of USA Surfing and NSSA. Meanwhile, Isabella Nichols already won an event this season. She's looking to go 2 for 2 when it comes to the finals here.
Yeah, and both had a very quick start on this heat. It's amazing to see girls like so young doing so good right there. And this was Silvana Lima as well. The replay, nice wrapping cutback right there. Silvana is looking good actually now. She's been pretty active on the QS and surfing well. She is looking for a good result on the Challenger Series as well.
26:20 on the clock. Leilani McGonigal opens up with a 2.83. Ken Worthy with a 3.5. And it seems like Isabella Nichols is no doubt going to get the best out of the opening exchange. A 6.67, a strong start for her. Here's the entire wave of Silvana Lima. We talk about resilience, still competing at the Challenger Series level, Maida, from Paracuru in the northern part of Brazil.
Yeah, Silvana is a legend. Her first rookie year was in 2006, Mitch. So a long time ago, almost 18 years, and she's still ripping right there. She was runner-up in 2008 and also 2009, so she has a wonderful career. And her energy, everything she brings into the competition is so nice to see.
Yeah, runner-up to Stephanie Gilmore in 2008 and to Carissa Moore in 2009. Two of the greatest of all time, as the opener of Silvana Lima comes through as a 4.17. Great-looking wave here. Strong offshore winds at Praia Itaúna. Late drop for her. Wraps it all the way back, and she's going to get hung up. A little bit of frustration. But she's also been a pioneer of aerial surfing on the women's side, too. Has some of the biggest airs in female competition in surfing history. We saw one earlier this year at the Challenger Series level in Huntington Beach at the U.S. Open.
Oh, yeah, and also this morning, Sally Fitzgibbons threw a good air as well. And Silvana Lima, where she comes from, it's a very windy beach, so she developed this skill pretty well there. And, I mean, bringing all these progressive maneuvers for competition, she was one of the pioneers, for sure.
And there's a number 5 in the rankings coming into the last CS event of the year. Opened up with the 9th, Isabella Nichols, then got a win at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro in North Narrabeen. A third-place finish at Toledo, a 9th at the U.S. Open, but a poor result over in that Iseda, and she is right on the line whether or not she will requalify for the Championship Tour in 2024. Seems like looking at a wave over here. McGonigal in third priority. Nichols going to let it go. Leilani's interested. She's up and riding. Had a great opening round heat. Went right for the most part, but it's her forehand that's put to use right here. A couple of strong carves right there, and she's going to kick out. Her opener just a 2.83. So Leilani's been around for a long time, and we're talking about somebody who's still only 24 years of age from Pavones, Costa Rica, one of the most southern parts of the beautiful Central American country. She's been an Olympian and had CT experience earlier this year. She lost in the elimination round over at Punta Roca in a very close heat to eventual runner-up, Tyler Wright.
Yeah. Leilani, she's pretty young, but still very, very experienced. Look, this replay right there. Very nice wrap, splashing a lot of water. Got a little hang there with all the
backwash.
The backwash. Yeah, it was the backwash. Here we say like onda balançada when it's kind of moving things, you know.
Yeah, in Spanish we'd say contraola, you know, when the wave's coming back at you.
Oh, yeah. Actually, the backwash, we say backwash. We don't have
Oh,
a
you
word.
do? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. We don't have a word for that.
Well, 23 minutes on the clock. It's a strong lead so far from Isabella Nichols. It was a strong lead all heat long in the last one. Vagina Fierro is downstairs with Rachel.
That's right, Vagina. It was really tight between you and Kira in the end. Talk us through your wave selection and your strategy today.
I think today the waves are really fun when you have them. Like there's really good lefts and rights as well. So it was more like a choice of wave, I think. And I had a pretty good start, which felt really good and made me feel comfortable the entire heat until Kira got a pretty high score. And there was really good surfing. And yeah, I'm happy to take the win.
And what is your main goal for this event?
I think just my goal is to like be in the right place at the right time, surf the wave as well as I can, and include myself in that at all times.
You want to say something to your family and friends and supporters back home?
Yes, thank you to my parents and my sister for watching. It's probably like 1 a.m. right now, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Good luck into the next round. Back to you guys.
Felicitación to Vahine moving through in a big way. She still has chances of qualifying for the championship tour for the first time. Meanwhile, looking at Isabella Nichols, she wants to regain her position on the CT if she is able to make it into finals day here, right on the cusp of re-qualifying. She's number 5 in the rankings. This is a must-win heat for her if she's looking to defend that number 5 spot on the CS rankings. So opens up with a 6.67. It's a big score, but a huge score drops for Bella Kenworthy, a 9.23. That moves her way up into first place. The surfer from San Clemente, she's had an inconsistent year. A pair of 9s so far are her best, but a 33rd and a 25th. Actually, her best result was a 3rd place finish over at Sydney. But we talk about somebody who has been a prodigal surfing of San Clemente and of Southern California in recent years. It's this young lady on screen, Maeda, has a lot of potential when it comes to making the championship tour.
This was, during the interview, the huge score of Bella Kenworthy. So nice wave, well ridden for her. Great combination of movements. Yeah, she killed it.
A 9.23, one of the highest scores of the event so far. And you can see right there the average. A couple of 9.5s by 2 of our judges as well. But the average of 9.23. As we look at Silvana Lima now. Tries to pull the reverse on the backhand with still 20 minutes on the clock. And that's a game-changing score. You know, next thing you know, you back it up with a 6 or a 7. You have everybody else in a combination situation. Meanwhile, Nichols, though, with a 6.67, she's strong out there in 2nd place. Leilani, her 2nd score is a 3.37. Silvana best so far, Maeda, a 4.17 for herself. You know, the tide's still dropping. We've seen consistent waves, but this swell wasn't really forecasted to be the way it is today.
Yeah, I really thought today would be smaller than yesterday. When we got here earlier on the beach, I was really surprised to see these waves coming in, and it looks pretty nice and contestable. Look, this is Silvana Lima. Nice first turn there. Unfortunately, she couldn't pull this one. Yeah, talking about conditions. So, yeah, it was amazing, and it's good. Can we keep the ball rolling here? It's such an important competition for many people that are in Kiel to qualify. So let's hope for good waves until the end of this day today.
Yeah, and people want to qualify when the waves are good. Can definitely say that they are today. Leilani on the backhand, strong opening maneuver, and into the lip for the 2nd one too. That should help her out. Needs at least a 7.67 for 2nd place. But with 18.5 on the clock, is a good momentum builder in the back end of the heat for the young Costa Rican. Having a look at the heat leader, Kenworthy, right there. Seems like she'll remain in the 2nd priority after having a look at that wave. Meanwhile, Nichols still with the 6.67. Her backup score is a 4.37. Silvana drops a 2.1 and now waiting for the most significant score of the heat so far for Leilani McGonigal. You know, we talk about Costa Rica. They've had a female representative on tour with Brisa Hennessy, a male representative on tour with Carlos Munoz. I feel like Leilani would be a great addition to the championship tour, Maeda.
Yeah, for sure it is. Look this movement right there. She has the skills, the powerful surfing. She will be pretty nice to see her again on the championship tour.
And I definitely think she has the barrel riding abilities to match up at certain events too. Fiji back on the championship tour schedule. We have Tahiti and Pipeline always beginning stuff over there at the Hawaiian Islands. 4.1, the score for McGonigal. Now needs a 6.94 or better. Plenty of time, 17:20 on the clock. Nichols still in 2nd place. McGonigal slowly but surely building on her scores and looking to be on one of the better waves in the last 17 minutes of this heat. Meanwhile, Lima, though, we know her abilities in the air. To take to the air, especially with the strong offshore wind, more than likely going to be very difficult right now, Maeda.
Yeah, and for Bella Kenworth, how nice it's just in the beginning of the heat, in the very first half of the heat, put on a score. It's the highest score of the event for the women. So nice, 9.23 for her.
And a quick one there by Silvana. Yeah, and we've seen a perfect 10 so far in the event. Joel Vaughn had an amazing alley-oop yesterday. But on the women's side so far, it's been that young lady, Bella Kenworthy. Taking a look again, the deep bottom turns, the connection with the lift line, everything was there, and it was a precise attack for the young surfer from Southern California, one of the United States hopeful to move on to the Championship Tour and potentially get back-to-back world championships for the U.S. We saw Katie Simmers debut on the Championship Tour this year. As you see the top scores for the event so far on the women's side, Sally Fitzgibbons opened up with a 7.67 this morning. Vahine has a 7.17 herself. Silvana quick in and out right there, just under 16 minutes. And non-stop waves, non-stop action here at Saquarema. One of the best stops we have on the Challenger Series. And I'd have to say so far, when it comes to 3 days of competition, it's been quite consistent for even a QS event when you have to run every single day, Maina.
Yeah, here at Saquarema, we always say about this, that it is very consistent. And we have this point here holds a lot of types of swells. Actually, both here from South. Sorry, I got a little confused. But, I mean, it holds like huge waves here. And also, when it's smaller, it's still powerful. So, very good spot to have all kinds of competition for WSL, a QS, a Challenger Series, and also a Championship Tour.
And there's also a longboard event to go on the regional qualifying series too, isn't there?
Yeah, it's the Saquarema Surf Festival. That there is a Pro Junior, a QS, and also a longboard competition.
Luana Suarez qualified through that event. She actually won the event, I believe, that put her onto the longboard World Tour. 14:30 on the clock. Having a look here is McGonigal on the inside. She's up and riding. Good looking left-hander on the forehand. A little hung up right there. Recovers well and ends up being able to execute a lip line hit and somehow able to stick with it. Don't know if that's going to be complete or not with 14 minutes to go. Needs a 6.94 for second place. But a strong attempt there for Leilani Maida.
Yeah, nice carve right there. Splashing a lot of water. And this movement was amazing. Unfortunately, she lost balance right there. What do you think, Mitch?
Yeah, I think they're going to dock her for that one. I don't think they're going to deem the second maneuver complete. But still, great attempt. 13:40 on the clock. It's been a 9.23 that put Bella Kenworthy in the lead and in strong control of the back end of this heat. It's heat 3 out in the water at the Corona Saquarema Pro. day 3 of competition here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Been a big day of competition and more than likely going to be able to qualify a few people for the Championship Tour at the end of today. Bella Kenworthy out there in the lead with a 9.23 and a 3.5. Isabella Nichols close behind in second, needs a 6.07 for the lead. Meanwhile, Leilani McGonigal before the break, we were waiting for a score. It's not enough, just a 2.27. Here she goes, though, with the answer back. Strong hit into the lip, wraps it back, and once more into the lip line again. So some good action right there on that wave for Leilani. Mentioned Maida here in the booth, and needs a 6.94 or better. Basically a 7. It would have to be the best score of the heat so far for her, Maida. Looking pretty sharp, though. That fever from Channel Islands looks great underneath her feet.
Yeah, she really does. She's looking to replace that 3.37, and it was a great ride for her. Very nice combination of maneuvers. But, I mean, the wave of this heat was Bella Kenworthy. I really liked how she put all the maneuvers together with the links, with very good flow. So
now you are reading the left ride.
And this is
Carolina Mendez.
Mendez.
Yeah, she'll be coming up. There's Zoe McDougall from Sunset Beach, Hawaii. One of the premier surfers to come out of the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region in the most recent years. 10 minutes on the clock. The last score of McGonigal, her best, a 5.93. Now only needs a 5.12 for second place, and that means that Nichols with priority right now could potentially get knocked down to third place. And here goes Leilani again. Non-stop for her. That's her 7th wave caught so far. In comparison to Nichols and Kenworthy only having 2 in their scoreline.
Yeah, today I think the wave selection will be very important because we saw like many waves coming to the inside with this high tide right there with the backwash. So the wave selection right now, it's been important. Leilani is trying to give herself more opportunities to score, but I mean, Isabella Nichols and Bella Kenworth, they were more precise on wave selection.
There's the replay of the last Leilani Maeda, looking for her second best wave of the heat of 5.12, and this is the 5.93, her personal best so far.
Yeah, very strong second movement right there. The third one wasn't that strong, but was good to combine the movements. And she got a 5.93 on that one, but she's still waiting for the score.
Yeah, waiting on the last one for McGonigal, 8:45 on the clock. Lima's been quite active, has 5 waves, but at the moment still needing a 6.87. And looking at the qualification scenarios for the women, so India Robinson and Sori Limblad will automatically qualify for the Championship Tour if they make it into the quarterfinals. And a finals appearance for Spencer Nichols and Bronte McCauley will guarantee them a spot on the Championship Tour for 2024. And an outside chance for Luana Silva. She will qualify with a win here in Saquarema. And our first person that already qualified over in Ericeira, Sally Fitzgibbons, she's going to be back on the CT for 2024.
Yeah, and it was interesting to hear her say, because Rachel asked her if she is happy to compete here with no pressure because she's already qualified. And she said that when she is competing against those girls, it has always pressure. So she's just here to put her board under her feet, get ready for the next year on the Championship Tour.
Maybe getting some extra points, too, to keep the #1 seed heading into the 2024 CT season. 7.5 on the clock. Priority still with Isabella Nichols. Leilani McGonigal in third, needs a 5.12. And it seems like Isabella having a look here in the red jersey. Good-looking left-hander. And she is going to be up and riding. Kind of delays the takeoff. It's a good start for her. Set up snap. And then into the lip for a second one. And she'll be able to ride out of that cleanly with 7 minutes on the clock now. Looking to improve on a 4.37. Seems like she's stoked with that one. Looking back towards the beach, trying to get some advice from one of her supporters down here on the sand. So late takeoff, but makes up for it, Maida.
Yeah, nice first movement. The second one, she kind of kicked the tail right there. I like the combination, the variation as well. Look, the first one wasn't so strong, but this second one, I felt it was better right on the pocket.
Definitely. Much more critical section right there, but she pushes through her turns super well. And that's hard to do with a strong offshore wind. So Nichols doing some good work right there. Has 6 minutes on the clock to not only recover priority, but defend her second place position at the moment. But a 6.07 would give her the lead, so that could definitely happen right here. Priority with the heat leader at the moment, Bella Kenworthy. And Nichols has a championship tour victory under her belt. She's won at Margaret River before to re-qualify for the CT in 2023. She's won in multiple different parts of the world, though, and does have a Challenger Series win this year in Sydney. Here's Silvana now. Grabs the rail with the bottom turn and just a bit too high with that maneuver right there on the lip line.
It seems like Silvana is a little bit in trouble with the wind, the offshore wind right there. She got too high on the wave and unfortunately couldn't continue surfing this wave. Look what happened here. I mean, she was too high on the wave, wasn't it, Mitch?
Definitely, and we're talking about one of the lightest surfers in the event, too, so any kind of wind will push her out the back, but also maybe too deep of a bottom turn right there for how the wave was. As we look at Kenworthy, she's just been on fire in this heat. 3 consecutive maneuvers right there. It just put her in a good rhythm on this one. That CI surfboard looks great underneath her feet. And as you can see right there, always right in the pocket the entire time on this one. And a finishing turn just to close out that wave in strong style. So 4.5 on the clock. She's only looking to better a 3.5. I think just the dismount alone would have improved on the 3.5. One of the cooler kickouts we've seen all event long.
Yeah, Bella Kenworthy being a little more patient than the other ones, just choosing better her waves. And I really like the flow she's putting on those waves, like connecting all the dots, connecting the movements. And she's being rewarded. She just got a 5.27 on this wave as a backup score.
Yeah, extends her lead. But the last of Nichols is a 5.9, and that's huge right now. Leilani McGonigal now needs a 6.65, and Silvana Lima needing an excellent score of an 8.4. There's Nichols on screen. Leilani does have priority, though. Needs a mid-6 at the moment for second place. As looking at the heat recap, it's a strong start for Nichols, opened up with a 6.67. Had to go left to get one of her better scores. And at the moment, she's really only selected left so far to maintain herself in second place, Maida.
Yeah, very nice combination of movements right there. And this was Bella Kenworthy, 9.23. Very strong first movements right there. The third one was really sharp. And fourth, many movements, getting pretty strong and with a nice flow.
And backed it up with this last score of 5.27 to extend the lead. In rhythm, in control, and just seems comfortable out there. Beautiful Brazilian beach of Saquarema, 2:40 on the clock. McGonigal with priority needs a 6.65. Silvana Lima needs an 8.4. Big scores required for both surfers. McGonigal, though, talked about her experience on both the CT. She had an event over there in El Salvador earlier this year. As we look at Bella Kenworthy here, a quick one. So that won't change anything if 3.1 comes through. Meanwhile, Silvana, though, got a wave as well. Seems like this one came in as a 4.17, a replica of her other score.
Yeah, Silvana trying to improve her surfing during this heat. She didn't find herself on the beginning, now trying to get better, increase her scores. But I mean, Bella Kenworth is just killing it.
Yeah, she's been a strong hold of the lead so far in this one. Nichols in second. Leilani's still waiting to see if she can get something better than the 6.65. There's the amount of waves that all four surfers have caught so far in this heat. 4 for Kenworthy, 3 for Nichols, and 7 for both McGonigal and Silvana Lima. So Silvana's won CT events, QS events, and major ones all over the world. Talked about her winning at Bells Beach, dropping a perfect 10 at one of those events when the waves are huge too. But right now needs an excellent score of an 8.4. Leilani McGonigal, though, she's been a QS champion. She's won at Pichilemu at Punta de Lobos. She's been an Olympian herself and needing right now her best score of the heat. Her last two are her counting scores, a 5.93 and a 4.37 respectively. Has 50 seconds to find something in the mid-sixes right now, though, Maida.
Yeah, she doesn't need that much, and she's looking for this wave right now, but I think the wind kind of blowed her, and yeah. Now, Isabella Nichols just paddling towards her. She's going to play some defense there with the priority pitch.
Well, that is a veteran move right there, and there's obviously a lot on the line, too, because Nichols is on the verge of qualifying for the Championship Tour, as she does need to make it into the final to officially secure her spot and qualify for the CT in 2024. And it seems like counting down right now, there won't be enough time for both Leilani or Silvana to be able to get a score. And it's Bella Kenworthy up and riding. Just a victory lap right here, looking to close out the heat in a strong way as she is moving through into the next round with a strong performance on the backhand, a 9.23, and waiting on this last score to see if she will improve on the 5.27. Either way, it won't matter. She's going to take the heat win of number 3 here of the round of 32 for the women. Heat 4 coming up, Alyssa Spencer, Sophie McCulloch, Carolina Mendez, and Zoe McDougall. The dream is still alive for both Bella Kenworthy and Isabella Nichols, every qualifying for the Championship Tour in 2024. A lot more action to come here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
I'm Alyssa Spencer. I'm from Carlsbad, California. Right now, my biggest goal is to qualify for the championship tour, so I'm going to do everything that I can in this next year to get there. Last year was definitely the best competitive season I've had on the Challenger Series. I had a couple good results in the beginning of the year and then had the win in Brazil, which was so special. It's such an amazing time to be a part of women's surfing, and I know all the girls that came before us pushed really hard to have it where it's become now, they're definitely the ones that have given me inspiration for what I do now.
Great work there by Shannon Waller and crew to get the challengers out on WorldSurfLeague.com. You can watch that one and a lot more on WSL.com. Meanwhile, round of 32, Heat 4 in the water. Alyssa Spencer, our defending champion, is in red. Sophie McCulloch in blue. Carolina Mendez, originally from Saquarema, now resides in Portugal, in the white. And Hawaii's own Zoe McDougall is in the green. Mitch and Maeda here in the booth with 27 minutes on the clock. And a quick start already for Alyssa Spencer. She won last year, and looking at this during the break, opened up with a 5.17. Looks to go back-to-back in 2022 and 2023 here in Saquarema, Maeda.
Yeah, and surfing like this, she has a lot of opportunities for that because that wave was pretty nice. Very strong maneuvers right there, and she's looking great.
Definitely is, and as you can see the score right there, a pair of 5.5s thrown in. The average comes out as a 5.17. Working with Matt Myers once again for Myers Surf Mentorship. Coming off of a huge win over at Adeseda, made a big jump in the rankings. And if she makes the final, she will officially qualify for the CT in 2024. Here's Sophie McCulloch. She's number 13 in the rankings coming into this event. And she has a chance to requalify for the Championship Tour as well, but does need a big result here and for other things to happen as well. Sophie, though, she's got a great story, Maeda. Has a biomedical sciences degree and also a marketing degree. As you can see right here, very talented surfer as well.
Yeah, I don't know how she can do those things, like surfing as a professional surfer and also study. Now, she must be very busy every time, like all the time. Look, and she's surfing pretty good. I really like this turn right there. Splashing water. Looking for some room for another. And this was Carolina Mendez.
Yeah, she's up and riding now. Mendez with a strong opening carve. Mentioned that she grew up here in Saquarema. Has a lot of pride competing here at her original home. And has a big closeout re-entry right there at the end of that one. 25 minutes on the clock now. Her second wave of the heat so far. And the Portuguese surfer who has been residing there since she's been a teenager, now in her late 20s, Maeda. She's also been able to compete at the CT level. Had a wild card one year over when we still had the event at Gramas.
Yeah, look how sharp this turn was. And another one, splashing a lot of water, putting strong movements, and that last one, the finishing movement, was good as well. Maybe she's going to be well rewarded on this one. Look how beautiful this view eye is. We can see the whole thing, like the movement she does on the wave. Very nice variation and combination of maneuvers right there.
And she's had a bit of an inconsistent year. Her best result, a 9th over in Sydney. Doesn't have a chance mathematically to qualify for the Championship Tour, but, I mean, she does end up winning the event. Next thing you know, you are number 6 to 10, and you requalify straight to the CS. Same thing for Zoe McDougall. Opened up strong on the backhand here. Great closeout re-entry. She loved it. You can see the body language right there. Very upright for the surfer from the state of Hawaii. Deep bottom turns on this one, Maeda.
Yeah, she went vertical right there and slide the tail. Was good. Was beautiful.
Well, you know what was beautiful was the surfing that we saw from one of the young surfers out there in the water, Bella Kenworthy, just like your fellow Southern Californian, leading the heat for the most part. As with 23 minutes on the clock right now, Alyssa Spencer opened up with a 5.17, leading the heat at the moment. There's Sunset Beach's own Zoe McDougall making her way back out, waiting for her opening score. The score comes through for Mendez. It's a 4.83, and here's Spencer once again. Setup turn on the forehand, frothier wave, going down the line, a lot of speed into that one. And once again, hits the lip line well with a lot of precision. So that should be a good backup for Spencer. Meanwhile, though, speaking of good backup scores, Bella Kenworthy was able to get one in the last 10 minutes. But it was the 9.23 that put her in a great spot for the lead. Looking at Caro Mendez right here, though. Couple of setup turns on the forehand. And a closeout finish would be something huge. She gets it. Good, precise timing there by the former local surfer, originally from Saquarema, now resides in Portugal. Let's go downstairs to Rachel with Bella Kenworthy.
That's right, Bella. Oh my God, you just made history here. Your 9.23 was the highest score of women's category of 2 years of Corona Saquarema Pro. What a date. What a way to start the day.
Yeah, I got super lucky. That wave just like came straight to me and I had priority and it gave me a couple sections, so I was lucky to get it.
Yeah, you were lucky, and actually it's really important for you to try to re-qualify for the Challenger Series next year. How's your mindset for this event?
Yeah, I definitely would like to re-qualify for the Challenger next year, but I'm just trying to take it heat by heat. Hopefully I can make a couple more heats. That'd be nice.
I'm sure your supporters are so proud of you, so you want to send them some love?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom and family who watch all my heats, and love you guys.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and huge congratulations to Bella moving through into the next round. As Rachel mentioned, the highest single wave score of the two events that we've had here on the women's side of the Corona Saquarema Pro. Impressive stuff when you think about the age of Bella Kenworthy, still only 16 years old. She will be 17 in November, the former NSSA Air Show champion over there in the U.S. 21 minutes on the clock. Zoe McDougal drops a 6.0. That moves her straight up into first place. Mendez with a 4.83. Spencer still waiting on her second one. And Sophie McCullough opens up with a 4.33. Competitive heat in the first 10 minutes, Maida.
Yeah, it is. And you know what, Mitch? I was just looking here. The record before this one of Bella Kenworthy, it was from Alyssa Spencer, 8.67 last year.
Speaking of Alyssa Spencer, huge bottom turn right there. And what a finishing turn for the Californian. Spencer's on fire. She's looking to go back-to-back with championships here in Saquarema. And would qualify for the first time ever for the championship tour with the finals appearance here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. So some big stuff, momentum building performance right now for Alyssa Spencer. One of the greatest turns you'll see right here at the end, Maida.
Yeah, the first one was already good, but this was the money turn. Very strong, precise, splashing a lot of water right there. Look from above. So beautiful, right on the pocket of the wave. A big wave, a big set wave right there. Amazing job for her.
And set it up just beautifully with that one carve before. And you can see she readjusted her feet. And once she hit the lip line, it was all about timing, technique on point. And take a lesson, kids, because Alyssa Spencer right now is giving them out for free. And this is the 5.57. This moved her up into first place. So, going to extend the lead with the last wave, but she's been on a roll so far, Maida, in the first 10 minutes of this one.
For sure she is. Just look good surfing, like really relaxed. She knows the way until the end, until the finals. She won here last year, and she just won in the Terceira, so she's confident with everything she needs to get to the final.
A 20-year-old from Encinitas, California, looking to qualify for the championship tour for the first time. Younger brother Ty, also a great surfer, and everybody over there from Encinitas probably watching this heat very closely. There's a lot of support for Alyssa so far in this event. Obviously one of the hopefuls for not only California but also for the US of A. Here with Matt Myers from Myers Surf Mentorship and the entire crew. Here's Caro Mendez now on the backhand. Got dropped down to second place. A couple of setup snaps and looking for this wave to really stand up, and giving her something solid here on the inside would be a huge answer to the last wave of Spencer. It's more like it from Mendez. And, you know, she got super emotional during her interview on the first day of competition. Was reminded of what it was like to compete here when she was a kid, just free surfing as a child in her original home of Saquarema. Made the move over with her family to Portugal when she was in her teens. now resides there full time. But coming back home, it's a beautiful feeling when you're able to do that trek halfway across the world, Maida.
For sure, like coming home again, feeling like all the energy of your own country. Actually, yeah, she is Portuguese, half Portuguese as well, but I mean, like coming here where she grew up and putting on the show, like throwing her surfing, and because on the previous heat, she got a 7-point ride. So I think she was very happy to just surf well and love the country, give it back to the community that we were all here like cheering for her. So, and now she's also again surfing pretty well.
Doing the runaround as well with 17 minutes on the clock. Her last score comes through. It's a 3.5, so it doesn't improve in her scoreline. As you can see, well prepared when it comes to the physical preparation of what Saquarema demands. It's not an easy runaround whatsoever either. There tends to be a lot of current, and the offshore is strong this morning here at Itaúna.
Yeah, this run right there. Actually, paddling, it's hard, but like running all over the beach here, under the sun, on the sand, it's really tough also.
At least you get to settle down a little bit, take in the view, get a different perspective. Speaking of perspectives, though, Alyssa Spencer had a great one on her last. Drops a 7.83, the highest score of the heat so far. That moves her way up into first place. Mendez still in second. McDougall in third, needing just a 3.7. And Sophie McCulloch in the blue jersey with priority needs a 5.37 or better. That was the beautiful drone shot right there. And as you can see, the runaround is for a reason. She has local knowledge and experience. As we look at the tides here, 9:50 a.m., the low tide of a 0.4, high tide of 3.3 at 3:30 in the afternoon. But that rip, it takes you automatically out to the takeoff spot, doesn't it, here at Saquarema?
Yeah, it does, especially when the waves are like this. Actually, I want to correct myself. That time I was talking about the swell directions that this point here in Itaúna that holds. It's east, southeast swells, southeast swells, south swells, and southwest. So many directions holds well here. So, and the best size is chest high or to double overhead.
Tends to hold quite a size when it comes to the bigger conditions out here. When we were here for the CT, a couple of days before the event started was massive, and I remember, seeing a couple of people drop in. I remember when it canoes waves during the free surfs. Pretty big. It looked like Sunset Beach, but as a left, really. And next thing you know, people are out there with a couple of bigger boards. Some people have, a 6'6", a 6'8", and the water temperature here tends to vary quite a bit too. There's a deep spot around 2 hours north, I believe, isn't there, Maida, that changes the temperature of the water quite a bit here in Saquarema.
Yeah, it is. It's in Cabo Frio. It's like cold Cape. That's why there is a current that comes from Africa that makes the water pretty cold here. It's really interesting because Rio de Janeiro has one of the most cold waters here in Brazil, even colder than the South Brazil. It's because of this current coming straight from Africa.
Yeah, you see the sun outside. It's beautiful. It's probably 80, 90 degrees. And you think to yourself, oh, the water's just going to be refreshing. It's going to be nice. And it tends to be colder than you would probably think. But either way, if there's waves, I think most surfers would be pretty happy to surf with excellent weather outside and a little bit of a colder temperature when it comes to the water. 13:30 on the clock. Spencer leads with a 7.83 and a 5.57. Mendez in second, and it's McDougall and McCulloch that are needing scores to move up into second place. McCulloch still with a chance of qualifying for the Championship Tour for 2024, but it's this young lady on screen, Spencer, who wants to qualify for the first time ever in 2024 at the end of this event. Heat 4 of the round of 32 for the women out there at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Big day of competition ahead. 8 heats of the round of 32 for the women, and then we go straight into the round of 32 for the men. Alyssa Spencer, CT hopeful for the US of A, in the lead, and in this heat at the moment, Carolina Mendes, originally from Saquarema, in second, represents Portugal. Zoe McDougall, Hawaii's finest, out there in the green. She has a 6 in her scoreline, needs a 3.7 for second place. And Sophie McCulloch, who qualified for the Championship Tour last year, was able to surf in 3 events out of 5 before the mid-season cut. Unfortunately for her, had an injury that prevented her from competing at both Pipeline and at Sunset Beach. Only had 3 events to requalify before the mid-season cut. Did have a 5th place finish over at the Portugal CT though, Maida.
Yeah, we were talking about this, how sad it is when a surfer qualify themselves to the championship tour and then get injured. This happened to Carlos Munoz, this happened to Ramsey Buckham. So she unfortunately had the same issue on the very first 2 events of the championship tour. Now she has to come back to the Challenger Series to re-qualify for the championship tour next year.
Well, let's not forget about Liam O'Brien either.
Oh yeah, Liam O'Brien as well.
Broke his foot half an hour before the first heat started on a pipe in 2022. Had put in years on both the QS and the Challenger Series to be able to qualify. Is not able to surf, has to qualify back through the Challenger Series. And next thing you know, within the first year, is able to do it and had a strong start to his CT campaign in 2023. That's what Alyssa Spencer wants to have if she's able to make the final here at Saquarema. Won the event over at Ericeira, is looking to go back-to-back with championships here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Up and riding on the backhand. First time we've seen her go right so far in this heat, and it's going to be a quick one, no harm, no foul. She's way out in front in the lead, the only person with double digits with just over 9 minutes to go. But speaking of McCulloch, though, mathematically, she still has a very good chance of getting there. Number 13 in the rankings, doesn't automatically qualify if she makes it to the final or if she wins. There's still a lot of dependence when it comes to the other people that are in the draw as well. But for her, you'd really have to be thinking, make the final and have a couple of other people lose out in the round of 16 if possible.
Yeah, this is kind of hard when you don't have all the cards in your hand. You got to wait for somebody to lose. But, I mean, at least she has a chance here. It would be great to see her qualify and had another chance to compete a full year on the championship tour.
I definitely like to see that. Definitely think she has the potential to not only re-qualify, but be a top 10 surfer as well. 8:20 on the clock now. Seems like a couple of waves approaching the lineup. It's been pretty consistent so far in the first 4 heats of the morning. Mendes has a 9.7 heat total, a pair of high 4s in their scoreline. McDougall has a 6, but doesn't really have a backup score at the moment. Needs a 3.7 or better to move up into second place. And McCulloch needs a 5.37. Seems like most of them, looking at a lot of these rights, there's Nadia Erostarbe. Mathematically, she's the last person that still has a chance to qualify for the CT in 24. She's coming up in the blue jersey against India Robinson, Laura Hopp, and Camila Kemp. So it's going to be a couple of Europeans going up against a local surfer from Brazil and an Aussie in Robinson. 7.5 on the clock now. And since really the 7.83 of Spencer, it's been pretty quiet out there, Maida. We haven't really seen another big score. McDougal has a 6. And she's up and riding again, just looking to at least get the score that she needs for second. That should help. Good turn right there on the backhand. Only needs a 3.7.
Yeah, it was a good hack right there. Just a single maneuver wave. But she was trying to better like a 0.5 or so. For sure she's going to put on the score. And she has the second best wave of the heat so far. Look. What do you think, Mitch, about this?
It's a good setup. Had the deep bottom turn. Technique is on point. Paizel looks great underneath her feet, too. So, Sunset Beach's own only needs a 3.7 for second place with 6.5 on the clock. And she gets the necessary score. It's a 4.5. So, moves up into second place. That means Mendez down to third. She needs a 5.64. And Sophie McCulloch now needs a 6.17. Spencer still way out in first. Her low score is a 5.57. Seems like she might be looking at a wave here. Gonna let it go. It's Sophie, though, who has a great shot here at the backhand. Up and riding. Set up snap in the pocket. Deep bottom turn and strong finish right there from McCulloch. So the high seeds going to town in this heat with just under 6 minutes to go now, Maida.
Yeah, Sophie McCulloch is really needing a high score right there to make this heat for her. Is really important to get through this heat right now if she wants to keep her dream alive. Look, it was a nice second turn right there.
Beautiful combination. And then Mendez was also up and riding, going right. Quick one in and out, so won't change anything. And then McDougal once again, he's got him busy. He opened up at the 6, then got the 4.5 on the previous one. And doesn't seem like she's going to improve on that last one right there. 5 minutes to go. Now, we mentioned the diversity of nations on the Championship Tour now. Brisa Hennessy has competed for Costa Rica. We're seeing Alyssa Spencer potentially qualify for the U.S. of A. But, you know, having the U.S. back on top with Caroline Marks' win, where do you think that opens up the other nations worldwide, especially with Paris 2024 coming next year? Do you think we're going to see an emergence of different nations come through the Challenger Series rankings on the women's side, Maida, in the next few years?
I think so. I think we are already seeing like those many Japanese girls after the Olympics there. So I think the women surfing is really growing around the world. So here in Brazil, we have this whole new generation that they are really improving their surfing, getting really inspired about those girls like Erin Brooks and all these girls that are surfing around the world, not even competing already on big leagues, but yeah, for sure they are, but they are not on the championship tour. But all these young girls are getting really inspired by all this buzz that is around women surfing, you know.
Erin Brooks will be coming up later today as well, as Sophie McCulloch drops a 6.73 on her previous score. Up and riding there. Doesn't seem like that's going to change the 4.33 that she has as her backup. There's the Aussie crew. They're stoked on the performance that they've seen so far from Sophie. And looking to improve on a 4.33 if she can, with 3.5 on the clock now. Priority with the heat leader, Spencer. McDougal's last a 2.87. And the last Mendez just a small score throwaway of a 0.5. McDougal needs a 5.07, and Mendez needs a 6.2. The waves are out there for those scores, Maida. But as we saw in the previous heat, time is the biggest adversary. As looking at the recap of the heat, it's been all Alyssa Spencer from the start of this one.
Yeah, since the beginning, she's just ripping right there, surfing pretty well on her forehand. Nice, strong maneuvers, very good combinations. And this one was good as well, like just wrapping up, throwing a lot of water, and this was the money turn right there.
7.83 for that one. And then the comeback for Sophie McCulloch gets her best score of 6.73 on the back end.
Yeah, strong snap there on the lip, and the second one, the finishing movement was nice as well.
So 2.5 on the clock now. Seems like McDougall is interested a little bit down the beach, and she's up and riding, going left. Deep bottom turn setup snap, needs a bigger one to finish this wave off, has to deal with the backwash. And it was the backwash that won that battle right there.
The backwash always being pretty hard here in Itaúna, and this is Carolina Mendes trying to make her come back to this heat. Whoa.
Ooh, almost had a barrel there at the end. 1:45 on the clock now, as McDougall needs a 5:07. Mendes was needing a 6.2. As you can see right there, the requirement to move up in a second place and advancing position. 90 seconds on the clock. A bit surprised that she didn't go for the closeout re-entry, if I'm honest, especially with, you know, the score that she needs at the moment.
Yeah, I think it would be a better choice for her if she did.
Obviously, a very tough section. It's
Yeah,
very
heavy,
shallow right
shallow.
there. It's heavy, no doubt about that. But you know, you have a shot on the line to make the round of 16. There's a huge points difference right there between losing in this round and at least in the next one. Scores for both McDougall and Mendes are in: a 3.37 for Zoe, a 3.8 for Carolina Mendes. So not enough for either surfer. 55 seconds on the clock now. And McDougall in third just needs a little bit better than a 5. There's the Aussie crew: Lonnie Ball, Joel Vaughn, Alistair Reginato, Morgan Sibilik. As Spencer's still leading, and you know, she's caught only 4 waves. One of them is a throwaway, a 0.73, but her original score, a 5.17, her first wave of the heat, you know, could still be going in a scoreline, and she'd still be leading this one. There's Mendes again, and she's stuck with the right so far, and the last 2 have been closeouts right on the inside, not much on offer. So 10 seconds to go. Here's Spencer just playing some defense right at the end. Up and riding on the left. And it's going to be a victory lap for her as she is way out in front. Layback jam right there with some style for San Diego's finest. She's moving through, but the Aussies love the performance that they saw from Sophie McCulloch in second place. But a huge momentum builder right there for Alyssa Spencer. Coming off of a win in Ariseda, looking to go back-to-back with championships here at Saquarema. Meanwhile, Sophie looking to rejoin the elite of the championship tour in 2024. There's the results. Spencer McCulloch moving through, McDougall and Mendes out of the event. Heat 5 coming up at the round of 32 at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Number 2 in the rankings, India Robinson, about to hit the lineup with a lot on the line. If she's able to make it deeper into the event, will be qualifying officially for the championship tour for the second time. Alyssa Spencer looking to join her in 2024 as well. More action to come after the break here in Saquarema.
Alyssa Spencer taking out a win in her heat in the round of 32, getting ever so closer to CT qualification for the surfer out of Encinitas, California. Alyssa Spencer, again, to ensure a spot on that championship tour, she needs to make the final here. We got a new heat out in the water with more qualification ramifications in this round of 32. Heat number 5, India Robinson from Janjuk, Australia, Nadia Arostabe, Laura Rapp, the local girl out of here, Brazil, just a teenager, and Camila Kemp representing Germany by the way of Portugal. I'm Kai Paguro, along with Marcos Bokuyuva. And let's start here with Camila Kemp. Marcos.
A nice wraparound cutty. Now a snap, tied to the pocket, connecting the dots to the closeout. There she goes. Kind of sketchy temptation.
And to turn our attention here to India Robinson hammering on the backhand. 3 times for the surfer out of Janjuk. Our number 2 seed in the event, India Robinson, just 22 years old. And another ride, this time from the Basque country. This is Nadia Arostabe on the replay, Marcos.
I love how she fades in, fades out to be in point for that try there. Another little sketchy wipe out there.
All right, so we're going to be waiting for some numbers to come in, but we do see a 5.83 landing for India Robinson. Let's talk a little bit about India Robinson. 22 years old out of Australia. She's been on the championship tour. She made her rookie year was 2022 on that championship tour. She fell off due to that mid-season cut, and she's been chasing her way back on the championship tour. She's getting close, Marcos. If India is able to make the quarterfinals in this event, she secures her spot in 2024 on that CT.
And you know, Kaipo, it's so cool how she represents the school of surfing of Down Under with the raw power, with the posture. Everything she does is she put like a lot of power in the back foot. So it's amazing to see how she can represent the school of surfing of Australia surfers.
Yeah, there you go. Qualifies with a quarterfinal finish. Now, she could qualify sooner depending on how the rest of the field does. She had a brilliant season, India Robinson. Took a win at the first event of the year over in Snapper Rocks and finished up with semifinal finishes in Narrabeen, as well as just coming off of that in Ericeira, Portugal. Here she goes again, chooses the backhand, hammers that foamy section and wants to make quick work of it. Got a 5.83 so far in her scoreline, looking to back up that 5.83 India Robinson.
And I think one thing is going on right now, Kaipo. After the tide drop all the way down, now it's starting to feeling, putting some water on the bank. So I think we're going to see a little push on the swell right now.
Bango right there for Robinson. So very smart to back up that that early keeper score. Here we go, Camila Kemp.
This is Camila Kemp, representing Germany, but residing in Ericeira. I was watching the last couple of years, her progressing during the QS, continental European competition. She's residing in Guincho, but she's surfing Ericeira all the time. She was from the protocol from Nicky and the Semente Surfboard, the same team that have Vasco Ribeiro, Nick Van Hoop, a lot of OGs from Portugal, and now she moved for a new beginning with new companies, and I wish all the best for Camila.
Yeah, Guincho we talk about in the past. We actually used to have a women's championship tour event that would ping pong between Carcavelos and Guincho, their beautiful section of Portugal. Here she goes. Nice roundhouse cut back, banking onto the white water for Kemp. Another slicing turn. She's the eldest of this crew, coming in at 27 years old, so she's been at this for a while.
For sure. She's a well-rounded surfer and flags, multicultural references. And Guincho used to be, back in the day in the 80s, a big scene of wind surfing down in Portugal.
A lot of wind there, yeah.
Yeah, same thing in Hawaii. First time I surfed in Portugal, I told my friends, hey, almost like Hawaii with cold water.
This is true. Replay here, last of Camila.
Nice cutty, nice rhythm. I know she represents the German flag, but she have all the DNA of the power surfing from Portugal all the way down.
And slow motion on the sharp eye.
Yeah, nice snap over there.
There's been, well, it makes sense. There's been a lot of surfers from Germany who have migrated over to Portugal in the last decade or so. That population, the German population in Portugal, has certainly been growing.
I have that in my family. My son-in-law is from Germany, from Cologne. He's a surfer. He's tied up with my dear older daughter, Luisa. He's a surf aficionado. Shout out HP. Hendrik Peter, as I call the nickname Pedro.
Pedro.
Brazilian nickname.
All right, so let's pay off some scores right now. Last of Camila Kemp, a 4.77. Last of India Robinson, a 4.93. Robinson in the lead. Kemp now in a strong second place. Again, top two surfers move on out of this round of 32 into the round of 16. Round of 16, we switch up the format into head-to-head competition. Priority now with Nadia Erostabe. This is a very important heat for the surfer from the Basque Country. She mathematically has an opportunity to finish in that top 5 and make it to the championship tour. Erostabe would have to win this event, and she would also have to have some other surfers lose out. She would have to have Isabella Nichols lose out in the next round. She would also have to have Bronte Macaulay and Luana Silva lose out for her to give a chance, and she'd have to win the event. That's all in pencil right now. We're in fluid with these qualification scenarios, but that's the current math that I got on the board.
A lot of things in place for her, but she got to keep moving. It's a win-win situation for her. It's do or die, whatever the cliche you want to put out there.
Speaking of need-to-win situation, Alyssa Spencer did just that, and she's continuing closer and closer to CT qualification. Alyssa is with Manu.
Yeah, what a momentum. Just won in Portugal. You won last year here in Saquarema. Does it make you feel more confident to win a hit like that? Congratulations, Alyssa.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling pretty good coming into this event. I absolutely love this place. The energy is amazing, and the waves are super fun. So, yeah, it was nice to get through the first heat.
And we know that many surfers dream about being on the CT. How is your dream about being on the CT right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've always had that dream to be on the CT, and, you know, I'm sitting in a great place right now and just going to take it heat by heat and, you know, see how it goes, but that's definitely my end goal for this event.
Great. Do you want to send a message for your supporters?
Yeah, I'll say thank you to my friends and family back at home. I love you guys, and yeah, mom and dad and my brother, if you guys are watching, I love you and miss you.
Great, and you guys realize that we are in October. We have pink October, and look, we're just all pink right here. Do you like it? Back to you guys.
Matching colors over there, Manu. I love your watch. And talking about rhythm, Alicia Spencer, she's checking all the boxes. It's amazing.
Yeah, number 4 on the rankings coming into this event. Again, a finals appearance for Alyssa Spencer will secure her spot on the championship tour. Alyssa Spencer, semifinals puts her in really, really good position. She has to have confidence, Marcos, because last year, Alyssa, taking out this event and winning, she had brilliant form. She was easily the best surfer from the first heat and ended up winning the event.
Last year, we have all goofy affair with Gabriel winning the men's and Alyssa winning the girls division. This is Camila.
Camila Kemp, long drawn out, roundhouse cut back to the bank, long bottom turn, short radius snap there for the surfer representing Germany. And Kemp continues to really chip away at scores in this heat. Got a quick start. That was her 4th wave. Ridden will be waiting for that score.
She's so used to those conditions in Guincho, around Guincho and Carcavelos. She's almost like Quincas, Federico Moraes, neighbor, because Carcavelos and Cascais is so close by. It's the train line there.
Yeah.
Almost the aim track for Portuguese country.
Hey, it's
for
easy.
Portugal.
Land in Lisbon, hop on the train, get off in Cascais, and then you have a variety of waves just at your service. What a beautiful seaside town.
Amazing. Like so close to Lisbon. It's almost like the same district over there. So you can go all the way to Cabo de la Roca, the most west part of Portugal, and you drive yourself almost like a Portuguese Big Sur all the way to my dear Villa of Ericeira.
Yeah, a great surfing nation. And that was the host of stop number 5 on the Challenger Series. Right now, we're in the superpower of surfing. You got to admit, the Maracanã do Surf. They call this the Surf Stadium, Marcos. So why do they call that?
Because it's our Staples Center, our Wembley Arena. This is all tied up with the reference of soccer. It's the biggest, cultural sport in Brazil. Nowadays we call Brazil o país do surf, the country of surfing. But back in the day, people just talking about surf was so underground back in the 70s, and we were in the peak of soccer. Select team was winning everything. 3 World Cups, now 5 World Cups. I'm not a soccer commentator and not a soccer aficionado, but everybody breeds soccer in Brazil.
This is a 4-point ride right here for Camila. She did improve upon her scoreline with this ride, Marcos.
She kind of nursed the first 2 waves and the 2 turns, but then she kind of make the money turn at the snap over there. And she's finding the rhythm. She's putting out there. She's trying with all the effort, with the technique, and with the DNA of the combination of DNA for a powerhouse from German with a little combination of the train camp being in Portugal.
Yeah, smart surfing in my book, just to get on board and get some scores, stay busy. With this incoming tide, we've already passed the low tide mark. What do you anticipate as we hit high tide? Will that affect the consistency out here?
For sure. You're going to see some Saquarema hops here, like Huntington, for sure. Maybe going to see some surfers changing gears, maybe changing even construction-wise, like EPS, putting it on point, dropping some PUs out.
Yeah, we can see a 3-foot tide change towards this afternoon. It is 10:21 local time, so plenty of time here for the tide to fill in. Nadia Arostabe. And just one turn, she used her priority on that wave, and I feel that was an unfortunate error for Arostabe. From the Basque Country, representing strong. She's number 15 on the Challenger Series rankings coming into this event, an outside chance of qualification. But secondarily, a good showing here would ensure her a spot. If she's able to finish the year in the top 10 of the rankings, she has a ticket to next year's Challenger.
And it's amazing. It's almost like consolation prize if you're going to be like half ticket to the Willy Wonka factory. You're going to be, you don't need to compete at QS. This is good news, man. You're going to have a better Christmas.
Yeah. The 3-tiered system of the World Surf League. Qualifying series leads to the Challenger Series. Challenger Series leads to the Championship Tour. Kemp.
Nice snap underneath the lip over there. A little close out off the top.
Wow.
And she managed to pull after this turmoil situation, the froth wave.
Yeah, talk about an iron feet and a solid stance to get through that. Check out the ending on this wave.
I love how she placed the turn over there. And how about the turmoil in the close situation there? A double up there underneath her board. And she landed properly. I love the replay, man.
So that sharp first turn on the sharp eye. But this is the impressive part. Little late here, foam climb gets nice and vertical, but look at the steps that she has to overcome underneath her.
She have to stall the nose to land this one. Steady, steady stance.
Steady. And we'll see what that number comes in. Look, here's a wide shot. We can see the sandbank here, Itaúna, and also those rocks that hold all the sand into place, Marcos.
Yeah, next to the what we call here the back door. If you're going to move, up north, you're going to end it up in the end of this super stretchy beach called Arraial do Cabo. Is another city, and that's why we have a connection with the current coming from South Africa with like Chile, colder waters, and sometimes some visits from white sharks.
Yeah, well, like this graphic says here, stay tuned. More of round 32 is going to continue right after these messages. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the second round for the women, the round of 32. Heat number 5 out of 8. Top 2 of these surfers advancing on into the round of 16. And currently it's number 2 on the rankings, India Robinson in the lead, followed by Germany's Camilla Kemp. Tessa Thyssen, she's getting ready for heat number 6. Thyssen, the surfer representing France, a runner-up last year in this event, so she's got to be in a comfortable situation right now. Marcos Bukoyuva.
If you go all the way to a final, you have data, man. You have data to assess. You have a mindset to reassess. Doing a flashback for her will be the best decision right now.
I concur. Just harnessing that same power, that same mana that she had last time. Here we go. We're going to keep it. Camilla Kemp. We had a split peak situation here. Camilla, one tap off the top. Likely not to improve upon her 2-wave total. Catching up with our heat leader, India Robinson. Robinson out of Janjuk. Been sticking to the lefts and they've been paying off. Here we go with Nadia Erostabe. Bass surfer. Getting vert on the backhand.
Amazing split peak situation. A lot of actions going on.
A lot of action going on, a lot of work for the judges. They'll be contemplating 3 scores for us, updating us, and we'll give you the situation once those scores locked in. We're at 10 minutes, 45 seconds. Again, we're running 30-minute heats here today, all throughout this round.
Luli Pereira and all the boys are busy right now. Check it out, guys. Nice, like cutty snap. Connecting the power source. Another one, that was a money turn. Oh, I think the third one was a money turn.
Erostabe, just 23 years old, so young in her professional surfing career, and voracious appetite for waves with India Robinson in this replay. Sticks to the left. Robinson looking to better her 4.93.
She finds the shoulder there, and she throws some buckets there.
Camilla Kemp.
Quick reaction there. Clicking, connecting a little hook there.
And the clear water ahead and the beautiful white sand beach here in Saquarema as we fly by and await scores to set the situation.
If you never surf, my friend, you gotta surf because this is the view that we see from the ocean.
How nice is the sand here?
Amazing, like A-frame peaks. The sandbar is so good. I've been talking to the locals since I got here, and they said, oh, there's a lot of sand in the bar.
And the beach is great for sun tanning, too, because it's so white. You get all that radiant heat. You can get tan all over. That's why people love to come down here and spend the full day on the beach.
Talking about reflection, and we got the river around Itaúna. We have the church. You have it all. Eco-friendly, protocols going on.
Yeah, we've done a lot of, we've done some work here with WSL One Ocean, taking care of some of the wetlands over here and the river, which, the watershed, it's really important to take care of the watershed, and they've been so good here. And the historic Senora de, Nossa Senora de Nazaré. I wanted to get it right for you.
Exactly. It's a connection between Brazil and Portugal.
It's a beautiful church. There's a solemn graveyard up there. It's a wonderful sight. They light it up at night as well. It's lit up pink right now for Pink October at night. It's a beautiful, the scenery here is incredible.
Amazing landscapes around here, Kaipo. And we can recall, some Felipe Toledo annihilation there back in the day.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. India. She wants it. She knows. She's getting the feeling. Getting so close to qualification for the championship tour. You get out of this round, the round of 16 compared to the round of 32, a round of 16 finish is almost double the points.
I want to see more of this girl in this heat.
Laura Rupp, the youngster representing Brazil, just 17 years old. Really with a title of the future, one of the pieces of the future of Brazilian women's professional surfing.
As a Brazilian, I got to answer this question all the time. Where going to be the next generation for the Brazilian Storms in the lady? There was a gap going on between Silvana Lima and the new generation. There's a lot of girls coming to the scene, like Tainá Rico, Laura Haupt, Mandeli, a lot of reapers, Sofia Medina reaping, Luana. I can do podcasts about Luana.
Here we go, a replay with Laura. It's tough for her to find the finish, however, Marcos.
It's a changing tide situation. We're going to see a lot of sketchy double ups going on.
That was a sketchy double up, no doubt. Check this out. Get the board away from you in that situation.
The board almost make a full rotation over there.
India.
Changing banks. Connecting the dots with the forehand. Throwing some snap. Always buckets out of the water.
And here we go, cut to Nadia, finds the left.
Talking about changing banks, this is Nadia showing her skills on the forehand.
This is likely to be her best wave so far in this heat. She needs a 7.34 to go into second. Check out the form here.
I love this, how she plays this turn on the top of the lip there. Poister style, second one, connecting, no bubbles there, flawless.
Checks in for Nadia Arostabe at a 6.2, short of the 7.34 that she needs. But now her requirement, you can see it in the needs column. Arostabe just needing a 3.64 to get into that second place position. Top two surfers advance out of this heat, so that's exactly where she wants to be.
I've been calling a lot of hits for Nadia in the QS division in Europe, and she's a ripper.
Yeah, this is actually Nadia's fourth event on the Challenger Series. So every single finish is a keeper for her. We have 6 events total, but you take your top 4 results. And so with Nadia only surfing previously 3 events on the Challenger Series, it is a little tricky when you look at the math. She's 15th on the rankings, but she has nothing but pluses in her column because every single point she earns in this, with not having a throwaway, is going to add to her point total.
For sure. Doing like a food metaphor is like you have a tuna belly of 6 pounds and you just count for sushi 4 pounds.
Yes, you go. Yeah. Arostabe quarterfinal finish in Bolito as well as the U.S. Open. So she's had a really good year on the Challenger Series, given her doing her minimal event showings so far. So impressive stuff from the 23-year-old out of the Basque Country.
Yellow sign there, less than 5 minutes, guys.
Yeah. And when Marcos talks about the yellow sign, up in the judges' tower, there's a visual indicator about the 5-minute warning. There's a yellow flag that goes up there. It lets the surfers know that there's 5 minutes left. And also, we have an on-site announcer, and that on-site announcer is telling Nadia Arostabe that she just got a 4.67, and Arostabe is now in the lead. So she put herself in a great position. There's our judges' tower there.
For sure. We have OG beach announcer here, Paulo Luis is right now with the mic.
And there is our cubes right there, our priority cubes that show the surfers the priority in the heat.
Can we wave from our tower here, our booth?
Yeah, I don't know if this Jones is going to catch us. But this is just a huge footprint that we have down here, and we're looking at maximum capacity as we work our way towards finals day. Laura Ropp. And looks for finish. Little snap on the shorey there.
She have the same sponsor for calzones as Adriano de Souza. He's a serial entrepreneur nowadays, ADS, man. He have a mall with his name, a store. And this is Camila Kemp.
Camila Kemp, let's see what she's got for us. She needs a 5.7, so she needed to finish that wave. She was unable to do that, so she's going to have to go back out there and search for that 5.7. The Calzones, is that ADS? Is that his actual venture?
Yeah, one of the ventures. He's owner of a franchising in Joaquina, around Joaquina area, Florianopolis. He's a serial entrepreneur. He have a sponsored store. He have a little mini mall, ADS mall. Check it out.
That's what you get when you're a world champ.
Yeah, that is. Serial entrepreneur.
Kemp, again.
She kind of make a half turn because she saw it was almost like a setup for this like hook on the top, like a floater hook.
Marcos, you called it with this incoming tide. That shore break is getting more and more vicious. This is Laura.
Yeah, a little local knowledge taking place there. A little shoulder. Zigzag there, connecting the dots just to try to milk all the way this wave.
Yeah, you can see the frustration as she kicked out of that wave. Like,
yeah, you can tell by the body language.
Yeah, she knew that wasn't enough, especially the way that wave tapered off quickly. They were down to 2 minutes, 25 seconds. Arostabe in a must-win heat. In first place, India Robinson. Also, if she wants to just give herself some insurance and make sure she's able to make it to the championship tour, she needs to get out of this heat as well. And they're both performing exactly to the script. Exactly what they need to do, they're getting it done right now. Both surfers in double digits.
Yeah, amazing. Double digits is always more like a safe zone over there. This is the meetings going on. Yeah. Our commissioner, Mr. Travis Logie.
Yeah, he's
what an OG, man.
Travis Logie, former championship tour surfer, and you know, from tours and competitions, really the contest director here, talking with some of our male competitors. We're aiming to get into the men's round of 32 after the conclusion of this women's round of 32. So that's what's on the schedule right now. The schedule's fluid because we have to stay fluid because the waves are fluid.
Yeah, it's the flow state, man.
It's a flow state.
As a surfer, you got to stay there. This is the zone.
I agree. I agree. And that's what, you know, that's why the tours and competitions, they have to be on point. They do such a great job of adapting calls, adapting formats to the ever-adapting playing field that we have, which is the ocean.
It's like a jazz band musicians. You got
to freestyle.
You got to freestyle.
Yeah. I call it like it's Hot 97 there out of New York, where you got to freestyle on the mic. You got to freestyle when you're calling stuff because you got to be able to react to what's right in front of you, just like surfing. You got to be able to freestyle.
For sure, man. Shout out to Nas.
Shout out to Nas.
If you're watching Nas, yeah. I love you, man. I think you're a little bigger than Jay-Z.
I was just going to say, Marcos, I'm a Jay-Z dude, bro. Like,
I'm a Jay-Z dude. Don't get me wrong.
All right, 35.
Actually, I'm more West Coast than East Coast, but, you know.
Hey, Jay-Z's not just East Coast. Jay-Z's global. We
For
know
sure,
about
man.
that, man.
We love Jay-Z in Brazil, man. I'm a Biggie guy. I'm a West Coast guy, but in a Tupac clash against Jay-Z, against Biggie, I'm Biggie all the way.
All right. All right, 15 seconds. And you know what? Let's rap about this.
For sure.
Camila Kemp needs to make it happen, but she needs to do it right here. She's got the right, but India Robinson's got priority right behind her, and she's going to be into trouble right there.
A little viral for our social media right now.
Yeah, so right there, that was smart. So India Robinson, Camila Kemp, that took all the opportunity for Camila Kemp because India Robinson had priority over Kemp. Kemp likely not to get the score anyway, but just India Robinson just showing us a professional surfer with her head on a swivel, aware of the situation the whole time.
For sure, but I think Camila have like a consolation prize because she showcased amazing surfing. And Laura, I want to see more Laura for the next year. Best of luck in the next season.
Yeah,
She's a reaper.
Yeah, we'll see Laura Robb in the next season. We'll see Camila Kemp next season. But we will see India Robinson as well as Nadia Arostabe move on into the round of 16. We're awaiting our final numbers. This is not in competition, that wave coming in from Nadia Arostabe. She's just taking a wave to the beach, and Camila Kemp walking off. A great effort, like you said, Marcos.
She changed gears from a California shaper that reside in Portugal to a Brazilian shaper that reside in California.
Here's the situation. Camila, last-ditch effort. India realizing, hey, I don't want to give anything up. I got priority, and likely it's not going to matter, really, because the numbers are already on the board. But that just shows me that India Robinson, she fights to the finish.
For sure. Like type of Gabriel Medina mindset.
Yeah.
A little chaka from the Aeroforce team. There's Carolina Mendes there.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see if the judges call interference. It's a non-issue right now. So we're going to see Nadia right there on your screen with the DHD surfboard. That's been a board that she's been riding throughout the Challenger Series. Camila Kemp on the beach, just having a download after her heat.
A lot of things to digest there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, great effort, but it was really the second, third gear that Nadia Arostabe employed to pull herself out of a deficit into first place and advancing situation. By the way, Camila did get the interference on that final wave. It's a moot point because she didn't have the points to move up anyway, but officially Camila Kemp interference on India Robinson.
And she's still in third, man.
India and Richard Dog Marsh with the download, and Richard saying, Dog saying, get ready for the round of 16.
Yeah.
And you guys get ready, all the viewers, get ready for another heat. After this break, it's going to be Bronte McCauley, Sarah Baum, Tessa Thyssen, Sofia Medina, when we return to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Round of 32, out in the water. Heat number 6 for the women. Bronte McCauley, Sarah Baum, Tessa Thyssen, and Sofia Medina Kuiper, along with Marcos Bokoyuva, to talk you through all of this action. Another important heat when we look at qualification, because Bronte McCauley, she makes the final here. She qualifies. She can qualify sooner than that. She's out there in the red jersey. Sarah Baum, you can see her paddling out right here. The South African, by the way of Newcastle, Australia. Sarah Baum has an opportunity to get into that top 5. A lot of stuff would have to work in her favor. And one thing she needs to do is make it out of this heat. Powerful goofy foot, Marcos.
Oh my God, she can play a spoiler role here right now. Amazing 2 turns combo. Unfortunately, she got caught on the turmoil on the foam over there. Too frosty there.
Yeah, Sarah Baum, you can see that Smith's shape underneath her feet. And we turn our attention. This is Bronte McCauley. This happened during the break.
Yeah, talking about Surf Dynasty, I just ran into in Ericeira with Bronte, Dave, Bronte mom, amazing. How close they surf, how similar they surf. Like Bronte and Dave, same stance, almost same posture and style. Sofia Medina is a regular, Gabriel is a goofy, Charlon is over there.
Medina, speaking of Medina, there's Charlie Medina, Sofia's dad, and giving her some information, some signals from the shoreline.
Yeah, some plane's going to be landing here.
When we talk about right here, Tessa Thyssen. Tessa Thyssen, 26-year-old, representing France by the way of Guadeloupe, the island of Guadeloupe. She was a runner-up here last year at Saquarema.
Same place that brings us the posture and the style of Gatien de la Reine. Amazing place, French Caribbean. Tessa Thyssen is always so quick in reaction, so quick connecting turns, no bubbles there.
All right, well, let's hear from an important heat winner. Nadia Aristabe is with Manu.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Nadia, and it was amazing what she did in the last few minutes of the heat. She found a great wave that took you to the first place. How was that hit for you? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I was pretty lost for the first 20 minutes. I couldn't find any wave. And then I got like the 6 point something. And then I knew I needed another one because Camille already had 2 also. So I got that 4 point something. So I was more relaxed, but still, they can do it in any wave. So I was stressed a little bit.
Great. And you can qualify to the championship tour by winning Saquarema. How are you dealing with this pressure?
Well, I have to win to qualify, and other girls have to do it really bad. So I don't have really much pressure for that. I will go for the win for sure, but I will try my best and hopefully qualify.
Surf and have fun and compete a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, it's fun and I love it here in Saquarema. It's pretty fun, good waves these days, so enjoying every moment here.
Great. Would you send a message for your supporters?
Yeah, muchas gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo. Un beso muy grande y eskerrik asko.
Mucho gusto.
Felicitaciones. Back to you guys.
Yeah, all right. Hey, never say never. Just in 2022, Sophia McCulloch had to win the final event of the Challenger Series to qualify for the championship tour, and that's exactly what she did. So it's not like historically that hasn't happened. It can happen.
If I throw some chakas and shout-outs to Naz, I'm going to throw some chakas to Canada. Beaver Fever. Never say never, man.
Never say never. Tessa Tyson. And Tessa, just in the whitewater, gets a little caught up there. Some cavitation on the fins. And so we saw during that interview, we saw Sarah Baum get a wave. Sophia Medina's got a wave. Tessa Tyson got a wave. So now we're waiting for 3 scores to set the situation. 2.43 checks in for Tessa. Waiting for last wave score of Sarah Baum. Anything over 2.74 will take Baum into the lead.
She's in form. Amazing.
Here's a replay.
She was stalling there, Blinden ring roll style. A little snap, kind of setup snap. That was the money turn. Over the top. Nice wedge there, a little shoulder for the cutty. One more with a little hook, lay back cutty. Nice job.
Yeah. Another view of it right here.
I love the bird view.
Smooth on rail and powerful in her turns.
Yeah, flawless in the flow state. Rail surfing tutorial.
Slow motion to really appreciate this.
Whoa, nice. It's all about timing in Saquarema. Where you're going to place your board, how you're going to function with the reconnection, the cutties.
Did you say Glendon ring roast?
Yeah.
Great reference.
Thank you.
Ringa.
Yeah.
Ringa's my ski driver when I do the water over in Bells every year.
He's amazing.
He's a good, yeah. Hey, he saved me a number of times. He's a couple of rough journeys too.
Shout out, Mike.
All right. Okay, so waiting for the score for Sarah Baum. It looked pretty good on that replay. It looked pretty good on the slow-mo as well. Looks like the best wave surfed so far in this heat. And Baum, it is. A 6.83. She goes to the lead. Here we go. Bronte Macaulay from Gracetown, Western Australia. Beautiful snap there for Macaulay. Oh, and she just finishes up there. Bronte Macaulay from a great pedigree. You talked about her dad, Dave.
Yeah.
Dave, one of the winningest Australians ever in Brazilian competition. He's won 4 events here. 3 in Rio and 1 in Santa Catarina.
Exactly. I saw one of those wins. A W is a W. He was the first Mr. Brazil before Tajborough in the late 90s, early 2000. And talking about Surf Dynasty, check it out, man. The style, the posture, this money turn, snap, all the way. Quick reaction in the end.
And again, we get to really dissect it in the slow motion.
Whoa. Nice hook there. Placing a little floater, super sketchy there.
Sophia Medina got it right.
Let's see. A little quick jam in the closeout. Simone must be watching, so hello, Simone. You know, the family.
Mom. Yeah.
Yeah. Gabriel, if you're tuning in, man, thank you for everything you do for Brazilian surfing, man.
Yeah.
We really appreciate.
Sophia Medina, Maraceas, Simone, mom, Charlie, dad.
Felipe, middle brother.
Yeah, middle brother. Great surfing family. Gabe Medina, of course, we can look back in surfing history as 2014, where Gabe Medina changed the arc of Brazilian surfing, winning that first world title. And I feel, Marcos, in 2014, when Gabe Medina won that first world title, that opened up the door for Brazilian dominance for world championships to follow.
For sure. Almost like a busting out the door, like green and yellow style.
Like completely agree. Here's Tessa, quick up and out there for Tyson.
I was there calling the shots in Portuguese language in WSL, and
For
Pipeline
2014.
was groundbreaking for myself and for the whole entire Brazilian fans.
Yeah. And then to follow him, Adriana da Souza.
ADS, sometimes people mix the cards because of the legacy of Adriana.
Everybody thinks that, like, so many times people make the mistake of thinking that Adriano, it was a 2014 champ, but no, it was Medina first, then Adriano, then Medina.
Yeah, and then Italo.
Then Italo, then Medina, then Felipe. That's the order of water run.
Talking about a kingdom.
Yeah.
Amazing. Warms my heart, man.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we're sideliners, side actors in this script.
Not anymore. Brazil's the guys to beat now. Sarah Baum hooks it off the top there, off the bottom, long bottom turn, has to stall that cutty, and that wave just tapers off behind her on the backhand. This is the weapon for Bronte McCauley with stabs like that. Puts it down. Always dependable on that finishal vert backhand Rio for Bronte McCauley.
Yeah, a lot of claps from different countries there. Saludos to Carlitos Muñoz.
Yeah. Carlos Munoz out in the gallery right now, observing all the conditions. Again, the men are slated to go. The men's round of 32 are slated to go next after.
I love the first snap, but I prefer the stab in the light there.
Yeah. So we'll be waiting for the score for both Sarah Baum and Bronte McCauley. And watch this, Marco, slow motion, the finish.
Talking about DNA of surfing, man, for Dave it would be like overwhelming to watch this.
Yeah, Dave McCauley, a great supportive father. And this surfer right here, just showing his powerful maneuvers. Sarah Baum.
She find the break there. She put her name on the break there.
Yeah, unfortunate that wave just kind of dissipated, so didn't offer any opportunity on the inside. But Sarah's in first, Bronte's in second. That situation can change, but both surfers are going to remain in the top two. Waiting for score for Bronte McCauley. A 4.2 will take McCauley into the lead. We're still waiting for that score to see if Bronte takes the lead. There's the two leaders right now in this four surfer heat on your screen.
Yeah, and it's a 75% goofy affair there. The only regular stance is Sofia. She still have to improve the backup because she have like a 483, so it's a nice backup, and she got to have like the eye on the prize, maybe a 8.
Sofia Medina does have priority right now. Charlie on the beach with the signals, telling her
Maestro.
hold, wait. Tessa on the backhand, needs to surf her way into the top two. She's currently in third. And the news is for Tessa, she needs a 6.89 on this effort, and this wave not cooperating on the inside, she's going to fall short of that. Sofia Medina finding a corner, and this wave coming to the inside with a little bit of difficulty, but is able to finish with that snap, looks towards the beach. Charlie likes it. We'll see what the score comes through for both Medina and Tyson.
She had the whole IQ of Gabriel. It's amazing.
Last score for Bronte McCauley that we were waiting for came in at a 7.2, so the situation has changed. Bronte McCauley went to first. Sarah Baum is holding priority in the second place position. We're waiting for scores for both Tyson as well as Medina.
Talking about precision, Kaipo, the backhand attack and two turns combo for Bronte was on point.
What about these powerful turns? Sarah Baum exploding into that final maneuver and comes through no problem for the South African. 7.22 will take her to the lead.
She's reading the bank so good. She have her name already on that section, on that shoulder. I like the last two bombs there, kind of squared up like 12 o'clock.
Yeah, Sarah's just a really, really strong surfer, and it's evident in this replay.
I like the snap, putting her in place in the pocket there. Another bomb, off the top bomb. Another one kind of squared up in the end, like super late.
Watch this.
Whoa, on rail.
That's
man.
leverage on rail.
Whoa, pure leverage, man.
And then, long bottom turn to eye up and target that lip. That was aggressive surfing, Marco.
Eye on the prize right there. Look at the bomb, like super coming late and landing. 3-turn combo. She's right there with Bronte. They are the leaders of this pack right now.
Yeah. Take a look at Sofia Medina.
Nice snap. Nice timing. The second one kind of bogged there, the rail. The third one, she milked all the way, but it's such a small wave. But the talent's all there.
Yeah, that wave got real difficult towards the end, but she was able to close it out and finish on her feet.
Some points for Cabianca. No, she's surfing with sharp eye, man.
Ooh.
Nice snap, but she kind of bogged the inside rail there.
Yeah. I agree. So we're waiting for Sofia's score. We're waiting for Sarah's score. We're halfway through the heat, 14 minutes and 58 seconds on the countdown. More waves coming through. The consistency is hanging through with this incoming tide and this push.
The machine is on, Kaipo.
Machine's on, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Natural machine from the ocean.
So we're still waiting for those scores. Lots of waves coming through here. We'll see if we have any takers. Long wall here. This wave, pretty walled, hits the sandbank straight on.
It's kind of cool, the bird eye view. You can see the banks. You can understand there's more water on the left.
Charlie and Simone on the beach.
I thought it was Simone kind of praying there.
Yeah, well, I know, there's Carlos Munoz. I know back in Gabe's day, as he was on his way to a world title, Simone would be on the beach praying, a lot of times listening on her headphones to praise music, to prayer music, to praise music, influential, spiritual music, and just praying for Gabe. I'm sure she's doing the same thing for her daughter right now. Believing in that prayer and that energy is something that will help out.
Yeah, we have a lot of faith here in Brazil.
Here we go. Sarah Baum, 7.83, and she drops a big score. Sarah Baum goes to lead. Bronte McCauley in second, but between the top two, 14.66, 14.04. Medina and Tyson, they need giant scores if they want to surf their way out of the heat. Medina needs a 9.21. Tyson needs a 9.97. So the two top-ranked surfers in this heat show why they're the top-ranked surfers. They're both with great scores in their scoreline.
For sure, but the good news for Sofia and Tyson, it's no combination so far.
Not combination as
they still have mathematic chances.
Yes. Both need in the 9 range.
Yeah.
Tyson takes off on this one. Needs something miraculous.
Whoa.
High line. Nice carve.
I love it.
May improve upon her scoreline. It's not going to be the 9.97 that she needs, but she could chip away at it. With 12 minutes and 40 seconds, Marcos, she does have time to get her need in 2 waves.
And look at the size of the wave, Kaipo. I think with the tide filling up with more water, as I told you before, there's coming more power, more water.
Yeah. Tide push, evidently helping right now at Itaúna. 12 minutes, 15 seconds. Tessa on the paddle back out.
Itaúna is an indigenous name, and like Niterói, close from here, Itacoatiara is a boogie board, super staple, break in Niterói. There's a lot of indigenous names here. Itaúna is one of traditional indigenous names from Brazil.
Here we go. Sarah Baum. She's putting on the show right now. The show continues after this break. We'll be back with more action from Saquarema.
Saiu aqui a nota da camiseta branca, última onda da Costa Rica, 6:20, last of white, 6.2. But now white is leading at 7.84 to be second. So green taking the 4th position with 9.21. 11 minutes remaining.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Natura Kayak, feeling the power of freshness, by Vivo, official sponsor of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Welcome back to Itaúna Beach, the site of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. And it's been Sarah Baum in this heat who's been explosive in her approach. The South African with a 7.83 and a 6.83 is currently in the lead above Bronte McCauley, Tessa Tyson, and Sofia Medina. I'm Kai Pagura, along with Marcos Bokuyuva, talking you through all of today's action, and we've had some great action so far, third day of competition.
So far, so good. Epic like yesterday.
Yeah, the waves have cleaned up. The conditions have been great. The swell's been sticking around. When we look at our forecast, Marcos, things looking bright in the future as well.
For sure, a lot of consistency. That's why we call here Staples Center of Brazilian scene, Wembley Arena. This is the Maracanã, man. It's so about consistency. This is Saquarema, man.
Yeah, really consistent. On the screen there is Sarah Baum, 29 years old, representing South Africa. You can see in the event's top scores for the women, she's sitting tied in the number 2 spot with a 7.83 for her effort. Sarah Baum made quarterfinals this year, both at Snapper and Bolito in the Challenger Series. She's sitting at number 10 on the rankings. And there is the South African crew that are rooting on Sarah Baum, all sticking together. Remember, it's an international field here. 7 regions on the World Surf League represented on this Challenger Series.
Amazing to see so many flags and countries all tied up there in the Área de Atletas Banco do Brasil. It's amazing how far surf come from the underground scene to the Olympic Games, the Olympic protocol. And back in the day in the 70s, was almost forbidden to surf in Brazil. Rico was almost locked.
But when we talk about the history of surfing, we have some hot centers for surfing in the history. And we talk about the 70s. We have Hawaii, California, Australia, Brazil, and Peru.
For sure.
That was pretty much it. We may have some fringe guys in South Africa in the 70s. Starting the scene there. But that was pretty much the surf world. Now, anywhere a wave breaks, we got a surf scene.
You can be in the river of Germany. You can be in a surf pool, whatever, in China.
China's developing.
For sure, man.
Korea's developing. Watch out. They got.
How about Japan?
Japan, they got a new generation of rippers coming out of the land of the rising sun.
Oh, there was a leftover situation for Tessa Tyson.
Yeah, Tessa just maybe the nerves getting to her or something. I don't know what happened, but wasn't able to get to her feet. But this wave, Marcos, it's not an easy wave to surf. Sometimes these higher tide conditions, you get a lot of bounce and reverb and warble out there.
Yeah, for sure. There's the backwash thing going on for sure. Any type of tide there, and there is I think that for me it's key. It's kind of speed. Managed speed is kind of hard because it's always punchy. Can be like waist height, gonna be punchy. Yep. And sometimes the lines, angle-wise, are kind of fat, and you gotta manage like fading all the time, fading in, fading out.
Right. You don't want to outrun the wave because the wave will push you down the line really fast.
That's it.
And you don't want the wave to outrun you.
Woo, a little pop-up there.
That's Sofia Medina.
She was always almost throwing like a pop shove it.
Trying a little backside air there for.
She's training. She loves skateboarding. Gabriel also, but as a professional surfer, they don't train so much.
Yeah, Sofia Medina, just 18 years old. She's got a bright future. I mean, this is just the beginning of her professional surfing career.
For sure.
Up and out there by our heat leader, Sarah Baum. That hands over priority to Bronte McCauley. Bronte McCauley in the red jersey. McCauley, a 7.4, will take her into the lead. These 4 surfer heats, though, winning the heat is really not that important because top 2 advances, as long as you're in the top 2. Let's check out our heat recap. Sarah Baum showing some strong surfing, Marcos.
I love how power she's managed the power of the wave so cool. She find her place, timing the turns. She find her banks there. Gonna name a banks here called Sarah Baum.
Strong rail surfing on that Smith shape. The DHD under Bronte McCauley's feet looks really good. Look at this finish.
How about two-turn combos there? And how about the surf dynasty, the surf DNA of Bronte? Amazing.
7.83 for Baum. This is the wave that took her to the lead.
One of the best scores of the contest so far. 2 bombs from Baum.
Explosive again in her surfing. Following the flock of birds as they fly around, and we fly into the contest zone right here. This side of the beach, the Itaúna side of Saquarema, and straight over our 4 competitors. On your screen are all the waves written, all the scores. Highlighted are the top 2 scores for each of the surfers.
And we have, further down south, you have a few, secret slab. I'm not going to put.
You're not going to say them?
No, I'm not going to throw names, but there's some slabs for the charges here. That's why we have Chianca brothers here. The DNA of power in Saquarema, it's amazing. Shout out to the brothers Masu and Marcos Monteiros, 2 OGs from the heavy water scene here in Saquarema.
And another inspiring surfer, as we see Sofia Medina paddling, and she needs 9.2 from this region, Haoni.
Oh, Haoni's an OG, man. I have an anecdote from Haoni. Back in the day when you were in the Ripco protocol, Ripco team, Mick Fanning, 3-time world champion, used to call Haoni the boss.
Yeah.
That means something, man.
I still think he's the boss.
He's the boss. Shout out Haoni.
Tessa, she needs a 7.84 right there. We see her on the screen. She's got second priority. She's got 3.5 minutes, so it's still really within reach for the surfer representing France.
And Haoni is an original local from Saquarema because Leo Neves, he was born in the inner city of downtown Rio called Brasipina neighborhood. Kind of tough neighborhood, and he moved himself to train here in Saquarema. He's a DOPS, local. And Haoni and Jacaré Ronaldo, his father, they are original locals here.
Sofia Medina, she needs a big number, and Bronte McCauley uses priority, and probably not going to improve upon her scoreline. Uses priority, took a look at it, got to her feet. We'll see how the numbers play out for McCauley, Tyson, Medina. All road waves, all need scores. Quick up and out for Bronte, so she's on the paddle back out. It's not going to change the situation for her. She remain in second. Take a look here. This was a quick just up and out.
Yeah, she was trying for clicking a bomb there with kind of a miss error in the selection there.
Sofia Medina.
Nice shoulder for Sofia. A little snap. The shoulder fizzle a little bit. One more with a more precision up there in the third turn combo.
And then Tessa here.
How about the left wedgie there, Kaipo? Such a cool wave to compete.
Well, yeah, Tessa needs a 7.84, so two-turn combo on that. And look at the paddle battle between all 3 surfers to get back out to the takeoff zone and score priority in the final 2 minutes. Sofia Medina in that green jersey is motoring neck to neck with Bronte McCauley. Let's call this like a horse race. Let's go.
And it's a surf dynasty horse race.
It's a dynasty with both of them, both big surfing names. McCauley against Medina. Medina and McCauley neck and neck, nose to nose, paddling back out there. Medina's been building upon that lead, and they both hit the sandbank, the takeoff zones at the similar time. Medina does get priority over Bronte McCauley, so great effort from the teenager to get another chance with second priority.
That was a tough one to call, man.
Charlie on the beach, Dad giving her a signal.
Yeah,
down to 1 minute, 15 seconds. And Sofia needs a 9.21, though. That's a big number. Meanwhile, while no one's paying attention, Tessa sneaks this little right-hander. Let's see if she gets the finish here. And she does.
Whoa. I like how she placed this turn there.
That was an inside wave, so that's going to hamper the scoring ability on that wave. Tessa needing a 7.84. Let's take a look at it here.
Those are the double up that comes along with the high timing. You got to reassess, regain, surf in the pocket. Look at the angle, how she placed the snap.
Interesting play. She did get this finish in a difficult, ribbed-out shore break section.
I saw some Louis Egan DNA there. I know she's a French lady from the Caribbean.
Replay of Sofia, and Rails got sticky on that first turn, Marcos.
Oh, yeah, but losing the second one. She gained, like, you know, hours experience. She's pushing her own level here, competing with Bronny, with Sarah.
So waiting for scores for both Tessa and Sophia. Sophia on her way in right now. She needed a 9.21. Sarah Baum looking strong. One of the strongest performances we've seen today. The Goofy Foot, living in Australia, representing South Africa, put on a great show. Tessa Tyson, you see her right there. Last year's runner-up. Can she survive this round? Waiting for still the number for last of Tyson.
Things can get dramatic here. Joe Strummer, shout out, Death and Glory here. The Clash.
And Bronte McCauley currently in second in advancing position, second generation pro surfer, and a chance to re-qualify for the championship tour, which McCauley's already been on. It depends upon this last score for Tessa Tyson. Does she get the number? She's awaiting the news from our on-site commentators. Split screen here. McCauley currently in second, Tyson in third. Who's going to move on into the round of 16? We're waiting for those numbers to come through. Could it be a buzzer beater? First judge says yes. Oh, here it comes down to the line. 7.84 is what she needs. Looks like she's going to get it. 7.93, it's enough. And Bronte McCauley, heartbreak, is eliminated from competition after dominating through this heat. Tessa Tyson gets that score, gets the score under priority in the final 2 minutes of this heat. She moves on into the round of 16 along with Sarah Baum. Wow.
Goosebumps all over this booth here right now, man.
Wow is what I'm saying right now, and I hope you're entertained by what you're seeing right now. We've had buzzer beater finishes, a clutch performance from the French surfer here. Tyson on to the round of 16 along with Sarah Baum. What a great show. The show continues after this break. More of the women's round of 32. Mitchell Salazar, Maida Pops, they'll come in here to talk you through all the action.
The people of Saquarema are incredible. And they're on the beach, they're watching, they're supporting. It's thousands and thousands of people screaming. More than listening to the crowd, it's the feeling that this is my time now. I'm home. I've been so successful in Saquarema. Being around people that you love, it translates to my surfing. All that passion is just, it's really special. It's beautiful. My country's here supporting me. They got my back. Puts me in a state of mind that I'm free. Saquarema faz eu me sentir em casa.
Felipe Toledo winning back-to-back World Championships in 2022 and 2023. You can watch all of that and more on WorldSurfLeague.com. Round of 32, Heat 7 for the women out there now. Luana Silva coming off of runner-up finish at Ericeira, number 6 in the rankings out there in the red. Teresa Bonvalo from Portugal in the blue. Amuro Suzuki in the white from Japan, and Tainá Hinkle, one of the local surfers out of the beautiful country of Brazil, out there in the green. Mitch and Maida back in the booth for you for the last two heats of the round of 32 for the women. And there's a scenario for Luana Silva, born and raised on Oahu, representing Brazil. She qualifies with an event win here, Maida, and she would be looking for the biggest win of her career so far if she's able to take it out here in Saquarema.
Yeah, she's our Brazilian hopes on this Challenger Series right now. We really want to see her on the championship tour. She has been building some momentum. She was 5th in the U.S. Open and also 2nd in Ericeira. So we're looking forward to see what she has to put here. But this is Tainá Hinkle up and riding.
And she's actually been able to compete in some huge events outside of Brazil, too. There was an invitational event at the Surf Ranch a few years ago, I believe in 2018, where she was part of Team Brazil. And speaking of international surfers, that is Teresa Bonvalo. Just a quick one for her to open up her account. And outside, as we were mentioning, Silva, you know, she's one of the hopefuls for Brazil. Amuro Suzuki with a strong outside maneuver there. The Japanese surfer will ride out of that one cleanly. 25 minutes on the clock, and she is a bronze medalist from Kanagawa, Japan. Shonan, the beach of, you know, where she's grown up surfing for the most part, but ending up with the bronze medal over there at Miyazaki, where they ran the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. Great surfer, has some CT competition experience too, Maida.
Yeah, and yesterday she surfed pretty well here at Itaúna. Look this hammer right there, Mage. So strong.
That's commitment right there. Big section, steep and deep, and Suzuki was able to get just the one. And then a fall here from Bonvalo on her opener, Maida.
Yeah, Teresa Bonvalo from Portugal, but this is the replay for Tainá Hinkle. Tainá she's pretty young. She's like, I think she's 19 right now or 20, but she has a lot of experience on some championship tour. Actually, she ran here in 2019, the championship tour here in Saquarema. She got 9th. So a young Brazilian, but with quite an experience on the big leagues.
That is for sure. 24 minutes on the clock. Hinkle opens up with a 5.5. It's the best of the heat so far. Great performance last year at this event for Sarah Baum. She has another great performance in the last heat. She's downstairs with Manu.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Sarah, and what an amazing score, 14.66, and was a very competitive hit. How was it for you? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the waves were firing, so I was kind of just trying to not get too excited. I love going left, so yeah, I just wanted to give myself a few opportunities. These girls surf so well, so yeah, like you saw Tessa get the score in the last couple of minutes there, so you can never really count out anyone, and yeah, I'm so stoked to get through.
Great, and talking about opportunity, you have a good opportunity here in Saquarema. What are your goals for here?
I'm kind of just like, obviously qualification is a really long way away. I have a lot of personal goals that I want to just tick off, and yeah, just make sure that I give myself opportunities and showcase my best surfing, and yeah, hopefully we get some waves. I think the whole week we'll have some really good waves, so yeah, I just really want to have fun and enjoy myself here.
Perfect. Well, send some love for your supporters.
Yeah, in Australia it's probably like 12 at night, so yeah, thanks to everyone for getting up, and to all my fans, friends and family in South Africa, love you guys, and thanks for staying up to watch, and yeah, let's bring it home.
Everybody cheering all over the world. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu, and big congratulations to Sarah moving through into the round of 16. Loves to go left whenever she can. Comes from predominantly a land of rights in South Africa. Now resides for the majority of the year in Australia. There's a big score, though, dropping for Amuro Suzuki. 8.0, the best of the heat so far, and one of the few excellent scores we've seen on day 3 of competition, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. It was a single maneuver wave, but pretty strong, pretty committed. It was amazing to see how she could stand up on her feet after a so solid and strong section of the wave.
Yeah, she's got some strong legs, and that Xanadu surfboard that's underneath her feet looks great. You know, we've talked about the experience that she's had, the QS Challenger Series level. She's also been a, finalist over at the World Junior Championships before. But what I've always been interested in is, the amount of heats that she's always had preparing for the CT, but she's never been able to qualify, even though she's been close a few times. In 2021, competed over at the Australian leg on the Championship Tour, as an event at the Surf Ranch underneath her belt too, but she hasn't been considered a full-time CT surfer yet, Maida.
Yeah, she did in 2021. She went to the Rottnest Island, and she got 5th there. So she's a very good surfer, but unfortunately she couldn't manage to get in the Championship Tour yet. But as she's surfing today and this whole event, she can get her chance soon.
When she's gaining momentum, that's for sure. A single maneuver wave and gets an 8.0. There's Silva now on the backhand. You mentioned her being one of the hopefuls to re-qualify for the Championship Tour. Still very young, late teens. With 20 and a half on the clock, she's probably going to have a lot more opportunities right now to regain her position in the top 2 in this heat. Originally from Sunset Beach over there on the Oahu, both of her parents are Brazilian and representing Brazil now. Second score comes through as a 3.67, so her personal best. But for Brazil, having at least one representative on tour is massive. You have the former runner-up to the world championship, Tati Weston-Webb. You want to get Luana back, though, and if you can have a third surfer as well, that would be huge for this country to develop more of a women's surfing movement overall.
Yeah, it's true, Mitchell. We are really looking forward to have many Brazilian girls there, just as the same we have in men's surfing. We are kind of building all these new talents here in Brazil. We have few girls that are potentially very good to be in that, like Tainá Hinkel here. But this is Amuro Suzuki, surfing up and riding. Just an in and out for her. Unfortunately, this wave didn't offer much. And right now, Tainá Hinkel, actually, Amuro Suzuki is in the lead, but Tainá Hinkel is in the second position with a 5.5 wave and also a 2.67 with priority. For now, she is advancing in this heat, but still 19 minutes remaining.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of time. The backup scores have been crucial in the first 6 heats, 7 including this one, of day 3 of competition for the round of 32 for the women. But as we saw in the last heat, it came down to the last exchange. Tessa Thyssen was able to overcome Bronte Macaulay with a buzzer beater score, 7.93, that moved her up into second place. And that really hurts Bronte's chances of qualifying for the Championship Tour for 2024. And speaking of it, big upsets. Both Teresa Bonvalot and Luana Silva have high expectations to be there with the elite of women's surfing on the CT. 18:20 on the clock. Suzuki and Hinkel want to make it through into the round of 16, though. Here's Teresa, the Portuguese princess, has been a staple on the Challenger Series and the QS for many years. Won a Challenger Series event last year over in Sydney, and looking for her first win in 2023. So is within striking distance. Even if you don't make 1 to 5 and qualify for the Championship Tour, as we see the surfer from Cascais, Portugal, you still want to at least finish 6 to 10. Because if you do finish number 6 to 10 on the women's side, you automatically requalify for the Challenger Series for 2024, Maida.
Of course, Mitch, this is such a huge step on the way for them, because otherwise they're going to go to the QS to get their spot on the Challenger Series, to have another shot, another chance to qualify for the Championship Tour. And Teresa Bonvalot last year here, she got pretty close to qualify actually for the championship tour. Unfortunately, she didn't, but she had some chances on the championship tour as well. She went to Pipeline, she surfed there, she got a 9th, and also in Portugal. So she has some experience, and she has all the tools to make it through.
Yeah, she was one spot away from qualifying last year, and she was actually the first person to qualify through the Challenger Series to not have to do the regional events anymore. But as the fierce competitor that she is, she still loves competing on the regional QS. Both her and Kika Veselko have been pretty dominant when it comes to the region over there in Europe. But Portugal, they have a very successful local tour as well, just like Japan does. A lot of people decide to stay right there in that beautiful European country because they feel that there's no need for them to explore outside events. They just feel like they're staying at home, surfing good waves, and obviously it's profitable too for them.
Yeah, sure. In Portugal, it's an amazing country for surfing. A lot of good quality waves and beautiful place. Here in Brazil, we used to have as well a very strong Brazilian championship. And yeah, some people, they just choose to do this. So stay in their own country, competing. But we think it's better to see them.
Well, I mean, you want to be able to compare yourself to the very best surfers in the world. There's one thing surfing against people you see on a regular basis. It's a huge thing to be able to compare yourself against people that have been world champions, qualifying series champions, Challenger Series champions, and overall, you can't say you're the best in the world if you're only competing within your region too.
Yeah, for sure. They have to put themselves in this position, like competing to this high level, in this high level. So, I mean, that's the point, Mitch.
Exactly.
You got to prove yourself there.
If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and the Amuro Suzuki knows that. Drops an 8.0 for a single maneuver turn on the outside. A lot more action to come from Saquarema. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro. Qualification for the championship tour on the line for both the men and the women on day 3 of competition. And here are the scenarios for the women for 2024 CT qualification. Alyssa Spencer, Isabella Nichols, they need to qualify. They need to make the finals, to officially qualify for the championship tour. Bronte McCauley has actually been mathematically eliminated from CT qualification, so no longer in contention. She sits outside of the top 5 at number 7. Luana Silva in the water will qualify with a win. Sally Fitzgibbons already officially qualified herself over in Ediseta, and with a 5th place finish or better, India Robinson and Sori Limblad still have a chance to qualify here in Saquarema. And Sori Limblad about to hit the water here with 12:30 on the clock in Heat 7. Luana Silva in 3rd place. She needs to make the final to guarantee her spot on the CT Tour for 2024. Needs a 4.51 or better for second place. Taina Hinkle and Amuro Suzuki making things hard for her at the moment. Meanwhile, Teresa Bomalo, who still has an outside shot of qualifying in the fourth place. She's in blue, needs a 6.17 to move up into second place right now. Seems like Silva having a look. She's up and riding. Draws off of the bottom. Strong opening turn right there on the forehand. Surfer representing Brazil. Raised over on Oahu, though, right at Sunset Beach. Has a lot of experience in heavy water waves. With 11:45 to go, Maida looks like tide could be turning in the favor of Luana Silva with this last wave. Here's Teresa now with the answer. Strong opening turn right there on the forehand. Just barely loses the board to the offshore wind right there. Seemed like she got a little too high for the section. 11:30 on the clock. Good exchange right there, specifically for Silva.
Yeah, very good exchange here. Actually, we have 11 minutes left and still a very open heat right now. But this effort for Teresa Bombalo, the first movement was really nice. Unfortunately, she couldn't pull the second one, but the wave for Luana Silva looked pretty great. This one is still the Teresa Bombalo one. Look, the second movement right there would be awesome if she could pull out then. Look, unfortunately, she lost her feet.
Yeah, maybe a bit too strong for how the section was. What about Lulu's wave on the right?
Nice quick turn right there. A strongest one. The third one was nice, the cut back. She went all the way through, looking for some room there. Didn't find, but the damage was already done.
Yeah, just laying that sharp eye surfboard on rail. And one of the stronger surfers in the draw. Coming from Sunset Beach over on Oahu, but representing Brazil. And then Taina Hinkle was also able to get a wave on the backhand here. So her previous ride, a 5.5, looking to improve on a 2.67. That should help. We talked about the amount of experience that she has at both the QS and Challenger Series level. Looks very mature for a young age.
Yeah, she serves pretty well on her backhand, you know. And this year, she won here the Saquarema Surf Festival. So she knows a lot this wave here in Itaúna. She knows how to compete, a very competitive girl. She's young, but she has the right mindset for competing. Yeah, a very strong contender on this heat.
And I look at the previous winners for the women at the Challenger, at the CT level, excuse me, as we see the crew there for Luana Silva, Leandro Dora, one of the premier coaches in the world, working with Luana for the Challenger Series season. She will get to the CT. Still going to be working with him for 2024. But the wins by country, Australia has been dominant at the CT level here in Rio. Only one win for a Brazilian surfer at the CT level. That was in 1999 with Andrea Lopes. At the CS level, we've only seen one champion. That was Alyssa Spencer in 2022. But out of the 3 QS events that we've had in the last 3 years, only one of them has been a non-Brazilian. And that was Daniela Rosas in 2022. In 21, we had Sofia Medina on the podium. And Taina Hinkle, as you mentioned, was a champion earlier this year. Score comes in for Hinkle. It's a 6.33. Her best of the heat so far. In the lead now, Suzuki down to second. There's a score, Maida, her best. And you just mentioned she's a fierce competitor, loves to win, hates to lose.
It's true. You know what, Mitch? You were talking about all this Australian dominance here. When we talk to the boys that compete here in Brazil, they always say that it's almost the tough championship for them because the pressure here is so high with all the crowd and all the media thing. So probably we used to have like Silvana Lima on the championship tour by herself for many years. So for sure she got a lot of pressure here with all this media thing and all the appointments that they have. They keep saying that, you know. So Australia did a great job here in Brazil for many years. And this is Luana Silva.
Doing a good job on this one is Lulu. The previous score came in as a 4.5. It wasn't enough. She loves this one, though, and has ripped this wave to pieces. She's still going, fits in one more. And double claim on that one, well deserved for Lulu. Only needed a 4-1-4 to move up into second place. Just over 7 minutes to go. You mentioned the presence that she has in the lineup. She's a very young surfer, comes from one of the most radical places on the world when it comes to surfing overall. The North Shore of Oahu represents Brazil. And being here in Saquarema, probably a huge treat for her, on the cusp of re-qualifying for the CT. This lady, though, is the heat leader. And that is Taina Hinkle dealing with the backwash well. And just as I say that, comes out of the backwash and just gets blown away by the lip line. Seems like she actually might have even lost her board. Nope, right there next to her. So 6.5 on the clock. Things are intensifying for both Silva and Bonvalo. They both need to make this heat to keep their dreams alive of qualifying. Hinkle, though, doing well on the back end, Maida.
Yeah, Hinkle is actually getting a hard time on them. And this backwash there killed her. She couldn't manage to land. I was thinking she would, but she didn't. Surfing pretty strong on her backhand, actually, giving a hard time for both Teresa Bonvalo and Luana Silva. Also, Amuro Suzuki is in second place with an 8-point ride, looking for a backup score, but this was Luana Silva. I really love that wave, Mitch. Very nice combination of movements, a lot of water being sprayed right there. Look how hard she hit, and then she claimed, but the wave offered much for her. She kept rolling, and yeah, this was awesome.
Seems like it's going to be a strong score for her. You know, the way she uses her rails to her advantage, very impressive, really engages those as much as she can, but I think it's just really the commitment that she brings to a lot of these sections. So I had the one claim right there and still saw that there was some more down the line and fit in 2 more turns at some good stuff. Criteria, you don't necessarily count the number of maneuvers, the quality of them. Luckily for her, there was a large amount of quantity and a lot of quality in them too. The score's in, and it's a 7.83. 2 8.5s in there too, Maida. So a couple of judges really appreciating this last wave of Silva.
Yeah, so did I. It was awesome the way how she could connect every single movement right there. 7.83 for her, very important score. She moved way up to the leadership of this heat, right, followed by Taina Hinkle, but we still have 2 waves to get the score.
4.5 on the clock. Huge, huge moment right now for Luana Silva. Takes the lead in this heat with a 7.83 on her last, her backup score of 4.5. Hinkle in second. The 2 Brazilian surfers are 1 and 2 at the moment. And the surfer on screen in blue with priority, Teresa Bonvalo, around 4 minutes away of being eliminated and just crushing her dreams of potentially qualifying for the first time ever to the Championship Tour in 2024. She needs a 9.13, would have to be one of the highest scores of the event so far. There's Silva asking for the situation. Her partner, Joao Chianca, her coach, Leandro Dora, on the beach supporting her. And a huge moment right now as she drops the highest score, the second highest score of the heat, and her personal best, a 7.83. Suzuki in third. Does not need much to move up into second place. Just a 3.83 and still has the single highest wave score of the heat, an 8.0 with just a single turn on a big set wave on the outside. Priority with Bonvalo. Fortunately for her, it just seems like she's been out of position for the majority of the best waves of this heat so far. Only a pair of 2s in her scoreline. And here Silva somehow was able to make it back out and recover priority on the left now. This is huge. Couple of strong turns right there on the backhand. Really digs into that rail. Looking to improve on the 4.5. Her camp likes it. 2:45 on the clock now, Maida. Big moment, but more than anything, crucial moment for Luana Silva.
Yeah, she's looking pretty confident right there. She has all the crew cheering for her on the beach. And look, very precise right there. The second movement was stronger, splashed a lot of water. I'm not pretty sure if she's going to throw this on the board, but, I mean, she's surfing pretty well, making her confident for the rest of the event if she advances in this heat right now. But Amuro Suzuki is the one that is requiring at 3.83 to get the second position of this heat.
Well, it seems like that wave right there could potentially get the job done. 2 minutes to go. Bonvalo in fourth with priority as we wait for the score of Suzuki and Silva. Seems like Teresa going to use priority on this one. We're going to stick with Amuro, though, on the right. Bully section ahead. Draws the layback out, and not much on offer on that one with 1 minute and 40 on the clock. It was a split peak scenario right there. So 90 seconds. Hinkle with priority now. Her low score is a 5.5. The previous of Suzuki, not enough, a 3.67. And still waiting on the last of Luana Silva. So here's the replay of Teresa Bonvalo. Huge moment right here. Had the one wrap, softer section for Bonvalo. And unfortunately for her, not able to finish the last one. This came in as a 2.43, not enough for Suzuki, Maeda.
Yeah, unfortunately this wave didn't offer much for her. The first turn was nice, splashed a lot of water, but yeah, she couldn't have opportunities to pull in another one, so it wasn't enough for her. She's in third position right now, and with 45 seconds left, she's in a tough position.
Last two waves of Suzuki have not been enough. A 3.67 and a 2.43 respectively. Having a look at that one right there on the inside. 30 seconds to go. Bonvalo on the verge of being eliminated from competition and from qualification for the championship tour. Hinkle with priority. She's playing a lot of defense. You can see her right there. She's hovering close to Suzuki. Suzuki does not need a big score, and Bonvalo needs a near 9-point ride. And this heat is done and dusted. It's the two Brazilian surfers in red and green moving through, but more importantly, Luana Silva, off of a huge performance at Ediceda where she made the final, was a runner-up over there to Alyssa Spencer, keeps the dream alive of requalifying for the championship tour for 2024. There's the results of the heat. Lulu moving through in first, Hinkle in second. Suzuki bows out of the event with the highest wave of the heat. And unfortunately for Teresa Bonvalo, this is the end of the road for her in 2023. Another massive heat coming up, a lot on the line. Story Limlod, number 3 in the rankings, about to hit the water. Joao Chianca likes the performance that he saw from Luana Silva, though. Waves are pumping. A lot of drama out there in the water as people are trying to qualify for the CT. Dreams being crushed, but some being elevated. Round of 32 continues here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona, this is living, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
Silva getting it done in her home nation, representing Brazil, and she is looking to requalify for the Championship Tour for 2024, keeping the dream alive with a huge heat win in the last one, a 12.86 heat total, being greeted right there by her crew and team, her partner Joao Chianca, a local boy, her coach Leandro Dora from the southern part of this beautiful country of Brazil, and she is just elated with emotion as she exits the water after a grueling heat and a must-win scenario for her to keep the dream alive. Mitch and Maida here for heat number 8 now in the water out there, number 3 in the rankings coming into the last Challenger Series event of the year. Sawyer Lindblad in red. Zali Kali, number 14 from Australia, is in the blue. Aaron Brooks, the Canadian phenom, is out there in the white jersey, and the 18-year-old from Peru, Arena Rodriguez Vargas, is in the green. Seems like we have a paddle here from Sawyer, and it's going to be the surfer from San Clemente, California, up and riding on the left. Just the one turn, but a strong one. It's going to be a good opening score for the surfer from the United States. Meanwhile, Zali Kelly opened up with a 5.83. That is also a strong start. And you can see right there the scenario for the surfer from the U.S. She'll qualify with the 5th place finish here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, Maida.
Yeah, very important hit for her right now. And this last wave for her was awesome. We just saw Amura Suzuki catching a single maneuver wave and getting an 8-point there. So this could be a very solid score for her.
Yeah, and Sawyer comes from a family of surfers. Her father, Mark, traveling here with her. Older brother, Taj, also a member of not only the regional QS, but surfed a couple of Challenger Series earlier this year. As here's the opener of Zali Kelly, the one setup turn, and she is good on both the backhand and the forehand. Still a junior surfer, by the way, Maida. She competed over there at Seaside for the World Junior Championships in January. Here's Arena, the lone Peruvian out there in the water. Only 18 years of age, just barely turned them too. And she's been a standout here at the QS level. She's won an event in Brazil before, and she is looking to do one better here to look for her first Challenger Series win in Saquarema as well.
Yeah, she won last month in Maresias. I was there, and she was surfing pretty amazing. She said that she really loves Brazil, and also she won another QS event in Playa Grande in Argentina, and she was second in Galapagos. So she's doing great on the QS levels and trying to prove herself here on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, the Galapagos event kind of threw me off a little bit. I was like, wow, is an event even allowed there? And next thing you know, Miguel Tudela, all the boys were heading over there, Alonso Correa. We're like, dude, you need to check these waves out over here. The South American region's so rich with a lot of different QS events, specifically here in Saquarema. Arena knows all about that. She's won an event in Maresias, as you mentioned. She's done extremely well, though, at the Saquarema Surf Festival, the regional QS event here at the same beach that we're at right now. As we look at Aaron Brooks, sorry, Maida. Just a quick one right there for the Canadian. She is a phenom. She is quick. She is precise and has an incredible air game. Born in Texas, raised in Hawaii for the majority of her life. Represents Canada, though, very proudly, and looking to increase her positioning on the CS rankings for 2023.
Yeah, look how stylish was this first turn right there. And the second one, quick and strong, precise, very good looking wave for her.
Wow, I see the replay here, and I'm thinking to myself, this kid's going to go a long way. We've seen her do some incredible things and some wave pools, doing it in the ocean too. She is just so fast, so precise, and attacks these sections like there is no tomorrow. You know, we have to remind ourselves, she's still 15, 16 years old. Has a lot more to give, and the score's through. It's a 7.33 for Aaron Brooks, straight to the lead with that wave right there.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, like, a 16 years old lady with all this confidence, Like Caitlin Simmers, we saw her surfing here and she won the event on the championship tour. These girls are young and very confident and they surf pretty well. And that was what I was mentioning. Those waves, those girls are really inspiring the new generation here in Brazil, Mitch.
There's a score, Maeda. 3.75s thrown out there for Brooks. Smaller wave. She absolutely demolished it. Just the 2 turns, but that was enough for a 7.33. Here's Rodriguez Vargas now. And Arena doing well right there on the backhand to get what seems like her best score so far. 22 minutes on the clock. Priority with the highest seeded surfer in the heat, Soria Lindblad. She opened up with a 4.67. And if Lindblad is eliminated from this heat, that means that India Robinson will automatically qualify for the championship tour. Here's the last of Arena.
Nice setup turn right there. The second was better than the first one. Not so strong, but a very good looking wave. And this is Zali Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly right there with just the one and done on the backhand too. She opened up with a 5.83. 21 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time. It seems like Brooks might be in position for another wave. She's looking at a great looking left here. And up and riding again. A lot of drive off at the bottom right there. Quick turn to the lip line. Makes it around it. Setup snap in the pocket. And once again, just an aggressive attack by the Canadian surfer. Already opened up with a 7.33. She is so fast going down the line at incredible speeds. As we look at Kelly now, she opened up with a 5.83. She's going to get a backup score right now. You know, combined, this might be the youngest heat ever on the Challenger Series. Lindblad's 18. Rodriguez Vargas, she's only 18 herself. Brooks is 16. And you talk about Zali Kelly, she's only in her late teens. So average age around 17 years old in this one. Pumpkinville, New South Wales, Australia is where Zali Kelly is from. Beautiful coastline over there at New South Wales. East part of Australia, some of the best waves in the world.
Yeah, Mitch, you were good on maths as well. Just made the average here on the age of the girls. Yeah, they're pretty young and doing all this damage inside the ocean. Amazing.
Well, the ocean is for everybody. Doesn't matter what age you are, what part of the world you're from. If
we
you
saw
have
this
access
yesterday,
to it.
huh? We saw this yesterday, yeah with
Octavio Pacheco.
Octavio Pacheco, almost 70 years old, surfing here.
Legends Heat was fun. Victor Rivas was destroying out there too. Meanwhile, Zali Kelly's destroying this wave here. A couple of setup wraps right at the beginning of this one. And just an inside hit for Zali. She's going to kick out in control of her board. Previous wave comes through as a 3.77. 19.5 on the clock. Waiting for the second score of Brooks. As this one also to come through, she's looking to improve on a high 3.
Yeah, this was nice little wrap right there. Unfortunately, this wave got a little flat right there. Like, didn't offer much for her, but she could manage to put many tricks there.
And then Brooks comes in as a 6.1 Maeda. She's way out in the lead now.
Yeah, look how fast she can serve and how can she connect every single maneuver without like kicking the board, you know. Look here, very nice from this angle. Just sliding over the top right there, smashing this wave.
Pretty incredible to see that. Love the air spray too with the flames. That Mayhem board looks great underneath her feet. The board looked great underneath the feet of Luana Silva as well. A must-win scenario. Manu, she must be very excited to move through into the round of 16.
Exactly, my friend. She looked pretty confident out there and really committed to her serve. Congratulations, Lu. How are you feeling here in Saquarema?
I'm feeling really good. I'm really happy to be here in Saquarema, last event of the year. My whole family came. My whole family's from here, so yeah, I'm really enjoying my time here. That last heat I got a bit nervous, but glad I turned it around in the end.
Okay, it was really good. And you can end up this competition qualified to the championship tour. How are you feeling about that?
It's so hard to not think about that right now because that's the whole conversation, what's been going on in the last event of the year. I just try to just stay present, stay in the moment, enjoy my time, hang with friends and family, and just keep doing my surfing.
Great. And two questions in Portuguese, real quick. Você tem muitos fãs aqui no Brasil e eles vêm crescendo. Como é que você se sente com esse apoio do povo brasileiro?
Eu amo esse apoio do Brasil, amo os fãs daqui, eles torcem muito e tem muito amor e estou muito feliz com esses fãs.
E você já se imaginou vencendo uma etapa do CS tão importante para você em Saquarema? Como é que é isso na sua cabeça?
Cara, eu sei que essa etapa é muito importante para mim, para minha carreira, mas eu só quero focar no momento, viver no momento e é passo a passo para mim. Eu não quero pensar muito em pontuação, em qualificação, só quero viver no momento.
É isso, parabéns, congratulations, Lulu, ripping, isn't it, guys? Back to you.
Definitely is, Manu, and as she mentioned right there, she wants to live in the moment. So a big moment was the last one for Luana Silva. She moves through into the round of 16. Meanwhile, Brooks, yet again, she might be throwing away the 6.1. She's on fire right now, just like the flames on her board. Moving down the line at a quick speed. She is just so precise with her attack, too. Love the way she's able to engage those rails. But it's more than anything the speed that she generates off of the bottom turn, Maida.
Yeah, the speed, it's been amazing, look. And I really don't know how she could manage to end on her feet on this one. The backwash was heavy.
Yeah, she is just so good with her attack, with the way she places her maneuvers. And going at that speed, it's not easy to control your board. Probably riding some excellent future fins, as always. Erin Brooks leading the heat with a 7.33 and a 6.1. Zali Kelly in second, a 5.83 and a 3.77. Arena Rodriguez Vargas in third place. She has priority. Looking for a 5.14. And Sori Lindblad, the high seed in this heat, needs to make it through. She's the number 3 in the ranks coming into the event. But the seated surfer in the red jersey could be eliminated here, and that would open up the door automatically for India Robinson. India would qualify if Sawyer is eliminated in this heat. I think Lindblad has a lot to say about that, though. 15 minutes on the clock. The product of San Clemente, California, traveling here with her father, Mark. Older brother, Taj, also a great surfer. And Sawyer was able to make a final over there on the Gold Coast, runner-up at Snapper Rocks, and then won her second Challenger Series event so far. She won in France in 2021, some great lefts, and then was able to make it all happen at home in the US of A in Huntington Beach, California for the US Open.
Yeah, Mitch, but now I don't know if maybe the pressure is playing on her head right now. She didn't find herself on this heat until now. She just have a 4.67. Looking for a backup score. She doesn't need much, though, just a 4.94, but still 40 minutes remaining. She got to choose a wave and try to make some opportunities for her.
You know, I'm looking through the list of the women that have won both the Challenger Series overall and the QS, and within the last 10 years, the first two Challenger Series champions have both been from the state of Hawaii, Sakura Johnson and Gabriella Bryan, but Courtney Conlogue, Sage Erickson, two Californians that won in 2011 and 2012, the QS overall, and then Caroline Marks was able to win it in 2018 as a member of the Championship Tour. But Sori Lindblad, though, just turned 18. She's an incredible prodigy when it comes to talent, but the competitive experience that she has through a lot of the amateur programs in the U.S., it's obviously been seen so far throughout the first 3 seasons she's been on the Challenger Series. Not many people have won 2 CS events in their career.
Yeah, very solid experience for her. With 18 years old, but now she gotta use all her competitive skills to turn this heat right now. 13 minutes remaining, a very important heat for her.
And Rodriguez Vargas with priority still. Zali Kelly has a 3.77 as her backup. And Alassa Brooks at 3.5, so it doesn't change anything for her in the lead. It's Lindblad, though, who's looking for a good result here, but it's been Brooks that has been on fire in this heat. The last heat of the round of 32 out there in the water. The men are coming up after this one. It'll be Shion Crawford hitting the lineup after we finish this heat. Challenger Series, and it's the last event of the CS in 2023 at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pabsa, and it's the last heat of the round of 32 for the women. Erin Brooks from Canada leading over Zali Kelly from Australia. Arena Rodriguez Vargas from Peru needing a 5.14 in third place. And the highest seeded surfer out there in the red jersey, Soria Lindblad, number 3 in the rankings, coming into this event, needs a 4.94 in fourth place. You know, Kelly's had an interesting run on the Challenger Series so far in 2023. Her best result, a semifinal finish over there in Bolito, had a 9th before that in Sydney, but an inconsistent back end of the year has put her outside of the top 20 right now. What happens with Lindblad, though, is that she definitely needs at least to make the quarterfinals to guarantee her spot on the championship tour. But realistically, you want to make it out of this heat to be able to keep the dream alive. She's been close to doing it in the first 2 years, and having 2 Challenger Series wins underneath her belt, I would expect her to look for number 3 here in Saquarema too.
Yeah, so do I, Mitch. But now she's in a tough position right there. She doesn't need much, just a 4.94 to regain the second position of this heat. But she got to find a good opportunity for that, because we know she has the skills to surf, but looking quite lost on the lineup right now.
There's Kelly, just a quick wave. Ended up closing out on her. It seemed like Arena also getting caught inside. 9 minutes to go. Here's Sawyer now. Found a right to herself. Really tough section to deal with the backwash right there. And goes down on the opening turn. 9 minutes to go on the clock. She's going to try to make it back out in time to recover priority over Kelly. You know, you look at what surfing in the United States has been over the last 10 to 15 years on the women's side. Some amazing surfers. Sage Erickson, Courtney Conlog. If you're counting the Hawaiians too, Carissa Moore has been multiple-time world champion. You now have Caroline Marks, one of the first Floridians to do it in, over 20, 30 years. What I see from both Soria Lindblad and Alyssa Spencer are 2 Southern Californians who are not only goofy footers, but given the strength of schedule for a lot of the surfers that are excellent backhanders going right, I feel like their chances of making the top 5 after the cut pretty strong. You look at Caroline Marks, she had 2 events this year that she won. She made multiple finals. Soria Lindblad and Alyssa Spencer, they're almost a replica of that kind of performance that we've seen from Caroline Marks in her first 5 to 6 years on tour.
It's true, Mitch. Those girls could do a really damage on championship tour, but First of all, Sawyer Limblad needs to catch a wave as soon as possible because she has 7 minutes and 45 seconds left to overtake the lead of this heat.
In fourth priority now, needs a 4.94. Kelly still in second to her low score of 3.77. And these have been the results so far for Sawyer Limblad in 2023. Second place, runner-up finish over there on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks. First place finish, a win at the U.S. Open of Surfing coming off of the ninth in Edesada. So looking to at least make the quarters to guarantee herself a spot on the Championship Tour for 2024. You know, and San Clemente has been producing some outstanding surfers. Number 3 in the world, Griffin Colapinto. Kid has had an incredible run throughout his CT campaign so far. Brother Crosby very much could potentially join him at the end of this event too. Cole Houshman already qualified. They want to get Sawyer Limblad on tour though. 6:45 on the clock.
And not mention like even Felipe Toledo, that he's not from there, but he's living there, surfing a lot there. So that wave really produces many talented surfers.
Lower Trestles, probably the most consistent high-performance wave on the west coast of the United States. There we see cool banner flying through the skies, the Challenger Series. And I was reading it yesterday. It said, totally free. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Come to the beach, you can watch the world's best surfers at no cost whatsoever. If you want to watch it online, you can always watch worldsurfleague.com. Of course, on the WSL app. So priority still with Arena. She's been quiet so far in this one, has only caught 2 waves, a 2.33 and a 4.47. Zali Kelly in second place, looking to replace the 3.77. It seems like somebody's asking for the situation out there. Looks like the heat leader, Brooks. She's caught 3 so far. Her last score was a 3.5. Still looking to improve on the 6.1. And this is how we got to this point of the heat. Heat recap. As Zali Kelly opened up with a 5.83, backed it up with a 3.77, Maeda.
Yeah, very nice combo for her right there. Pretty fast, good flow on this wave. And this was Erin Brooks. This girl is just killing it. Look, very strong maneuver up on the lip right there. Another one. She's surfing fluid, strong, and very fast.
And Brooks with a 6.1 on this one. Hasn't really made a mistake so far in this heat. She hasn't fallen. And I think the most impressive part about it, she got to work very quick. First few minutes already had the 7.33. Was able to back it up very quickly with a 6.1. And no doubt one of the most impressive talents worldwide when it comes to surfing. Became a social media sensation due to her skills in the wave pool. Next thing you know, she can really show it over there in the ocean too. So this was during the heat recap. Sawyer Limblad was able to catch wave. In fourth priority, needs something in the 4s, and the score comes in as a 3.03. Still needing a 4.94 or better, so not enough of a critical section right there for her to get the score necessary, as that's what she requires for second place. She's trying to bait in Zali Kelly into this one, and Kelly's going to take the bait and use priority. Let's see if she can improve on the 3.77. Won't be able to do it right there, so it was a good sell by Sawyer Limblad. Keeping the hopes alive right now. Needs something close to a 5-point ride. Rodriguez Vargas, she's the deepest one for the left. And Brooks very close to Limblad over there on the right side of the screen.
Just playing smart, Sawyer right there. But unfortunately, there's 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. And she's with third priority. She really got to be smart on this. And Arena Rodriguez Vargas just up and riding. Nice first turn. Hits the lip strongly. And she's on her feet.
So a solid wave right there for Arena. She needs a 5.14 to move up into an advancing position with 3 minutes on the clock now. So this is the replay right here. really used the rails well on this one on the back end, Maida.
Yeah, she did. Very nice carve. And the second one was stronger. She could deal with the backwash. Look from above. Nice spray. The second one was harder, vertical. Beautiful.
And a long drawn-out bottom turn for the 18-year-old from Lima, Peru. One of the premier junior surfers, not only within the South American region, but worldwide too. Going to be interesting to see how well she does on both the regional QS and the junior series within South America, and drops her best score, enough for second place, a 5.7. So Brooks still in first, Kelly down to third, needing a 4.34, and Sori Limlad on the brink of being eliminated, needs a 5.51 now. So that's a decent score when you look at the numbers in this heat right now. She does have priority, and at the moment, needing a mid-5 for second place. 1 minute and 45 on the clock now.
Yeah, Mitch. What a tense moment of this heat right now. Probably the pressure of this heat, like she must win to maintain her dreams alive. Almost 1 minute and a half left.
Well, if she makes the quarterfinals, she automatically qualifies for the Championship Tour for 2024. She's 2 heats away from doing that, from guaranteeing her spot on the CT. A little over a minute. She has priority. A wave coming through. Needs a 5.51. This might have to be it right here. Directly at her. And it seems like it's going to break a bit too far inside. So that's not the one. Might have another chance at this. 50 seconds, and this is going to be the one. She's paddling for it, up and riding, trying to create her own destiny. That's a strong start for Sawyer. A setup turn right there, and a big bash at the end. She loves it. Needs a 5.51. And there you see the Peruvian camp of Arena. Seems like she was up and riding too. Luca Messinas and Luis Escudero. She momentarily moved up into second place, but with 20 seconds to go, Limblad, on the brink of being defeated, comes back and makes a huge impression right here, Maida.
Yeah, she did. I really love this second movement, how she managed to go in the right moment right there, right in the pocket. And this one was Arena Rodriguez Vargas. Trying to build some momentum there. Yeah, nice finishing turn. Whoa, Mitch.
Ooh. This is going to be a close finish. So Limblad demolishes her wave, but then Rodriguez Vargas could very much improve on her 4.47. So the heat is over. Brooks way out in first. Doubt anybody is going to be able to catch up to her. So the battle's going to be for second. The number 3 seeded surfer in the event, Sawyer Limblad. If she makes 2 more heats, makes the quarterfinals, she automatically qualifies for the Championship Tour for 2024. We'd be seeing another surfer from San Clemente, California, qualifying for the CT.
If she loses, she still has a chance.
Yep.
But she will need to watch all the girls surfing and just pray for a result in favor of her.
Waiting on scores for 2 surfers out there. Arena in the green and Sawyer in the red. And there's Brooks, who just had a fantastic heat once again. She is just quick, precise, always brings a lot of flair to the lineup too. One of the youngest surfers in the draw. The last of Arena, it's a 4.83, so it improves her situation. Waiting on the last of Limblad needs a 5.86 or better. So it would have to be her best wave. It would have to be one of the best waves of the heat. Nervous moments on the beach for everybody. Arena just had a huge sigh of relief right there. She heard that she improved on her scoreline. And now they're making a decision whether or not one surfer deserves to advance over another. Will it be Lindblad? Will it be Arena? And there's the Lindblad camp right now.
Very emotional.
Deep breaths. I mean, she gave it her all on that last wave.
And imagine India Robinson. She must be like this as well.
The good thing for India Robinson, though, she's still in the event. So, you know, Sori Lindblad loses out right here. India Robinson qualifies for the championship tour, but the scores are coming through. They look good. It's enough. Lindblad into the round of 16, a buzzer beater moment for the surfer from San Clemente, California. What a heat, what a comeback. And she keeps the dream alive. Now only needs to make one more heat to qualify for the championship tour. And you can see right there a huge sigh of relief for Sawyer Lindblad. Wow, what a heat, what a way to end the round of 32 for the women. A big performance by both Aaron Brooks and Sori Lindblad. They're moving through into the round of 16. It was a close one for both Arena Rodriguez Vargas and Sally Kelly. They are out, though. Round of 32 for the men, about to hit the water. Don't go anywhere. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro.
It was an air show yesterday afternoon, all part of the weekend facilities. Is likely to have another type of air show, an aquatic air show, if you would, as we kick in to the round of 32 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We finished the women's round of 32. Let's get kicked off for the men. Heat number 1 out in the water. Shion Crawford, Reef Hazelwood, Jordy Lawler, and Mihimana Bray. I'm Kai Pereira along with Mitchell Salazar, and it started off just like this with Jordy Lawler.
Yeah, a quick one there for Jordy Kaipo, and seems like this score coming through, it's one of the best of the event so far.
How's this start for Shion Crawford?
Well, we talked about it so far that he's been very consistent, not only on the Challenger Series, but throughout this event too.
and dropping the hammer right there. Excellent sequence of turns on the backhand. And again, Kaipo, he's off to a quick start. Really like what I'm seeing from this kid. Has nothing to lose and absolutely everything to gain. 10,000 points on the line for the winner of the event. You can make a move into the top 20 if you do so.
Coming out of this replay here. Not two opening scores, but the winner of that exchange went up excellent. Shion Crawford opened up with an 8.33. The 18-year-old out of Haleiwa on the island of Oahu has had a tough inaugural season, his first season on the Challenger Series, but coming in to rhythm in the final event of the year. He's been winning his heats, 8.33, an excellent start for Shion. He's going to set the bar as we fly above Itaúna Beach and the peak, the playing field that we're dealing with. With a start like an 8.33, Mitchell, Shion Crawford likely to move into the round of 16, but we got lots to go. We got 25 more minutes in this heat, so let's turn our attention to the winner of the last heat. Erin Brooks was spectacular out there, Rachel.
That's right, I'm here with Erin Brooks. You've been performing so well here in Brazil. Tell us your thoughts about this wave, because it's new for you.
Yeah, I really like the wave here in Brazil. It reminds me a lot of some of the beach breaks at home in Hawaii, so I'm having a great time.
Perfect. And tell us about, you didn't have many days to practice before because you came from Portugal to Paris. How is that to be in a rush to compete again and reset?
I feel like in Portugal, I had a little bit of a harder time in that wave because it's a hard wave to get used to, but I feel very comfortable in these beach breaks and especially in the lefts.
Yeah, we could see you look pretty comfortable. Do you want to send a message for your family, friends, supporters?
Yeah, so first I want to thank God for letting me surf a good heat, and I want to say hi to my mom. I miss you and I love you so much, and thank you for all my family, friends, and sponsors for all your support.
And thank you so much, and good luck into the next round. Back to you guys.
Congratulations to Erin Brooks, and she moves on into the round of 16 for the women, where it will be head-to-head competition, Mitch.
Yeah, and looking good so far. She's going to match up against one of the talented surfers that we have in the round of 16 over there for the women. But, you know, speaking of the men, you mentioned a rude awakening for Shion Crawford so far in his first year of CS competition. Last year when he competed at home in Haleiwa, it was still a CS event. He was able to get a wild card and surf in the event. He made it pretty far, you know, and he won most of his heats that he was surfing. But so far in this event, we talked about him getting a quick start over at the U.S. Open. I actually think this has been his finest performance to date.
Yeah, sure has. There's actually 2021 where Shion Crawford
that was the year.
Made it into the quarterfinals as a young 16-year-old. That's when he kind of put his name, you know, on the international surf scale. He's a surfing prodigy. Both mom, Kyle, and dad, Eddie, surf. Eddie runs Surf and Sea over there on the North Shore in Haleiwa. This is Mihimana Bray. Mihimana, couple of taps off the top for the Tahitian. Has to time the backwash and unable to time that for a finish. Mihimana Bray, 27 years old. He's been at this qualifying series for near 7 years. Papeete, Tahiti, is where he calls home, but he spends a lot of time at the end of the road out at Te Aupo'o.
Yeah, and also spends a lot of time practicing over at Papara on the other side of the island, too. It's a wave that actually resembles Saquarema quite a bit. Cobblestone bottom, but mixed with the beach break, too. And, you know, last year he had an upsetting performance when it came to knocking out a couple of the high seeds in the opening round, but then afterwards wasn't really able to get some momentum going. He still had a chance to move up into the top 20, and as you can see right here, when he's locked in, he's definitely one of the best surfers in the world. It's when he's making a lot of mistakes that he's just not capitalizing on the scoring opportunities, and had to deal with the backwash right there. Kaipo on his first wave, going to be incomplete at the end.
And here we go in the blue jersey. This is Reef Hazelwood, the Australian 23-year-old, known for his air game. Quick feet on Hazelwood on that replay.
Yeah, and score came through as a 4.17. It's a good opener for him. Yesterday we saw him on fire. He was definitely one of the standouts of the day. But what I think so far out of the three goofy footers, it's definitely seeing like they're going to be looking at the rights. Shion Crawford, though, we haven't seen him go right up until this point.
Here's Shion lining up for something big. Snaps that oncoming section. Smart surfing from Crawford. Already has an 8.33 in a pocket. His backup is a 2.1. He wants to improve upon that 2.1 to distance himself from the rest of the pack and ensure his place in the round of 16.
Well,
Haleiwa, his home break, a launching pad right now for every generation of Hawaiian surfing. And a salute to the Menahune Classic that just happened last weekend at Haleiwa, where most kids get their start. Here's a replay.
Yeah, and the Haleiwa International Open, which is in the later part of December, too. You know, that area of the North Shore develops a lot of surfers. A former Challenger Series champion, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, from the same area as well.
And this is the latest on the replay from Jordy Lawler. We're waiting for this. It actually comes in at a 3.17 because of the lack of a finish.
Yeah, unfortunate right there with the fall because the opening turn was crisp. As you can see right there, slides the fins, fully in control of the board. And with the strong offshore wind, you really need to be careful of where you're placing your turns. Right there on the lip line, though, it just seemed like when he was landing, the explosion was a bit too much for Jordy. He's had a lot of competitive experience himself, too. He's been an Aussie Open champion. I actually surfed a heat against him at Haleiwa one year, and the kid from North Narrabeen. He's had an inconsistent year so far in the CS, but I expect him to be back here in 2024, Kipes.
28-year-old Jordy Lawler has had a tough year. This is his first time making it into this round of 32 all season long. He's had some disappointing finishes. A first-round loss at his home break in Narrabeen was the one that stung the most. But right here, his equipment looking on point, riding a Channel Island Spine Tech construction under his feet. So he's got that epoxy hybrid from the CI crew. Looks like it has a lot of spring, Mitchell.
Definitely does, and just building momentum down the line, too. The tide's coming up, so I actually think an epoxy wouldn't be a bad choice. Seems like that shopper from Shion working pretty well. He gets a good backup right here, Kipes.
Backup for Shion Crawford, a 5-point ride, 13.33, a strong two-wave total for Shion Crawford. Riding Carl Shopper shapes. You can find Carl Shopper right past the Wailua Sugar Mill on the North Shore of Oahu, where everything gets made under one roof. Shaped, glassed, sanded, all right there. So he's on some hometown equipment, and it looks like it's working well at I'itauna.
Definitely is. A 13.33 heat total in the first 11 minutes of the heat. Seems like he's definitely doing his homework before he paddled out. But, you know, speaking of Channel Islands riders, Reef Hazelwood has a chance to qualify for the championship tour with an event win here. Kaipo would be his first CS event win ever, and looking for the biggest of his career so far. The 23-year-old, as you were mentioning, has an incredible air game. I think it'd be a great addition to the CT.
Yeah. He's looking pretty good to qualify just with a final appearance, I believe, when I look at the penciled out math. But we're in a fluid playing field right now when we're crunching the numbers. Everything will get clearer as we move through the competition. Shion Crawford, quick up and out for the boy from Haleiwa.
Yeah, and with 18 minutes to go, the strategy for both Bray and Hazelwood, obviously they have to adapt. The offshore has been very strong all day long, and I think the most important thing to consider here is the 8.33 that Crawford has right now. So, you know, if you always see that the lead is a little bit out of hand, you always need to settle for second if you need to. In a four-person heat, all it takes is advancing. Once you get to a head-to-head matchup, that's when you really need to worry about the one opponent that you have in front of you.
Checking out, looks like the back of, I'm going to guess, Jake Marshall. And the surfer from Encinitas coming up in the super heat, if you would,
Ooh.
up against Mateus Hurdy, Jacob Wilcox, and Jackson Baker. That is going to be the super heat you're going to want to stick around for. The number 2 seed, the number 3 seed, the number 10 seed, the number 11 seed, all in one 4-man heat. And remember, at the end of this competition, we take the top 10 men to the championship tour. It's a must-win for 3 of those surfers. Jacob Wilcox already with qualification status.
Yeah, fortunately for him, I mean, he can bow out of the heat, and he's completely fine. He's already secured a spot on tour. As it seems like Lawler was up and riding again, Kipes.
Fin throw there, a little fakey ride, but that's all he's got. Kicks out of that 2.93.
But, I mean, for both Baker and Mateus, it is necessarily a must-win. 10 and 11 in the rankings. Jake's almost guaranteed a spot. He's number 3 coming off of a runner-up finish as we look at the replay here. The nice tail slide right there from Jordy Lawler. You know, you mentioned his up-and-down year so far. The first time hitting the round of 32. it's pretty surprising given his talent level, and especially, I think, the tour that we have right here. A lot of beach breaks on the CS, especially over there in Bolito. I thought the waves were really pointed for him to do well. But, you know, in terms of the rankings, you can't really look at that right now. You should be focusing on just making every heat that you can. But Mateus Serti, he's going to have a lot of pressure. He's one of the local kids and one of the favorites for Brazil to qualify for the Dream Tour.
Well, we know who the crowd's going to be going for when we get to that heat number 2. There's no doubt about that. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be back with this opening heat of the round of 32. So far, it's been all Shion Crawford. Back in Brazil for the final of the Challenger Series, the final event. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We've just started the men's round of 32, 4-man heats on the water. Top 2 surfers advance into the round of 16 where we go to head-to-head in competition. Heat number 2 featuring Mateus Herdy. The crowd's going to be behind the Brazilian, and he is at the verge of qualification. He's right on the cut line, number 10 on the CS rankings, Challenger Series rankings, as we get into this final event of the year. A must-win heat for Herdy coming up. Meanwhile, in the water, Mitchell Salazar, we got 13 minutes and 30 seconds, and Shion Crawford, it's been his game so far.
Yeah, and a commanding lead at the moment. His backup score of a 5-point ride, still a great one, and Hazelwood moves up into second place with just a small score of a 2.63 on his last. Both Jordy and me, Mana, needing some small scores to move up into second place, but it seems like it slowed down a little bit in this heat in comparison to the previous ones, Kipes.
This is what happened during the break.
Yeah, so it came in as a 2.63, took him a long time to come around the section, and the one strong turn right there and a little setup afterwards, so they deemed the second one incomplete. Also a CI team rider, so when we look at the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings, potential add-ons for Channel Islands for 2024, you could be seeing 2 of them in the water right now. Jordy Lawler mathematically eliminated, but Reeve Hazelwood has a chance. Would also be a huge addition for JS if Mateus Herdy is able to make it to the CT for 2024. And I think that was a really cool part of the CT during 2023, Mayhem being the victor, and he actually got one of the 2 world champions at Caroline Marks, too.
Jordy Lawler currently in 3rd place. We talked about him having a tough year this year, but he's had some good years and holds a lot of talent. In 2021, he finished 16 on the Challenger Series with double qualifications that year. He was 1 spot away from a CT ticket. He did get an injury replacement in 2022 for the opener of the 2022 season on the championship tour at Pipeline and at Sunset. He wants out there full time. He's going to have to go to next year for that. But right now he wants to win this heat. Crunchy shore break section for Lawler, unable to put it down.
Yeah, and I saw him this morning after his free surf. He was in real high spirits, super stoked about how good the waves were. Having a tough time just finishing these waves off. A little late to the party on the first one and even later on the second. So As you can see right there, when he landed, just too much forward pressure on the front foot. He goes down, so it's incomplete. Stoney at 3.64. But I think that area of the east coast of Australia, they mass-produce talent for both the QS on the global scale and obviously the Challenger Series too, Kipes.
Yeah, for sure. Odds are when you have hundreds of thousands of surfers, you're going to produce some talent there. And the club culture throughout Australia, I think, really, breeds the talent pool that we're seeing coming out from down under.
And I think that's benefited a lot of surfers from the United States. I know there are some clubs in Hawaii starting to develop too, which I think is going to be huge, but it's the unity that those clubs allow. You obviously have to represent your home break, but overall, it's just going out there and having fun. You get a lot of competitive experience. You get to be in some companionship with some older and more veteran surfers. For Jordy Lawler, growing up in that area of the east coast of Australia, especially in Narrabeen, some big board artist events over there, Kipes.
Mihimana Bray throwing some spray 2 times out the back for the Tahitian. Mihimana, a 2.47, puts him into second place in advancing position. I think he got the job done. What do you think, Mitchell?
So do I. Just a 2.47, no doubt in my mind, and real crisp on these two. Deep bottom turn right there for the first one. A lot of spray, even slid the fins, and then straight up and vertical on the second one. I'm calling a little vanilla ice right there. Ice baby on these 2 turns. But the variation that he brings with the power, it's not something you get to see every day. And when you're able to do it in such a compact space too, Kaipo, just makes it look way more precise and beautiful.
Mihimana Bray riding some boards from down under. We're talking about Australia on those chilies, and it looks like those chilies go well underneath his feet. Bray had a wild card injury replacement this year in Tahiti where he surfed all the way to the quarterfinals, so he's had success on the championship tour. Here's our heat leader, Sean Crawford, slashing that first turn. Coming around the corner here, vert for the second turn, a little variety there, a little bit late, so just pulls out the back. Questionable if he improves upon his scoreline. Needs to better a 5 to improve upon his scoreline.
Fully agree with that, Kipes. And, I actually think that Shishi is one of the guys that benefited the most out of the change from the global QS to now the Challenger Series. Doing well over in your region is important. As we look at the replay here, the setup turn, and then the one strong bash on the backhand. A little late right there. Was able to ride out cleanly, though. But you do your regional QS. You have real good waves at home. You're tending to surf most of those big events on the regional QS on Oahu. Then you make it to the Challenger Series. A lot of quality waves on the calendar year for the Challenger Series. And speaking of former CT surfers looking to make it back, one of them on screen.
Jacko Baker debuted on the championship tour in 2022, followed up in 2023. He was a victim of the midseason cut this year. That's why he's on the Challenger Series. He's battling for a spot back on that championship tour. Talk about a good bloke.
For sure.
That's Jackson Baker.
Extremely enthusiastic. Might be calling the best mustache in the event, too. One of the greatest haircuts you'll ever see. But, midseason cut, it's tough on everybody. Luca Messinas can tell you about that, too. He had a quarterfinal finish in his first event ever at Pipeline, and then was just not able to get some consistency after that. But I feel like Jacko's odds of making the tour are pretty high coming into the event number 11, Kaipo, in terms of the rankings. Really just needs to make a couple of heats to move up into the top 10.
You can see the scramble from high up above. We've got the bird's eye view here at Itauna. Priority right now with Reef Hazelwood. Paddle there by Jordy Lawler. We'll see. He's in second priority. We'll see if he loses that priority. Sure does. Priority error for Lawler. He goes to 4th. Back of the line now. So you saw Lawler take the paddle there. Mitchell, what happened?
Well, it seemed like the wave was going to have some potential. And same thing for Crawford. I think he's going to go down to 4th priority himself. So a couple of mistakes right now by the younger kids out there in the water, both in red and in white.
So when you make an effort for a wave, then do not catch the wave. You lose priority. If you make no effort, if you just take a look at it, but both those surfers in that case made an effort for the wave.
Unless there's a committed paddle, which we saw right there for those both of Crawford and for Lawler. It can also switch if you were to block another person from catching a wave too. We haven't seen that in this instance right here, but it seems like Shion on a right-hander goes for the alley-oop, and just a quick in and out for him. But yeah, priority will switch unless you truly fully paddle for a wave or unless you actually block somebody from taking that wave themselves.
It's an art in itself is to check out a wave, to look at it without the intent of the paddle. This was a failed attempt at an alley-oop. No harm, no foul. Crawford remains in the lead. 6.5 minutes on the clock.
Well, luckily now there's a judge that's specifically for that job, too. I think before it used to come down to the head judge quite a bit, and then he used to paddle around the buoy in the 80s and the 90s. I feel so fortunate just to be able to see a lot of these surfers have the chance of having priority here in these big events right now.
Number 2 in the rankings, Jacob Wilcox, already qualified for the championship tour. We're going to see the surfer from Western Australia on the CT next year. He's had a number of starts over the last 5 years as a wild card. Now he gets to be a full-time resident. And for Jacob Wilcox, the cut happens at his home break at Margaret River. So he's got to be comfortable now, looking forward to the next year. Snap there for Hazelwood. That's all he's going to get. He needs a number, and he's not going to get that number. 6.49 is what Hazelwood needs right now to get into the top 2 to advance out of this heat.
Yeah, because the last break came through for the 2-turn combo, Kaipo. Quite a good one of the best scores of the heat so far.
6.33. We alluded to the fact that got the job done there. Here we go. Jordy. Just swiveling through a couple turns, and the failed ride out will not gather him the 7.49. So you can see a little bit at this 5-minute mark, a little bit of desperation by the 2 Australians, Reef Hazelwood and Jordan Lawler. They know they need numbers. They're low on the priority. They need to make it happen, but this wasn't enough.
No, not at all. And, you know, unfortunately for him, a lot of froth on this wave, too. You can see right there, had some struggles with the second turn. And then the third one tried to push the tail a bit too much because he was trying to make up for what had happened on the first 2. And the score's in, and it's not enough by a good margin, Kipes.
3.43. Lawler looking for a 7.23 at the moment. He'll be in 4th priority as well. 4.5 minutes counting down.
And Reef Hazelwood has broken away from the pack, too. He needs a pretty significant score. He's in striking distance to qualify for the championship tour, though. I mean, I mentioned that he'd be a great addition. He's an incredible barrel rider, has a good air game, but especially having 2 events in your home nation of Australia within the first 5 before the cutoff happens, that's big for momentum, Kaipo. He still has 4 minutes on the clock to get the 6.49.
Yeah, Reef earned himself. We saw him as a wild card over at Bell's just this year. Here's a heat recap. Shion Crawford has been dominant through this heat number 1 of the round of 32.
Well scored right there, too, Kipes. An 8.33 for his opener. The big boy from Haleiwa stoked on that one. Was able to back it up with his first right of the heat. A 5.0 here for the setup snap into the Wung strong turn at the end. And just the momentum that he's built so far in this event. So far, he's won 2 out of the 2 heats that he served. And meanwhile, Miyamada with a good answer back, a 6.33 to get him back up into second place and holding on to priority with 3.5 on the clock.
Looks like Hazelwood pulled into the barrel there as we fly by, and we do not see him come out. Jordy Lawler with a snap to finish there.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Shion Crawford pulls into the barrel, and he comes out. So Crawford, again, continues his role, and he's going to be eyeing up some man-on-man competition because he's going to finesse his way into the round of 16.
You know, this is the most comfortable I've seen him in a jersey. He's been an NSSA Open men's national champion. He's won the Open Juniors at the championships over there in Huntington Beach, too. But just overall, especially in a big moment where he needs a performance to move up into the top 20, look at that positioning with the barrel, too. That's a huge dude right there in that pit. 6'3", and moving that shopper board around like it's money. And a great finishing turn right there. I think that 5's gone by a strong margin, too, Kaipo. The aerial view right here, he was deep in that one for first barrel of the event, too.
Yeah, first real barrel that we've seen in the past 3 days. And Shion Crawford combos it up, too, with a nice snap to finish. You're going to expect a big number.
I like what I'm seeing from him, though. He just seems comfortable. He seems like he's enjoying himself. He's happy. And obviously, when he gets an open face, he makes it count, too. But he's just been in control of the heat, and it was the quick start that got him there. And then Hazelwood with just the one and done. That's not going to be the score that he needs right now.
Coming back to live action, seeing Jordy Lawler kick out of a wave. Remember, Lawler needs a 6.07. Hazelwood needs a 6.43. We're waiting for the score for Shion Crawford in a huge lead. Mihimana Bray wants to protect his second and advancing position. Bray, lip glide down the line, times it with the backwash. Little frost section on the inside, more backwash to deal with. No problem for the Tahitian. Finishes off. Strong finish. Looking to better his 4.33. Bray looking good. In contention. Crawford may go excellent again. He's already gone excellent in this heat with the 8.33. Replay, Mihimana Bray.
This is really smart right here with a little over a minute on the clock. You just want to better the 4.33. Really love that second snap where he was able to get some projection down the line and finished well with another strong one into the lip line. Seemed like Jordy was up and riding too. So a quick touch to the lip right there, slid the fins, and fit in a third as well. So no doubt one of his top two waves, I would think. Is it a 6.07? And still remember, we need the score for Bray to drop through.
Yeah, the important score is going to be Mihimana's number because that's going to dictate on what Jordan Lawler and Reef Hazelwood needs. Well, the score already dropped for Jordy Lawler, 4.83, so he still remains in the need column. Things are looking grim for Lawler at the moment, as well as Reef Hazelwood, who's holding priority.
Man, he has the air game to get one big score. We saw it yesterday from Joel Vaughn, the perfect 10, though, Kaipo. Might have a wave here. Doesn't seem like that wave's going to break, though.
4.63 for Mihimana Bray. He improves upon his two-wave total. Reef Hazelwood, right here, is surfing for 6.79. The lack of the completion on the air will not give him that number, so we're going to see the two Australians eliminated in this heat, but we're waiting for some scores to make it official.
Well, luckily for him, he's still sitting within the top 20, so that would guarantee him a spot to requalify for the Challenger Series just through this year's CS. But Shion Crawford, what a performance, Kaipo. Hawaii's own moving through with another dominant performance. Might even get another 8.
7.6. Last score for Shion Crawford for 15.93 on the cusp of an excellent two-wave total. There's your numbers. Shion Crawford, we'll see him in the round of 16. Mihimana Bray, we'll see him in the round of 16. And we'll see you after this break with more action from the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. We called this the super heat as we entered the round of 32, and sure is. Look at the seeding numbers next to the name. Number 2, Jacob Wilcox. Number 3, Jake Marshall. Number 10, Mateus Hurdy. And number 11, Jackson Baker. All faced off in this 4-man heat. Only 2 will advance into the round of 16. And we started off with a bang with Jacob Wilcox. Wilcox on the replay here goes excellent. 8.77 for the Western Australia. A bang of a start of the heat. Another Australian here finds a right. Jackson Baker, he clocks in a 7.33. So the two Australians off to a strong start here in the second heat of the round of 32. Talking about all the qualification scenarios, Jacob Wilcox already qualifying for the 2024 Championship Tour. Jake Marshall, he's in the conversation as the number 3 seed. Needs to get this. There's a look at Jacob Wilcox. Again, Wilcox opens up with an 8.77. A couple of judges go as high as a 9. We throw away the high 9, and we throw out the low 8.5, or we average the rest out, we equal that 8.77. On the backhand here, Mateus Hurdy finds a long, stretching left-hander. Hurdy, quick snap on the backhand, times a lip glide float for the finish. We called it the superheat, and it is living up to the build-up. Nice start for Mateus Hurdy. We'll be waiting for that opening score for the Brazilian. Just 22 years old, and he qualifies with a finals appearance. Of course, he gets through this heat. The scenarios will change a little bit, and he may need less than that, but to guarantee qualification, he needs to make the finals. Another look at Mateus here, hooking on the backhand, and the nice lip glide finish. So strong first wave for Mateus Hurdy, for Jacob Wilcox, and for Jackson Baker. Still awaiting the number for Mateus Hurdy, Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, and he's looked good so far. You mentioned that the beach is going to be in his favor on this one. But Jacko, though, has looked great throughout the entire event, and the big boy from Newcastle once again dropping the hammer on that one, Kipes.
Opener for Mateus Hurdy, a 5.33. We're waiting for second wave for Jackson Baker. Looked pretty good on the replay. Now we're going to go Jake Marshall, the surfer from Encinitas, California, chooses a left, brings some seaside splash there with a couple of snaps on the backhand for Marshall.
Well, just as we expected, Kaipo, this heat's delivering within the first 5 minutes, and no doubt one of the most important heats out of the entire year. As you can see right there, Jake qualifies with the 5th place finish. He just needs to make 2 more out of this one.
Yeah, this is a much anticipated. When I saw the heat draw last night, I was blown away, and that's why we're calling this the super heat. Replay, Jake Marshall.
Well, an excellent start right there. Fully commits to throwing the tail on the second one. And then, unfortunately for him, the third wave, or the third section, didn't really stand up as well as he wanted to, but an excellent and a strong combo on the outside for the opening ride for the American.
Mitchell, can I have a chee-hoo? So chee-hoo for Shion Crawford into the round of 16, Rachel.
That's right, Shion Crawford. You've been on fire since the very first heat. You've been building momentum. How fun was this heat for you?
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I got that first opportunity that came through, and then it was like an 8.33, so I was stoked to start off really strong.
Talk us through that barrel, and how confident are you feeling after your performance here?
Yeah, that barrel felt like a little Rocky Point action, just like a little tube, and then after a couple turns after. But yeah, I was feeling really good right now. I'm stoked, and yeah, I just want to keep it going.
Wow, something important happened. Thank you so much, and congratulations. See you into the next. You want to say something to your supporters?
Yeah, thank you, Mom and Dad, and my sister for watching, and yeah, thank you, and all my sponsors.
They're probably proud of you. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
The Crawford family, Kyle, Eddie, sister Jasmine. Yeah, during that interview, we saw Mateus Hurdy get busy out the back. The superheat living up to the nickname that we gave it. Check this out on the replay.
Yeah, gets the alley-oop right here, Kaipo. Not super high, but you have to take into consideration that the offshore wind is extremely strong. But the second turn right there from Mateus, as good as it gets. Look at the height. I mean, it's not huge, but that wind is just pushing you outside the entire time. So to be able to stay on top of the face of the wave, really impressive stuff, and gets a closeout re-entry to go with it. Strong combo right there for the Brazilian.
Combination of major maneuvers in the criteria, and that fulfilled that criteria. This is a really high scoring heat. First wave score, we've been waiting for it, for Jake Marshall, comes in at 7.17. Still waiting for second wave of Mateus Hurdy for that combination. Jackson Baker, he backed up his 7.33 with a 6.6. Things are definitely heating up and out for Jake Marshall, because that was just a tapered off wave. You know, you make it into the next round, in the round of 16, it's virtually double the points as a loss in this round. You make it into the round of 16, to your credit, you get 3,320 points for equal ninth place finish. You lose in this heat, you get a fourth, you only get 1,700 points. So this is a really, really important heat for Hurdy, Baker, as well as Marshall. Look at these guys continue on. Jacob Wilcox, our little insider, taps the lip, survives the backwash. Judges are scrambling to score all these waves. We got Mateus Hurdy clocks in with an 8-point ride. Hurdy goes to second. Jackson Baker to first. Jacob Wilcox drops down to third. Jake Marshall is in fourth right now. Judges owe us a score for Jacob Wilcox. We'll see if that changes the situation.
Well, and Jake caught a wave, the in and out real quick, the 0.5. I think that's a smart strategy to try to work on the inside.
Heat leader, just one snap, not going to change the situation. Jackson Baker will momentarily stay in the lead. We're at a little bit over 20 minutes in this heat, and it seems like it's been so much action in the first 10 minutes of this heat. I love what I see in the water.
Yeah, all four of these guys could easily be champions at the end of this event. I mean, Baker's had CT experience. Mateus, we know what he's capable of. You can see the variation that he brings to the table. Wilcox is already qualified, so if he makes it or he doesn't, it's all good for him. But for Jake Marshall, I mean, he's 2 heats away from requalifying for the CT. As this score comes in as a 4.83, Kaipo, a decent backup for Jake. A couple of setup wraps right there, and a really strong finishing turn right there. It wasn't as impactful as a lot of people might be thinking, but the difficulty right there of just being able to navigate the whitewater and the backwash, really tough stuff. And Jacko right here on the opening face, on the open face, just the one setup turn for Baker, won't improve anything.
Jake Marshall throws it up, backside disaster style, and unable to put the board back under for the ride out. What that last score did from Jacob Wilcox, it bumped Mateus Hurdy out of that second and advancing position. So you can see Hurdy there. First was to have a replay here. Jake Marshall not getting the finish.
Really beautiful stretched out first turn, and just stretches out his body positioning a bit too much. He extended his legs. You want to keep those knees bent as much as possible, but easier said than done. The tide's filling up, and the offshore seems to get stronger and stronger as the day goes by. Weren't really expecting this kind of wind today, Capo. I wasn't really even expecting the amount of waves that we had in the water either. As you can see, our high tide at 3:29. We're about a few hours away from that. But it's just nonstop pumping out there, and right when it's needed, in Heat 2 of the round of 32, the most impactful heat of the round, no doubt.
Yeah. All is not lost for Jake Marshall, I believe, if he, being the number 3 seed, if he bows out in this heat. But this is certainly a must-win heat or must-advance heat, I should say, for Jackson Baker and Mateus Hurdy.
You don't want to leave it up to destiny, though, if you're Jake Marshall. If you can control your own, do it right here. You just need to make 2 heats. Once you make the quarterfinals, you've already automatically qualified for the CT in 2024. And remember, he was just on the CT a few months ago. Was able to get a good result over at Sunset Beach, where a lot of people keep underestimating him. He tends to be one of the best surfers. But Wilcox is already qualified, and I think Mateus would be an excellent addition to the CT, too.
Here we go with our event's top scores. Remember, we saw a perfect 10 yesterday by Joel Vaughn. Mateus Hurdy, second highest score of the event with an 8.93. Jacob Wilcox in this heat with an 8.77. And Eli Hanneman did it in one big air for that 8.5 to round out our top 4 events scores.
Look at how close it is between first and third, though. 13.93, 13.6, 13.33, and even Jake has the 7.17 too. He only needs a mid-6 to move up into the top 2 spots, Kaipo. As good as we expected, if not even better. People are really rising to the top right now when they need to, and I feel that we're going to have some fine additions back on the CT once we get there.
Well, there's a Mateus Hurdy fan. And those right there are the Jackson Baker and Jacob Wilcox fan. That's our Australian crew that have made their way here to Saquarema.
Well, they need the support right now. They're in the top 2 spots, but momentarily, though, because Mateus has priority, only needs a mid-5, and Jake needing that mid-6, it's still anybody's game. And I truly feel that the level that we're seeing at the Challenger Series is just as high as the CT. It all comes down to decision-making, Kaipo.
Taking a break. You want to stick around. It's been a very, very exciting heat. Second heat in around the 32. The conclusion after these messages. We called it the super heat, and it's lived up to expectation. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Kuiper Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar. Heat number 2 of the round of 32 out in the water, and it has been fireworks between these 4 surfers. This happened during the break. Mitchell Mateus Hurdy, he needed a score, and he did this.
Well, once again, going to the backhand where he's been prevailing so far in the first 2 days of competition. But when it matters, even grabs the rail on the bottom turn to keep control of his board, too. Real critical first turn, but look at how difficult the second section was. Had to deal with the backwash, had to deal with the offshore wind, and somehow was able to manage a finish right there. Seems like the crowd loves it, we loved it, and the score's in, Kaipo. It's a massive one for Mateus.
Mateus Hurdy goes to the lead with an 8.33 situation. Mateus in the lead. Jackson Baker in second and advancing position. Jacob Wilcox need a 5.16. And Jake Marshall is not out of it whatsoever. He has a 7.17 in his scoreline. He needs a 6.77, but you can hear Mateus hearing the news of this excellent score, 8.33. There's all the judges' numbers, Mitch.
And even a 9 thrown in there too, Kaipo. That gets tossed out along with a 7.8, and the average comes through as an 8.33. And I still don't even think that he's guaranteed a spot into the round of 16 right now either. He does have the highest heat total of the event, a 16.33, but knowing what the other 3 surfers are capable of and the waves that they have at their disposition, this heat is still far from finished. 13:30 on the clock, Kaipo, lots of time.
It's been explosive in this heat. Here are the scenarios. Jacob Wilcox has qualified. Jackson Baker needs to make the finals. Mateus Hurdy needs to make the finals to guarantee. Jake Marshall just needs a quarter final, but he needs to get out of this heat first.
Seems like some waves approaching the lineup right now, too. Jacko with priority. He's been looking at the lefts as of late, and it seems like Jake's in position for a potential right. Might get caught inside, though. Seems like one of the biggest sets we've seen all day long. And Wilcox has to give way here to Jackson Baker. Ooh.
Interesting play there.
Ooh.
So, Baker looked like he was going to go. That could, I mean, well, we'll see what the judges think about that. I don't want to speculate on what's going on. Meanwhile, Mateus Hurdy carving down the line. Missed opportunity for the Brazilian there going down. Jackson Baker did lose his priority, but he did keep Jacob Wilcox off of a really nice wave. So is it worth losing your priority for that?
I think so. At this point in the heat, yeah, because you have second place. There's still 12 minutes, and you can do a lot of damage underneath everybody else's priority. There's a huge playing field here at Praia de Itaúna. I think the smart thing would still be to move around. But after this, that is considered a block, so that is why priority switch. You can't make another mistake like that if you're Jacob Wilcox. Force the other surfer to truly use priority. Jackson Baker didn't even have to stand up to block you. So make him fully commit to it and use his priority in a certain kind of situation.
Jacob Wilcox was on his feet. He was surfing down the line. I think it was a good, I'm going to say it was a good move by Jackson Baker, regardless of if he was able to play any offense. The defense was brilliant. He remains in second place because that looked like it was a well-lined-up wave. Jacko didn't need the priority here. Finds this one under priority and hammers that one home.
Exactly what I said. Was going to be able to break away and catch a wave underneath everybody else's priority. And guess what? Very likely to improve on the 6.6. The two people that need performances in this heat are elevating their game right now, Kaipo. They're 1 and 2. This second turn of Jackson Baker, one of the best we've seen all event long. As vertical as you could possibly get, in the pocket, critical, and got a strong finish too. Should be pumped up because that was a brilliantly surfed wave.
Power off the bottom, vert off the top here.
And it's beautiful when you disappear too. Look at the second one. I mean, completely disappears in the whitewater there for a second or two. Sets things up for the finish right here and got a strong one at the end. We're only 2/3 of the way done with this heat too. We still have 10 minutes to go.
Replay. Mateus Herdy caught this one down the beach, but was unable to pull it off there. Caught the outside rail.
Little overstretched on the second one coming out of it. It seemed like it had potential for a third maneuver too, but still in the lead, Kipes.
Jackson Baker improved upon his heat total. Here's the score, a 7.67. Those are the spread of scores from our 5 judges.
Well, earned every decimal of that score, that is for sure. 7.67. Really drew out the bottom turns, and you don't normally get to see that at a beach break like this, especially one that's moving at such a fast pace.
At the moment, we're a little under the 10-minute mark. The superheat is playing out in storybook fashion. The number 10 seed and the number 11 seed who need to make this heat are doing just that. Mateus Herdy, the number 10 seed, currently in the lead. Jackson Baker in a strong second place, the number 11 seed. Mateus stomps the tail, looking for a ramp, building up speed. There's nothing there.
And frustrated right there with himself for not finding the section in time, but he needs to come to his senses and realize that he's in the lead by a strong margin. He's not necessarily safe, but you have a lot of time, and if you don't need to force things and play a little bit of defense, that's a smart move right here. Move over to your opponents and add some pressure to the people that need scores, like Jake Marshall. He's not out of it at Kaipo. Needs a 7.83. Has been doing that a lot more lately.
Well, talking about pressure, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the Encinitas surfer, Jake Marshall. You can see him paddling up the sandbank. That need has been growing throughout this heat. He's been quietly holding on to priority, but as waves have been surfed, that need has increased. 7.83, that's a big number. That's near excellent.
Full honesty, Kaipo, in the 3 years that we've had the CS so far, I could easily say that this is one of the greatest heats I've seen surf. 4 surfers that are at the peak in their prime and that have really been surfing as good as it gets right now.
Searching for a ramp here on the replay, and that's a nice flyby. Great camera work. Hey, there's that.
Little nervous out there right now.
Yeah.
Still lots of time, though. And Marshall, I mean, since the 7.17, he's been quiet. His backup score at 2.37 at the moment. He's looking for his best score, and boy, this heat has flown by Kaipo, but a lot of action. Baker's caught 4 waves. He's throwing away a 6.6. Mateus has caught 6. And Jacob Wilcox so far in 3rd place still with the single highest wave score of the heat, an 8.77, still needing a low 6 to move up into 2nd.
There's Jacob Wilcox, 2nd priority with the Western Australian. Really in a position a casual position in this heat, already knowing that he's qualified. But we talked about the superheat right at the beginning of this heat. We have 3 excellent scores from our 4 surfers, and we have 4 very good scores from our, 3 very good scores from our 4 surfers. So this has been a high scoring affair. Everyone's stepped up their game when they needed to.
100%. And you're getting more than 13 points today with the consistency of the waves, the quality of the waves, the quality of the competitors. That's a massive heat total. So for Mateos to break 16 points for the first time in the event, that's impressive.
Jackson Baker throwing the fins, coming disconnected, goes down, not going to improve upon his 2-wave total.
I like that, though. There's no tomorrow for him. It's win or go home right now. And just outside of qualification, Kaipo, he's number 11. He just needs to move into the top 10. And looking at the replay here, went for the throw tail. The 180 just caught a bit of the edge right there with the fins. Wasn't able to bring it back around, but no harm, no foul. You're in second place. Just look to improve on your low score, but, you know, pretty noticeable that the 2 best surfers in the heat have had control for the majority of the time with priority. And now Wilcox and Marshall, who are in first and second priority, needing big scores right here.
Leandro Dora, coach of Mateus Hurdy, using the board as a signal board for Mateus, giving him some direction, holding up his backup JS Industry surfboard.
Well, just under 6 minutes to go. It seems like there might be some sets approaching the lineup right now. Where's Marshall? Because he's the one that really needs the biggest requirement out of the 2 surfers in third and fourth, respectively. A 7.83, you could almost even call it an A Kaipo. That's what he's requiring right now.
Yeah, and Jacob Wilcox just needing a 6.23 could be a heartbreaker in this heat.
Could, but remember, he's the one person that's qualified so far out of the 4 surfers out in the water, so he's definitely the one that has the least to lose.
Well, that's why I call him a heartbreaker. We're starting the recap right here with Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the highest scores of the event so far, an 8.77 right there. And then Mateos with the answer back, an 8.0, was able to get the alley-oop in transition and just be able to start off the heat with a bang, an 8-point ride with the finishing turn right there for the surfer from Santa Catarina. And then a great use of second priority to be able to not only use this wave to his advantage and get a score, but keep another surfer off of it, gets his backup wave, or actually his best score, with the 8.33. And then was able to get Jackson Baker up into second place. He broke away on this one, got his best score of 7.67 after blocking Jacob Wilcox. Was able to use lower priority to his advantage and get his best score of the heat.
I love the passion, and rightfully so, catching up to Jake Marshall. Needs a 7.83 on this wave. Nice rhythm on the backhand, but it was a tough wave to surf toward the tail end. And we'll see if Jake Marshall did enough. Again, needs a 7.83 to get into the second place and advancing position.
Man, whoever loses out in this heat, Kaipo, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow because they've all 4-surfed incredibly well. Looking at Jake from the get-go, slid the fins. Unfortunately for him, this wave didn't really stand up until this section right there. Went straight up and vertical, and then the wave just flattened out, unfortunately for him. So don't think it's going to be the near excellent score that he needs.
It's a tough wave to use your priority on. Jake Marshall held priority for a long time in this heat. Finally pulled the trigger right there, needing a 7.83, but that end part of the wave, I don't think it allowed to get that score.
No, and it's going to be short of what he requires by a good margin. Still has time, though, a little over 3 minutes. I think that's enough time for him to get the 7.83 that he's probably still going to need.
Yeah, confirmed for Jake Marshall. It has come up short at a 5.77, so he still has the same requirement, 7.83. You can see all the needs in the needs column for our surfers. Priority with Jacob Wilcox. We talked about Jacob could be a heartbreaker. There is the Mateus Hurdy camp right there with his coach, Leandro Dora, behind the lens, and the rest of the Brazilian contingency right there rooting on Mateus.
And his uncle, Guilherme, who was able to surf in the Legends Heat yesterday, too. Real nervous right now for his nephew. We got a paddle battle, Kaipo, between the Heat leader and the second-place surfer in this one.
I think this is unnecessary
Exertion.
Exertion, you know, because these two should really be looking towards trying to maybe distracting Jacob Wilcox. Of course, you know, because Jacob Wilcox is really the guy that can boot either one of them out of the heat. But I guess Mateus doesn't want
Baker to take
the
lead.
lead, which was a safe seat. You know, we take 2 out of this heat, so if you're first in this last couple minutes, you don't want to be in the hot seat. The hot seat right now is with Jackson Baker, and an even hotter seat, his seat's on flame, actually. Jake Marshall needs a 7.83, and he's down in last priority.
Heat's not over. 7.83, easily attainable for Jake. He's coming off a runner-up finish over there in Adeseda. And speaking of talent, and I mean, realistically, he makes the quarterfinals, he's automatically guaranteed a spot back on the CT, but he's number 3 in the rankings.
Yeah,
I mean,
is not lost.
His chances of qualifying are still extremely high.
Yeah, what Jake Marshall will have to do if he takes the loss in the seat is sit on the sideline and watch the math play out with the other surfers still with a chance of qualification. It will really depend on who below him in the rankings is able to finish way high in the draw. So all is not lost for Encinitas right now, but things are looking dark in this particular heat for Jake Marshall.
Well, a little over a minute. Couple of waves approaching the lineup right now, and Wilcox with priority only needs a low 6, Kaipo.
Is he going to want to bump out his fellow countryman in the way of Jackson Baker? Maybe he is, because here he goes.
Oh.
Throws the tail, catches the rail, opportunity for Jackson Baker. Baker kicks out. Mateus Hurdy, our heat leader, looking down the line, kicks out.
That's smart.
35 seconds. Nothing in the situation is going to change right now other than the seconds ticking down on the clock. Mateus Hurdy looking good. Jackson Baker looking good. The 2 surfers that needed to do it, Mitchell, are doing it.
Yeah, and Marshall right now with priority still has 20 seconds, Kipes. And it seems like he has a shot right here. He's up.
Jake Marshall, eyes upper right.
Woo.
Nice carve with a little bit of release. Layback hack, tapered wall is going to hinder this wave just a little bit. The 7.83 is a pretty big ask on that wave, and that wave just tapered out into the channel.
And Jacko just dodged a bullet right there because that wave was shaping up to be the score that Jake needed. But what a heat, Kaipo. I'd have to say the best all year long, and that guy performed when he needed to.
Congratulations for the Mateus Hurdy camp. Super coach Leandro Dora's happy about that. The superheat lived up to its build-up. What a tremendous 30 minutes we just watched, Mitchell.
Well, and the first excellent heat total out of the event, too. 16.33, had an 8.33 and an 8 in the scoreline. Jacko really comes into play in this one because if it weren't for him, Jake Marshall would be advancing right now. And Jacob Wilcox, he's already qualified, so nothing really to gain and nothing to lose for him. But when the guy needed it the most, the guy who's literally on the brink of qualifying, number 10 in the rankings, it's a must-win scenario for him. He drops the first excellent score, a heat total of the event when he needs it.
2 Australians walking up the beach, both happy because Jacob's going to go on the championship tour and Jackson Baker is going to continue his road to potential requalification for the championship tour. All the numbers are in now. We can make it official. And there's your numbers. Excellent from Mateus Hurdy. He's into the round of 16. Jackson Baker, he's into the round of 16. Congratulations on a great season. We'll see you on the CT. Jacob Wilcox and Jake Marshall will be on the sidelines watching to see if he has enough to qualify. He's not in the game yet. What an exciting... Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, Mateus Herdy just went excellent in the round of 32, 16.33 two-wave total. It was a must-win heat for the Brazilian, and he got the job done. We will see him in the round of 16. Jake Marshall, our number 3 seed coming into this event, bowed out in the round of 32, but all is not lost for Marshall. He's going to sit on the sidelines and see how the math rolls out. We have 2 men already qualified for the championship tour. We have 8 more spots, and Marshall looking to fill one of those spots. Got a new heat on the water, the round of 32. Heat number 3, Nacho Gunnarsson, Luke Thompson, Jet Schilling, and Joel Vaughn. I'd like to welcome to the set Marco Bukuyuva. Marcos, what an exciting heat we just came off of.
I'm going to bring some David Bowie. Under pressure. Oh, my God. Mateus Herdy, amazing. About the camp for Mateus, the manager is a ripper, is a trickster, Daniel Cortez, one of the pioneers of air tricks here in Brazil, alongside with Wellington Gringo, Rodrigo Baby, Rodrigo Generic, a lot of boys from south of São Paulo in this equation. And in the camp, you have a super coach, Leandro Dora. You have everybody around. You have an uncle, Guilherme G. And right now in the water, you have Nacho, Luke, Jet, and Joe. One and a heat. This is a super heat also.
Well, we got a couple of surfers that I know a bit about. Jet Schilling, he's out there in the white jersey from San Clemente, California, 20 years old. He's number 15 on the rankings, so he has a chance of qualification depending on how he surfs out in this event. Joel Vaughn. Well, everyone got to know Joel's name yesterday, Marcos, as Joel Vaughn threw down a 10-point ride, a perfect ride just yesterday for a gigantic alley-oop.
My God, what a gigantic. I think it's a record. Like you used to do the measure back in the day in skateboarding with Christian Hosoi, can start doing some measures with the height.
Nacho Gunnarsson, I'm getting to learn about this surfer out of Argentina, but residing in Brazil, Marcos.
Super solid goofy footer. The last heat of Nacho, he was like putting the most chunky session throughout. Amazing floaters and he entries. He's a solid stance type of goofy footer and super sharp with closeouts maneuvers.
We talked about Jet Schilling. He will qualify for the championship tour with an event win here. He will guarantee his spot. Jet opened up the year with a semifinal finish on the Gold Coast. The 20-year-old out of San Clemente, California, has been a prodigy that people have been looking to as an American hope for years. Joel Vaughn from North Shelly Beach, 20-year-old as well, coming from a great surfing family. As we talked about yesterday, Joel with that 10-point ride.
I was chatting with Joe. It's amazing how a boy with 20 years old can be so well-rounded right now. Kids are traveling the globe after like early teens, and this is amazing.
Yeah, comes from a great surfing family. Luke Thompson, the 19-year-old out of Cape Town, South Africa. He's in the blue jersey, Marcos.
He have all the heritage of the South African surfing, super tall, stylish, power, amazing surfer from South Africa.
So international field out in the water. Again, top 2 surfers advance into the round of 16. Luke Thompson, his best results so far this year, 17th place, both in Sydney and the U.S. Open. So Luke has yet to make it out of this round in 2023. We'll see if he breaks through in this heat.
Yeah, it's a kind of slow pace in the beginning of the heat. No scores there on the board.
Joel Vaughn, one of 4 surfing brothers, eldest brother Zach. Curtis is a great surfer in his own right. And watch out for his younger brother, Huey, who is been targeted by the High Performance Center. Huey, an amazing surfer as well.
And what about the mentality? I was chatting with Huey and Joey. Oh, check it out, the 10. How important is visual turn of stalling.
Talk about pop. Talk about stomping.
And talk about claiming.
That's a 10. This is a 10 all day long.
No brainer.
And a little glimpse into what the future of surfing.
And I was chatting, Kaipo, with Joe and Vaughn's father, and he said, oh, my younger kid, I asked him, you want to pursue the QS? next year, no, I think I'm not ready. I want to still repeat myself, raising my bar, maybe a couple of years away.
Yeah, Josh Kerr had a developmental camp for that high performance center, and they went out to the Mentawai Islands to a spot called Pit Stops, where Huey was able to really up his game. You could see him develop his air game over the days over there at that idyllic location. I want to hear from Mateus Hurdy. Congratulations. You got a winner, Rachel.
Yeah, Mateus, that's how you make a must-win heat with the highest heat total of the event. Talk us through your 2 excellent scores.
Was it? I didn't know. Nice. I mean, I think that was the heat of the comp for sure. Jacob started with the 8.67 thing, and then we were like, fuck, we got to do well. And then, I just played it cool. I started with a 5, and then I heard the scores of, there's a lot of Jake, and Jackson. And then everyone had a good score, so I went to my air game, and then right after I landed at alley-oop, I saw the end session, and it was a big one, and I was just praying to God and land that thing, and then after that, just gave me the confidence I needed, and I played it cool as well. I got the priority, and as soon as I saw the wave coming my way, and then, Jake and Jacob, they were both looking at that wave, the big sad, and I just knew that was the one, and shout out to Leo Neves, because he's the one that grabbed the rail and, when his bottom turned on his backside, and I just remember him, and I just saw Valentin as well, his son, and I just shout out your dad, and I grabbed the rail, and then I was able to do the first turn because the wave was so bumpy, and that's my smaller board for smaller waves, but I'm feeling really confident with this board, so I just bottom turn and then did the first turn, and I was just praying to God and land the last turn because the last session was big and so windy and, backwashy. I was glad that I landed.
Yeah, congratulations. Now I'm going to ask in Portuguese. Como é que foi essa bateria que foi, acho que a mais emocionante do dia, né? Como é que foi para você encontrar essas ondas? E um recado que você queira mandar para todo mundo que está supporting for you.
Cara, todo mundo que está torcendo, muito obrigado. Eu estou sentindo, todo mundo torcendo por mim, isso é muito irado, assim. A gente está ali na água e sente a galera gritando e, também quando chega na internet e vê a galera, compartilhando, é irado. E, cara, foi uma das baterias que é muito bom, passar em primeiro. Todo mundo tinha notas altas, todo mundo ali tá brigando para entrar pro WCT. O Jacob já tá classificado, então, tô bem feliz de ter passado e vamos continuar.
Good luck into the next round. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Mateus Hurdy coming into this event right on the cut line is number 10 on the rankings, and he's inching ever so closer to qualification. The young Brazilian would be a great addition to the championship tour. During that interview, we saw Luke Thompson, Marcos, put it down for a 6.5, so nice start for the South African.
For sure, I love Luke Thompson's style. I think reminds me a little bit, Cooper Chapman. The stance, the posture, nice snap, buckets out there, kind of a 12 o'clock heat there. He got the rhythm.
Here's another view of the wave from up above.
The bird view is always right. Check it out, this one. Throwing buckets, people there, off the 12 o'clock, amazing. Luke Thompson, new crop from South Africa. I love how he goes so deep in the bottom turn. Squared up there, almost like a backside lip slide. And in the end, a little 12 o'clock off the top. Almost sliding the fin down. The third fin.
Yeah, it's interesting that we saw the superheat, heat number 2 of this round, just fire, and it's almost like the ocean's taking a little breathing after so much excitement. In that heat. We're down to 18 minutes on the clock as we turn our attention. Here's Nacho.
Nacho showing his forehand. Yesterday he clinches a slot here in this heat, like blasting through the closeouts with amazing chunky sessions. he enters.
Yeah. So we'll be watching for Nacho's opening score. Still sitting on the lineup, being very selective, is Jet Schilling and Joel Vaughn. It's interesting how the ocean, I mean, we know there's waves in the ocean, but just the momentum from heat to heat. Here's another view of Nacho on his opener.
I think the ocean is catching a breath.
Yeah.
It's almost like sounding waves. There's a pump, and there's some silence and some calm before the storm, maybe.
I feel that's
quote unquote storms, guys.
Yeah, I feel that's exactly what's happening right now. Tide's coming in. It's been, and you know what? It's a test of nerves right now for the young San Clemente surfer, Jet Schilling, because if he wants to qualify, he's number 15. He's below the cut line, so this is a must-win heat for Schilling. And Joel Vaughn, he's already got momentum of a 10-point ride yesterday. The Australian, Vaughn, does not want to lose momentum that he currently has going into this round. So pretty tense times between these two surfers, just waiting out there. And there's open priority. Priority has not been established between Jet Schilling and Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, two prodigies, one from, San Clemente, one of the most electric from the pack of San Clemente surfers, and Joe Vo, the man of the hour, the man of the viral yesterday. And, digesting this heat right now, it's a half and half affair of goofies and regulars.
Yeah. So Joel Vaughn, he's on camera now. Looks like he's interested in a wave. Let's see. He's on the move. We're tracking him from above. We set open priority again between Schilling and Vaughn. So the occupation of the wave is going to be determined by their positioning in the ocean.
They are reading more the lefts, but there's an A-frame there.
And the high tide is coming into play. Speaking about coming into play, he came to play and he won in that last heat. Second place, advancing into the round of 16. Jacko Bakers with Manu. Let's hear from him.
Oh my God, guys, what a heat. Actually, what is a heat, Jackson, where the second has a 15-point score? How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, that was a great heat. I knew yesterday when I seen all of us boys come in the one heat, especially with what's on the line, qualification. And yeah, we all started with massive scores, and when I started with a 7, I felt pretty good. And then once I heard all the other scores come in, I started to get really, really nervous. So yeah, to get second with 15 points, you're still not safe. Jacob only needed a 6 and Jake needed a 7. So I never felt safe out there, but I'm really, really happy to have progressed through that heat when I really, really need it.
Oh, and you know very well that it just becomes harder and harder now. How are you preparing yourself for this event here in Saquarema?
Yeah, I'm just trying not to think about the end result with qualification. I'm just trying to take it one heat at a time. I'm in a really tricky spot right now, but the more heats I make, the better chance of getting back on the championship tour where I feel like I deserve to be and belong. So yeah, just taking it one heat at a time. But now we come down to the 2-man heats, it becomes a lot more simple and a lot more waves to catch and use priority a lot smarter. So I'm keen to get into tomorrow and yeah, get the job done.
You are so right. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, the Novocastrians in Meriwether, Newcastle, are celebrating right now because one of their own, Jackson Baker, has moved on into the round of 16, so there's still a hope for the boy out of Newcastle to make it to the championship tour. And I agree with him. His opinion is he belongs on the championship tour. I believe he belongs on the championship
tour. He got
tour.
one of the best backhand snaps, one of the best mustaches, and I like the contrast of the blue jersey with the pink ribbon out there.
Yeah.
In the jersey.
Yeah, that's in remembrance of his mother, who was a victim of breast cancer.
I lost my mom and my dad.
Yeah, so, and Jackson Baker also a surfer with a cause as well. All right, we got the numbers up on the board. We had firecrackers, fireworks, all kinds of stuff happening in the superheat. Heat number 3, a little bit slow. So I feel now, Marcos, this is going to turn into an incredible chess match because now, between Jet Schilling and Joel Vaughn, it's a 13.5-minute heat.
You read my mind, man. I was thinking about a chess match right now, and I was thinking about talking about super heats. The next one would be massive. Crosby, Imai, Daniel, João Chianca, local hero.
Okay. This is Luke Thompson.
Sweating up.
You know what? He's got a 6.5. He said enough time. time ticked on the clock. I'm going to back that up. Smart, strategic move by the South African.
And how about timing, man? He plays the setup snap in tune just to be right there for the square up, the off the top re-entry there. We're going to check. We're going to reassess in the replay.
Here's the replay.
Check it out. Oh, okay.
Okay, so we had Jet Schilling. Starts off with a little rotation on the backhand, catches a rail. Back to Luke Thompson here on the replay.
Functional snap, squaring up in the junction there. There was junky and chunky there.
Junky and chunky is the word, still waiting for the scores. Here we go, Schilling finds a left.
Always electric. Check it out. Woo.
Nice finish there. You can sense some urgency from Jet Schilling now. Knowing that there's, clock management's involved in successive heats, he knows now he's at the 12-minute mark. He's got to get busy. He's got to get less picky. He's just got to get to his feet and put some numbers on the board.
And he's full of energy. He's got the skills, got the crew. He's ready to rock. Check it out, guys. Snap, just fading a little bit to be in position in the power pocket. Another one with more traction. And now the banger, the money third, a little slide, kind of lip slide junction, close out turn. Check it from the bird view. Woof.
All right, so we'll be waiting for that score. You get to check it out in slow motion, Marcos.
It's a tutorial to setting up, man. A little snap, putting a lot of effort in the back foot. One more time, wrapping it around. Nice position of the arm, setting up, and then lip sliding banger there. In tune with the conditions for sure.
Yeah, Jet Schilling gets a 3.67, so he'll remain in third place with that effort, but he's got a number on the board. Joel Vaughn playing the ultimate patient game, still waiting for a wave. Now he's holding priority. All the priority has been established now that the other three surfers have caught waves, so Joel Vaughn will have first pick of any set that comes through, but the clock continues to tick, and that could be a challenge for the Australian.
Oh, he can pull a Hail Mary anytime, man. After yesterday, you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, that's true. Daniel Elsimi, he's going to be in the next heat, and we're going to go to a break. We'll be back for the conclusion of this heat right after these messages. We're back at Itaúna, and this is Heat 3 of the round of 32 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And going to break, we saw a view of Daniel Emsley out of South Africa. He's going to be coming up in the next heat against Cosme Colapinto, Imai Kanali Devolved, and the local hero, Joao Chianca. So you're going to want to stick around for that next heat, because seed number 6 and seed number 7 will be in that heat. It's going to be another important heat. Well, we got an important 8 minutes right now, Marcos, for these surfers. This happened during the break. This is Nacho's second wave. It was a 3.5.
All the way from Argentina, residing in Florianópolis, training with Iago Dora, Membrod, and a lot of folks from Brazil there. Nacho Goodison reaping there.
So Nacho's in second, Luke Thompson's in first. The lower seeds are dominating in this heat. Jet Schilling in a must-win situation in this heat. Currently 15 on the Challenger Series rankings. Up against the wall, Schilling needs a 4.84 to go into second place and advance out of this heat. Joel Vaughn caught a wave, waited for a long time with priority. The wave he caught just earned him a 2.1.
Kind of a slow pace after the storm of the last heat, the super heat. Neptune is kind of taking some breath there.
Now things have not gone to plan for Joel Vaughn in this heat. Had a lot of confidence coming in, earned the 10 yesterday, did the right thing, you know, in a slow heat, held priority. However, just that 2.1 did not get him back into the game, and now he's in fourth priority. He's last in line.
Now maybe it's the time for chasing anything that moves with a little wedgie there.
Yeah, Marcos, it seems like things have slowed down due to the high tide. Your take on this break and with this increasing tide?
Oh, for sure. You're going to put it on all the mindset there. People that are going to be training more the transcendental meditation, yoga are going to be more in tune with those conditions.
And Joel takes off with that one, and you could see the full glass, if you would, really full on that wave. Here we go with our heat leader, Luke Thompson, again. Wave fading out with this higher fat tide. Needs some guts behind it. Jet Schilling's got a wave. Schilling carves off the bottom. Looks to finish here. San Clemente needs to hold on right there, and he does so. So just what Jet Schilling needed at the time, a 4.84. He pencil dived off that. Probably in the back of his head, he knows that he needs a little bit more to ensure advancing out of this heat.
But like reading-wise, he read the right one to ride, because you got to go for the one that seems to going to close out, and at least you got a chunky section to turn.
So waiting for the score for Jet Schilling. One more view of this. Gets that carve in, an important finish.
Yeah. Two-turn combo, man.
Slow motion for the finish, Marcos.
A little tutorial on how to hit a chunky session there. Jet, one of the most electric surfers coming out from new crop of San Clemente surfers.
Jet Schilling, he surfs fast, and with a name like Jet, you better go fast.
Yeah, but he's kind of evening out because he's Jet, chilling. He always chill. 50-50, like a milk, half-half. Half and half.
There we go. Vaughn. And this is what Joel needed. Something to line up for him. 3 snaps for the patient Australian. Gets his name right back in the hat. So he waited for quite a while. Just had a 2.1 to his credit, but found one that lined up on the sandbank.
I love the pace, how fluid he was. Amazing, Brian.
Here we go, Nacho.
Whoa.
Layback, catches a rail, goes down. Schilling's last wave, a 4.6 was not enough for Jet. He remains in third place. Jet Schilling needs a 3.91 at this moment. But remember, we're waiting for a score for Joel Vaughn. The score for Joel Vaughn could change this entire situation. We know this is a non-make on this replay.
Underneath the lip, actually on the top of the lip, he was trying to go for a Hail Mary in this layback. Nacho Goodison. And
this is the important wave here, Joel Vaughn.
The state of flow, brah. Check it out. Kind of a Parco pace there, connecting the dots. No buggles, no bubbles in the line.
5.83 coming out of the replay for Joel Vaughn. He put himself in striking distance of second and advancing position. Now Joel Vaughn needs a 2.67. Jet Schilling needs a 3.91. Both surfers need under a 4-point ride. Both surfers in must-win situations in this heat, especially Jet Schilling. Schilling with second priority. You can see him to the left of your screen in the white jersey, and the clock you can see at 3.5 minutes.
No lockers in this gate of this heat. Maybe Luke Thompson a little safer than Nacho, because Jet Schilling have his eye on the prize right now. And Joe is warming up. He have a lot of inspiration from the perfect 10 yesterday, the viral moment of the competition so far.
Yeah, it sure was. Beautiful afternoon here. We're at the 3-minute mark and tension building in the water for Jet Schilling. Luke Thompson, he's happy to sit with heat control. Here we go. Joel pops it up, lands a little high, goes incomplete. But Luke Thompson happy to sit with heat control. Thompson, the South African, with the lead and first priority. Nacho finds a wave just up and out for the Argentinian surfer.
You know, the competition IQ from Luke Thompson is on point too now.
Yeah, he's got the lead. He might as well sit with priority. We got top 2 advancing out of here, so let everyone else scrap out for second place.
For sure, let's play some chess here. Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah. All right. Down to 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
Sunset's coming, but you never know. It's too fat right now. A lot of water in the banks.
Well, there's a tense 2-minute warning right now for Schilling.
Eternity for the other guys and just a split of second for Jet Schilling.
You can see you got eyes on Schilling. Little splash of the water there. Don't get frustrated yet.
He's a do or die Jet.
This really is his season.
Yeah.
This heat for Jet Schilling. 90 seconds.
You can cut the tension with a knife right now out there.
Schilling sitting further away from his other competitors. There you can see him breaking away.
Especially from Luke. At least he have the second priority.
Down to a minute.
There is a shoulder going on there.
Joel Vaughn just needed 2.67 to get into second, so scrappy effort by the Australian right there.
67. Olha, acredito que o Nath agora.
So did Joel do enough on that just to get, he just needs under a 3-point ride. 2.67 puts him in second and advancing position. He snuck that wave off.
Tough call.
Nacho currently in second. Nice carve there. Needs to improve upon a 3.5. And I think he just did that, Marcos.
There is a question mark for sure that right there, man. Solid 2-turn combo.
All right, down to just 10 seconds and no vision of Jet Schilling on the paddle here. He's not going to get to his feet before this breaking wave gets to him. So unfortunate for the San Clemente surfer. The story is going to be, this is after the horn, not going to count.
Let's see, at least it's a show. Oh my God, man. I was rooting for him.
Joel Vaughn, 2.3 did not get enough on that sneaky wave that well, evidently he rode another wave. So we're going to catch up. We need 2 scores in to finalize this heat. One for Joel Vaughn and one for Nacho Gundenson.
Still a question mark.
Luke Thompson, he's in. He knows he's advancing.
Yeah,
the South
safe.
African into the round of 16. Thumbs up. Nacho running up the beach. See if he did enough. And the last wave for Joel Vaughn was 1.3. So Nacho did do enough. We're going to see Nacho Gundenson moving on along with Luke Thompson into the round of 16. Chess match battle there in heat number 3 of the round of 32.
Frozen Chaka for Luke and Nacho.
5.03 final wave score for Nacho Gundenson.
Best of the season for Jet and Joel next season. They're so young still and so well-rounded.
Yeah, end of the run for Jet Schilling. But we're going to have the 2 underdogs, Luke Thompson, Nacho Gundenson, moving on into the next round, the round of 16. Well, we're on to another heat, and worry not your troubled heart. If you wanted more of Mitchell Salazar, he's coming back in along with a special guest. Stick around.
Crosby Colapinto, 22 years old, from San Clemente, California. I think the tour is definitely the pinnacle of surfing. All the best guys are there, and it's the best waves. You get to surf incredible waves. You know, it's a dream tour, and you just get to really like show how you surf in good waves. So that's what I want to get there for. Getting older on the Challenger Series, I think I'm really starting to kind of know myself and know where my level's at, and know that I'm ready. It's been a dream of mine to be on the championship tour ever since I was super young. Ever since we were little, and to be there with him and traveling with him and bringing my family along, it just is like a dream come true for sure.
Crosby Colapinto looking to join his older brother Griffin on the championship tour for 2024, and the kid from San Clemente has already made a final so far this season on the Challenger Series. Welcome back to the booth. Mitchell Salazar, Marcos Bocaiva, and former World Pro Junior Champion Kira Pinkerton joining us for an excellent. Kira, appreciate your time, and you know, Saquarema has been good for you so far. You've had a good result last year, a 9th place finish. You're into the round of 16 yet again, Kira. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So talk to us about the development of San Clemente so far within competition. You've obviously seen Crosby Colapinto for a long time. His brother Griffin was number 3 in the world this year. Cole Hausman's already qualified. Who else do you got on the bank besides Cade Matson?
Well, unfortunately, we just saw Jet go down in that last heat, but we still got Cade and Crosby in this heat, and also Eli Hanneman staying with us. And it's been really cool staying with all of them this trip. It's my first time ever, and we've all just been cheering each other on, and it's just like so much support, and you can really tell it helps so much in our heats.
So you've officially claimed Eli as a San Clemente resident, or at least adopted him.
I don't know. He's just staying with us, and then Shion, too. He's been ripping, and he actually is helping out the boys by beating out some big names.
Well, he's definitely one of the standouts of the event so far. Here's Heat 4 of the round of 32. Crosby Colapinto, number 6 in the rankings, is in the red. Imai Kalani-Devault also on the verge of requalifying for the CT in blue. And Daniel Emsley, who had a great heat yesterday. He's had 2 heat wins so far. In the white, Joao Chianca, the local boy, in the green jersey. Mitch, Marcos, and Kira here with you. Marcos, Joao Chianca has been on a tear so far. He opened up his account in the round of 64 with a pair of 7s. So far in this heat, though, it's been Imai Kalani-Devault, the surfer from Maui, who's opened up with a 5.5. Strong start for him.
João is always electric, Mitch. It's amazing to watch him surf with the local knowledge card in his chest, and it's amazing to see how he can pull like nice turns here. This is what's going on the break. He's always electric, man. You find a little nugget there, a little tube time, almost like a surf pool there.
And Daniel Emsley, Kira, he's still a junior, by the way. Opened up with a 4.33 going on this left here.
You know, I think he's ripping, and honestly, I didn't know who he was before this year, and throughout the entire year, he's improved so much, and everyone's been pretty shocked by him. It's pretty cool to see how far he's come this year.
And then Imai Marcos, 5.5 here.
Oh, so amazing flow, amazing flair, style, posture. One of my favorites, for sure.
So 24:40 on the clock. DeVault with a slight lead at the moment. Luke Thompson had a big heat win, and that's 2 for 2 so far, Rachel. He's looking great so far in the event.
That's true. Luke Thompson again leading the heat from the beginning. How comfortable are you feeling in this wave? Was this an easy heat for you?
Yeah, definitely not. Everyone in that heat's been surfing so well throughout the event. I had 2 of my good friends, Jet Schilling and Joel Vaughan, in that heat, and Joel got a 10 yesterday, and Jet's like on the cusp of qualifying. So I definitely knew it was going to be a super tough heat, but I just wanted to stay true to my guns and kind of go out there with the game plan and stick to it. And yeah, the heat before mine had a big flurry of waves, and I knew our heat was kind of going to be slow. So I tried to start on the inside and get the first wave, and I managed to luckily stick to the game plan, and everything worked out.
And how much do you think this beach break can help you to keep moving forward in the next days?
It's actually super similar to where I grew up in Durban. So I'm pretty comfortable out here. I love surfing in boardies, so that's an added bonus. The sun's out. So I'm loving it. I mean, I don't have a chance at qualifying, but I just kind of want to get heats going and try to get a result here to finish off the year and get some higher rank for next year, and hopefully some extra money for next year.
You're doing great. Congratulations and good luck into the next round. Of course.
Thanks to my family and everyone watching back home. Mom, Steve, Dad, I know you guys are all watching. Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Congratulations to Luke moving through into the round of 16, where we will have head-to-head matchups at that point of the event. 23 minutes on the clock. Imai with the 5.5. Daniel Emsley has a 4.33 on the opening left. And Joao Chianca, number 4 in the world on the championship tour, with a 1.27. You saw the event at Lowers, the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Kira. As we look at the sequence of events right here, Daniel Emsley with his second scoring ride. You mentioned him being a really cool kid. He's very calm, but he's an aggressive competitor, and it seems like he will be extending his positioning right here. But this guy, he was number 4 in the world, lost over at the Rip Curl WSL Finals against Ethan Ewing, but had an excellent sophomore year on the CT.
Yeah, he's trouble in a heat, for sure. If you have him in a heat, you never know what he can do. He's pretty explosive, and here's Crosby. I'm obviously cheering for Crosby.
You can get biased, no worries.
That's kind of a hard wave to go on, but it's pretty slow right now. It's not many waves.
It's a calm after the storm for sure.
Yeah.
The superheat took all the energy from the sea.
Yeah, girls got all the good waves today.
Oh,
and,
for sure. Amazing canvas for you.
Yeah.
And how about the smack the lip, he entry? A lot of Archie DNA there.
Mm-hmm.
Those older guys have any influence in surfing there?
Yeah, I mean, growing up in San Clemente, we're so lucky. Everyone surfs so good, and I grew up with all of these boys. And Archie at T Street almost every day. You surf with him, and my biggest inspiration was my dad. Obviously,
okay.
He always was pushing me to surf all the time. And then obviously, actually, Samantha Sibley and Alyssa Spencer growing up were like my 2 girls who I think kind of pushed me to be who I am today.
Amazing sparrings.
Yeah.
Is Ford Archibald still around, or is moving around more to Noops?
I don't know. I haven't been home in a while.
Okay. You're not the mayor.
The story of the life of a traveling surfer right there. So Imai Kalani Deval qualifies for the championship tour with a 3rd place finish. You saw the graphic for Crosby Colapinto as well. He qualifies with a quarterfinal finish, and those 2 gentlemen could guarantee their fate for 2024 if they make just a few more heats. Under 21 minutes on the clock, Joao Chianca, his second score is a 5.27. Waiting on the second for Daniel Emsley right now seems to be a decent one. And the kid from East London in South Africa, doing his family proud. His uncle, a former CT surfer, Greg, was a runner-up at the Quicksilver Pro France to Mick Fanning in 2007. A 4.93 right there for Daniel, so he takes the lead. Joao Chianca to second, Imai to third, needs a small score, and the opener of Colapinto, a 4.77. Seems like some action out in the lineup. Chianca having a look right here. And he was barrel hunting on his first ride. Strong offshore wind out there on offer in Saquarema. Just a couple of setup turns. Mistimed the first one a little bit. He's going to stick to the rail. It seems like throwing the tail around with the reverse right there. And an inside double up on offer. A little mistimed once again, but was able to close out the wave.
with good style. 19:40 on the clock. You know, Marco was asking you about Archie, all these people from certain hometowns like Saquarema. We had Leonardo Neves here, a local hero back in the day. But in San Clemente, you see guys all from the age of Chris Ward, Mike Losness, up until guys my age, Ian Crane and Jeremy Carter, just as often as you're going to see Joao here in Saquarema, Kira. What's it been like growing up in San Clemente with a good crew like that?
That's probably why we all do so good now, is we just had each other to feed off of. We're all just surfing all day, and you're watching someone do something good, you want to do something better, and I think that's why San Clemente is so special. It's just a big surf town, and everyone's so inspired by each other.
And during Joao's wave, Imai Kalani Davao once again just blistering these waves here, Marcos.
Wow.
Seems like he's in a good rhythm out there.
He could have been in the toilet bowl right there. Amazing closeout session. Nice snap to begin his path in this wave. And check it out. It's almost like a Haleiwa laid-back jam over there.
Yeah, Imai, one of the few surfers from Maui that have qualified for the Championship Tour. And then Crosby was up on the left, too. Opened it with a 4.77. Good re-entry right there. And a closeout maneuver, too, for Colapinto. You know, Kira, everybody always asks me what's one of my favorite waves in San Clemente. Have to say lowers, have to say rivies. But T-Street, to me, has to be one of my Achilles heels. I know you've surfed T-Street quite a bit. It's a wave that a lot of people grow up on over there. But it is one of the most difficult waves in the world, I'd have to say. But it produces, obviously, some excellent surfers.
Yeah, T-Street is the best and worst wave ever. You paddle out there one day and you're like, wow, I love this place. Next day you're like, can I go somewhere else, please?
I'm bored.
Yeah, I'm over this. Take me somewhere. But, yeah, T-Street, I think, too, is a good training ground. It's always changing. There's, like, little beach break to the left, and then you have, like, the weird, like, mushy, bully peak in the middle. And then there's Archie's little wave, which is the right, which is actually, there's a bunch of sidewalk that was broken up and put under the water there a long, long time ago. So it kind of gives it like that reefy look over there.
Amazing. There is a sign there, Archie Wedgie.
Yeah. It's Archie's wedge.
7.5 for Imai DeVault. Moves him way up into first place with a 13-point heat total. As Emsley now having a look at another left. Talented kid from East London in South Africa. It's a long travel to get there from, you know, wherever you are in the world, but so far making his time worth here in Saquarema. I know, Kira, most of you guys have come straight from Ericeira to here as we look at Joao Chianca now. One of the two CT surfers that we have in the draw on the men's side. The other one, Miguel Pupo, he'll be coming up in the next heat. Joao's still working the rails, though. You know, normally when you work with a lot of coaches, they want to minimize the body movement, the body language, Kira, but this year was one of the most impressive we've seen out of a Brazilian surfer. And in the sophomore year of Joao Chianca, the body language is actually beneficial to a lot of his scores.
Yeah, I think, like, I have so much appreciation for his surfing because he's just kind of different and he puts so much emphasis into everything. And he's also, like, one of the best barrel riders. Like, I'm actually surprised he didn't make that first one.
So am I. So Joao looking good here on the replay, too. Trying to improve on a 4.33, Marcos.
Talking about torquing his body, so electric always. We have a nickname for him. He's Electric Boy. He's always changing directions, always trying to place his board in the right spot. And it's the same, you know, DNA of Lucas Chianca, his older brother. Actually, there is a hierarchy of nicknames. It's Gustavo Chumbão, the father. It's Lucas Chumbo, the big brother. And he used to be called Chumbinho.
Oh, little Chumbo. Yeah.
Little Chumbo.
And what does Chumbo mean?
It's sort of iron.
Iron?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
The thing that you attach to the hook to do some fishing.
Oh, okay, yeah. The iron weight.
Yeah,
they use for,
weight, yeah.
Oh, Chumbo.
Yeah,
Learn
because
something new every day.
Yeah. Gustavo is a big fella.
Yeah.
Man. If he's going to go for like a dream as a master in the UFC, he'll be a heavyweight for sure.
And he rips as well. 15 minutes on the clock. Imai Kalani DeVault in the lead with a 7.5 and a 5.5. Crosby Colapinto in fourth. He has a couple of fours in his scoreline, needing a 4.84. It would have to be his best to move up into the lead. There's Pedro Jovalino trying to indicate to a surfer, Imai, to move over a little bit. You've worked with Pedro before, Kira, and he's very energetic, has a lot of passion for surfing, and it seems like Imai and him have a great relationship.
Yeah, I think they work perfectly for each other. Pedro's got so much energy, so much love, and he just always is psyching, and then Imai is like very mellow and like kind of needs that like push of emphasis. So I think they work really well together.
He's super quiet, and I have a data from Pedro that is amazing. I think he worked for 2 or 3 seasons with Leo Neves as a coach.
Yeah.
So he warmed up his career, he started his career in the national levels here in Brazil. He's moved himself to Maui, and he used to be Leo Neves. Like being a Leo Neves coach here in Brazil is almost like being a coach for NDRs in North Shore.
Yeah.
Here's his results so far in 2023. Runner-up finish over there on the Gold Coast, and 9th at Narrabeen, and another 9th place finish in Ataseda. He matched up against his good friend and his fellow Maui surfer Jackson Bunch in the round of 16 in Ataseda. You know, Kira, the life of a traveling surfer, everybody thinks that it's one of stardom and beauty, but there are a lot of difficulties when it comes to competition too. Imai Kalani knows all about that, looking to re-qualify for the championship tour with a quarterfinal finish here in Saquarema. Halfway through the round of 32 for the men, Imai Kalani developed in the lead with a 16.5 heat total as he drops a 9.0 as we were heading in the break. Daniel Emsley in second. Looking at the replay here of Emsley, Marcos, a 6.4 on this one.
Gigantic fan in the first snap, playing all the fundamental cards, sticking to the basics, but huge surfing for the little Emsley boy from South Africa.
And then Imai Kira was able to take to the air, dropped one of the highest single wave scores of the event, a 9-point ride right there.
Wow, that was very impressive. And the waves are getting so backwashy too, so that he made it look so smooth.
Not one to claim a lot of waves either. Didn't see one right there for Imai. And he is just as cool as a cucumber, as you were mentioning. So actually has the highest heat total of the event so far, a 16.5, a 9, and a 7.5 in a scoreline, looking to re-qualify for the championship tour at the end of the event. Kira, before the break, we were talking about how difficult it is to be a traveling professional surfer. Everybody thinks it's a life of glamour and whatnot, but there's a lot of stress involved, especially when it comes to competition, and especially financially. It's really hard for a lot of people just to be able to make it through a single QS and Challenger Series season overall.
Yeah, it's been a pretty tough year for sure, and I can tell it's been hard for everyone. Obviously, it's a dream tour, and we get to travel to so many cool places, but sometimes we're so worried about money or just like making sure we can find a place to stay or just anything that it actually can kind of take away from your mindset for surfing. And I'm trying to learn how to just let go of that and just surf, and wow, Imai is just killing it. He's having a great time out here.
He's found his rhythm now.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He's one of my favorite surfers for sure. He's just so casual with everything he does.
And power and casuality is not something super cool to connect.
Yeah. Personality-wise, too, he's just such a good person.
Yeah, he's Really chill, I guess, is the perfect word to describe him. And looking at the replay there, Marcos.
Amazing. What about the first blast over there, man? And I think, it's a mirror of your own personality when you surf. And maybe this smooth operator's fluid style of Imai is a reflection of his own personality.
Maybe, yeah. Which doesn't make, maybe I don't know Joao too well, but he seems pretty mellow. But he's not
He can get
mellow.
electric. He's almost a half part, the opposite of Iago Dora.
Yeah.
When they are there in the Vulcan House in the North Shore, they have split rooms for them.
No way.
Well, almost complete opposite personalities right there. And during the replay of Imai, Joao Chianca straight up in vertical again, Marcos.
Square it up. Joao Chianca, amazing. Raw power DNA, man, is in his blood.
Crosby Colapinto still in fourth. Speaking of him, though, that is good for Crosby. And a 1-2 punch on that one. A little late to the second, but he made up for it, though. 8:40 on the clock. Right when he needs it, too. A 6.56 or better. Kira, you mentioned San Clemente, just a breeding ground for great surfers. We have another one right here in Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, this first turn is money.
Insane.
A little late to the second, but that first turn's going to give a lot of the points for sure. And he made sure he rode out of this one. His last one, I don't think he rode out.
So big momentum shift right here, Marcos, watching the replay of Crosby.
For sure, Mitch. He's proving my point of this is a super heat also.
All these heats, there's no guy you can choose anymore to just win an event. It's just like everyone's so good nowadays. It's pretty amazing, actually.
It's kind of hard to play with this fantasy surfer nowadays.
Yeah, especially with how many people can qualify still. It's just wide open.
7:50 on the clock, waiting for that score, and it could be the difference maker in this heat for Crosby. Joao Chianca in third has a 5.27 and a 4.33 in his scoreline. And meanwhile, the kid from South Africa, who's just been on a roll, still in second place. That just changed, though, because the last of Colapinto is a 7.0, moves up into second place. A 9.5 would give him the lead. Emsley now in third, needing a 5.38, and Joao Chianca in fourth, needing a 6.51. Huge momentum shift. There's a score for that one, Marcos.
Yeah, for sure. It's almost straight up a 7 is straight up. And it's a case of surviving, man. Two guys that need to survive are pushing the limit so hard, they're raising the bar so hard. And it's Imai and Crosby. And I can tell I don't need to go biased. I'm Brazilian, but style-wise, one of my favorites, both of them.
Miguel Pupo coming up in the next heat. He was number 6 on the World Championship Tour at the end of 2022. He's coming up against 3 fellow Brazilians, Michael Rodrigues, Kawa Costa, and Jadson Andre. Here's the heat leader, Imai DeVault, looking to replace a 7.5. Some good flow on the backhand on this one so far. 6.5 on the clock.
Hey, Mitch, Kaipo asked me what you're gonna think is gonna play off during the high tides, scenario over here. I said people are gonna start doing the Saquarema hop. And we saw, Imai doing some hops there, and it's kind of rare to see Imai doing some tic-tacs and hops.
Yeah. It's such a hard wave. I've only been here 2 years, but last year was pretty tough to figure out just because you got to time it so perfectly. And I think that's why, Alyssa's timing is so impeccable. That's why I think she won last year. And same with Ribera. That's such a hard wave to time, and she's just on it. Everything. It's pretty insane.
Check it out, some hops, Saquarema hops there.
He's just having fun.
Well, there's a lot on the line for both the surfers in red and blue, though. 6 and 7 in the rankings, respectively. Colapinto's been a runner-up at one event so far this season. That was at the U.S. Open. Lost the final to Eli Hanneman. Imai Kalani DeVault, the runner-up over at Snapper, the first event of the season. Imai looking to requalify for the CT. He's been there before, was a victim of the midseason cut for the first time. And then Crosby Colapinto looking to join his older brother, Griffin, as a member of the championship tour. There's Michael Rodrigues. He has a lot on the line as well, number 13 in the ranks coming into this event, the last one of the season. And he has a big heat ahead of him against 3 fellow Brazilians. 5 minutes on the clock now. Kira, it is surprising to me that not only Crosby is younger than Griffin, I want to say just as talented as Griffin is, but he is the taller out of the two by a good margin, too. He's significantly taller and uses his entire frame to his advantage.
Yeah, those two are insane servers. I have a lot of respect for them. Their mental game and just everything. And he's got a lot of pressure on him right now, Crosby, because he's so close to qualifying. And just watching them every day, how they prepare every morning and every night, and just making sure they got a clear head going to sleep, it's pretty cool. And it's honestly helped me out so much. And no wonder they're such good surfers.
I was flashbacking right now for Haleiwa a couple of seasons back when they went viral, like, you know, smacking the lip over there in the back-to-back wave.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
I remember that, and I also remember Crosby kind of blew up at Pipe.
He did it.
Griffin did too, but I felt like Crosby just like, that's when I think he made a huge name for himself too, just showing that he's not only a good surfer, but he can barrel ride better than his brother.
They can back a punch, baby.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Well, especially a backdoor pipeline, too. And speaking of pipeline, both the surfers in blue and red, they're looking to make it there for the start of the CT season in 2024. Heat recap here, Marcos. A 7.5 and then a 9 for Imai Deval have him in first.
He's smacking the lip in Imai Deval with flair. Smooth operator can get raw power mode.
And then backed it up with the 9.5 red here with the rotation and the one strong turn to finish off. And then the fellow San Clementian out there in the water, Kira. Crosby Colapinto goes ballistic on this one, drops a 7.0 for his best, and that has him in second place at the moment.
Yeah, he's got to feel good with that one, and hopefully he just can back it up one more time because Daniel and Joao are obvious. Oh, I don't know what's going on out there, but oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. Joao's
if you don't
one of
know
those
now,
people,
you know.
you don't want to leave it to the last minute with him because he can get the score for sure.
2:55 on the clock now. He's won a CT event before. He was a semifinalist at this event last year en route to requalification for the Championship Tour. And looking at the replay here, Marcos, doesn't seem like it'll change much.
Zigzag to gain speed, going for the air like you just don't care. Nice rotation on the 180, trying to pull the second one, couldn't pull, kind of bogged the toe side rail. Yeah, no, the real side rail there. But the first rotation,
oh man,
oh my God, it was ballistic there.
I feel like maybe he should have just finished it because he doesn't need something huge.
Yeah, maybe with the hook there.
Yeah, like
going
just
simple.
To stomp it. But
yeah.
He
But
just
this
got
is
a little
John.
excited.
This is John personality.
Yeah. Oh, that was a nice one.
Go big or go home.
Yep.
Yeah, and then Joao, more of a chop hop right there on the first air. I mean, didn't necessarily get fully above the lip. So still waiting on his last score. Would have to be at least a 6.51 for second place. 1 minute 50. And if he were to get the score, that's bad news for Crosby Colapinto right now because he needs to make it through this heat just to be able to secure his spot on the CT for 2024. Imai Deval way out in front with the highest heat total of the event. He also needs a big result here. If he makes it to finals day, there's a chance that he guarantees a spot on the CT for 24. Crosby playing some defense right there. Uses priority on this right. A couple of carves on the forehand so far. And throws the tail around. Doesn't need to improve by a huge margin on the 4.77. And this is some smart work right here from Colapinto. Just another day at T Street, but counted in a jersey. A little over a minute. Looking to improve on a 4.77. There's the Joalinho camp. They're in support of Imai Deval, but it seems to me, Kira, like Crosby is on his way to the round of 16 at the moment with that last one.
Yeah, that definitely helped solidify his second place. But, you know, you never know because we are watching it from a screen and not the ocean, so it's hard to tell. But seems like Pedro's still stressing, even though Imai's got everyone comboed, you know?
This is Brazilian hot blood, girl.
It's so funny.
And the last of Shianka was just enough, a 6.57. So this was a smart move right here, Marcos. Crosby needing just a 4.84 now.
It's almost like playing defense, attacking. Check it out, this one. Rotation with the variation of the carving wraps, with the milking all the way down to the point, to the inside. A little hook in the end. Mike Tyson hook there.
Wow.
That could have been the knockout punch as we are in countdown. This heat is over. So Imai Deval way out in front in first place. And waiting on the last score of Crosby Colapinto to see if he gets the 4.84 or better. So this wave after the buzzer does not count. So Shianka cannot improve on his scoreline right now. As one of the premier surfers from Brazil, number 4 on the World Championship Tour at the end of 2023. He has won a CT event before, and Crosby Colapinto looking to make it to the CT for the first time ever. Number 6 in the rankings coming into the event, wants to make it through this heat so he can control his destiny. Scores coming through, and they look positive, and it's enough. It's a 5.27 for the kid from San Clemente, California. He's moving through into the round of 16 with Imai Kalani DeVault, and in a must-win scenario for both guys, they're into a crucial round. Inside the top 10 at the moment, but they want to secure their spot for the CT for 2024. I appreciate your time, Kira Pinkerton. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck either tomorrow or in the rest of the event.
Thank you for having me.
So a big heat number 4 has concluded. Deval Colapinto moving through, and it's an all-Brazilian affair about to come up. Appreciate your time, Kira Pinkerton. More action to come and a lot on the line. Qualification for 2024 for the Championship Tour is what these men are looking for. Be right back with more action. The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And a huge buzzer-beating moment for Crosby Colapinto, moving through into the round of 16 in a must-win clutch scenario for the kid from San Clemente, California, as he is advancing with Imai Kalani DeVault in hopes to qualify for the World Championship Tour. Crosby moves through with a huge momentum builder heading into the round of 16. Being congratulated right there by Marita. Daniel Emsley, who had a great performance in the last heat, and what a heat it was. We got another great one, and it's an all-Brazilian clash. Miguel Pupo in the red, Michael Rodriguez with the on the line, number 13 in the rankings, in the blue jersey. Kawa Costa from Brazil, also in the white. The kid made the round of 16 last year, and drawing out the competition in the green is Jadson Andre, former CT surfer, number 21 in the ranks, and he's up and riding. Of course he is. Jadson Andre, quick to work from Natal in the northern part of Brazil, getting to work quickly. Mitch and Maida Pops now with you. Maida, an all-Brazilian affair, and we got 4 premier surfers, 2 of them being former CT surfers, one of them still being one of the very elite, and this guy wants to make it back to the elite if he can at the end of this event here in Saquarema. We're talking about the kid on screen, Jadson Andre.
It's true, Mitch. And here is Kawan Costa, 2-time World Junior, actually South America Pro Junior champion. He rips a lot. He took a good wave on the first day and won the Natura Kayak best wave of the day. And look, he's ripping right now.
And then Miguel Pupo right here, also a good opener, it seems. He was injured for all of the CT year, was not able to compete in any event, but looking great so far, Maida, on this one.
Yeah, look, his injury has already gone. Looking pretty sharp right there. And this is Jadson André. Nice hook right there. Yeah, splashing a lot of water. Jadi is always dangerous, So an energetic surfer. All of these guys, I was at the Área de Atletas Banco do Brasil, and the Brazilian crowd was just like freaking out there with this heat right here. 4 of them, many people like cheering for each one. It was funny.
25 minutes on the clock. Kawa Costa with a pair of threes in the lead at the moment. Miguel Pupo opened up with the 6-1-7. He's up and riding again. Strong combo right there. Falls in the second one, though. So that shouldn't be kept in a scoreline at the end of this heat. Jadson André opened up with the 2.0. And here he goes again. This is already his third wave in a matter of 5 minutes. On the backhand now, bit of an insider. Couple of small taps just to work all the way through to the inside. And let's see what the short break has on offer. Getting some speed. And blast that last section literally on the sand, as Andre has his third scoring ride in 5.5 minutes.
It's really awesome what Jadi can do in this kind of waves, Just squeeze everything the wave offers him. The wave didn't look that good, but he just smashed it.
Definitely does. Won a CT event before right here in Brazil. That was in Santa Catarina in 2010. Defeated the great Kelly Slater in the final. Looking good here on the back end on this one, Maida.
Yeah, look. Pretty strong movements. A lot of water being splashed. And this finishing turn right there was strong. Right on the sand, Mitch.
Literally. Let's hope his board and himself are okay, as he drops a 3.87 on his previous one. So still waiting for his third score. 23:40 on the clock. Miguel Pupo gets a 2.57 as his second scoring right at the moment. The person with the most to gain and the most to lose, though, is the kid in blue. Number 13 in the ranks coming in. Michael Rodriguez has priority, hasn't caught a wave so far. And that guy on screen, Miguel Pupo, was the number 6 surfer in the world after the end of the championship tour finished in 2022. Here's Kawa Costa, has a great air game, and won't be able to pull that rotation right there. So no harm, no foul. Made the round of 16 last year as a wild card in the event. And you like him very much. Has a great amount of energy, just like Jadson André does. You know who has a good amount of energy? Dropped the highest heat total of the event, 16.5 points. Ima Kalani Deval, he's downstairs with Manu.
Yeah, Mitch, so many points here in Saquarema right now, and we don't have the best conditions. It's a little bit windy. We also have the backwash, and even though we have all these conditions you wanted, I bet it's very different from Maui, isn't it? Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. It's very different. I love it, though. It's got a lot of power and push, like similar to Hawaii does, but on Maui we don't have many beach breaks, so I definitely sometimes struggle in the events that are kind of beach breaks and tricky and kind of split up, hard to find. So I was just happy to find opportunities out there, because the heat before me looked pretty slow and tricky, so I was just hoping to find an open wave, and luckily I was just in the spot.
And besides the ocean, the athletes also are so good. Is it hard for you to compete with someone like John Shanka and everybody? How is that for you? There's no easy heat, isn't it?
No, there's no easy heat in the Challenger Series from round 1, so I knew that was a really hard heat. Me and Crosby, I think, are both 6th and 7th or something on the rankings, so it was a big heat for both of us. And then having Joao was definitely obviously he's the local, he knows this wave super well, so it was a big heat to get through for sure.
And as I said, you're from Maui, and we had recently the problem with the fires out there that all the world was talking about it. Do you want to send a message to your people?
Definitely. Just everyone at home, I love you guys. Thank you for supporting, and super proud to represent Maui, and hopefully we, keep going and bring this thing home.
Great, congratulations. And thinking about Maui, that is an amazing place, isn't it, guys? Back to you.
Maui no Kaoi, congratulations to
Imaikalani DeVault has at least secured himself a 9th place finish here in Saquarema, the last Challenger Series event of the year. Miguel Pupo in the lead in this one has a 6.17 and a 2.57. Just saw him on screen right there. Has a 3rd scoring ride now. Jadson Andre has been very busy. His previous 2 rides, last 2 have been a 3.87, and that has him in 2nd place at the moment. Kawhi Costa opened up with a 3.67. Needs something close to, or just a little bit better than a 4 to move up into 2nd. And Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, a quiet start for him. He needs to move through this heat and at least make it to the semifinals to have a chance of qualifying for the championship tour. 20 minutes on the clock now, Maida. It's been a lot of action from both Costa and Andre so far.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. Actually, Michael Rodriguez is just being a little more patient, just trying to choose better his waves. I think he surfed one wave right there. It was this left-hander. Nice first movement right there. Second good one. Looking for some space and just snap it really strong and sharp and very vertical.
And then Jadson Andre, another right-hander for him, Aida.
Yeah, good snap right there. And this one was strongest. Yeah, this backwash is crazy right now, Mitch. But he managed to come through this one and smash it again right on the sand. Jed is looking so gnarly right there.
He's looking great, and then Miguel was also involved in the situation. Had one of his top 2 waves on this one right here.
Miggy is so classy, you know, his surfing is so beautiful. Look, and this was Michael Rodriguez again, kicking the fin, sliding. Another one right on the pocket. This wave was better than the other one.
Could be. His opener comes through as a 4.9, waiting on the 2nd score, which is the right-hander now. As Kawhi Costa has 4 waves, nothing better than a 3.67 at the moment. Waiting for the last of Pupo. He is in the lead. And the surfer from Maresias in Sao Paulo looking to extend it with the last left that we saw on screen. He does. It's a 5.77, so adds into his score line. Jadson Andre got a 4.03 on his last. That is now his best. Meanwhile, Michael Rodriguez waiting on his 2nd scoring ride. Only needs a 3 to move up into the top 2. You know, you've covered Brazilian surfing for a long time, Maida. Around 16 years, you've told me, since around 2007. You've seen multiple different generations come and go, but it seems like his is definitely the prevailing one right now. Miguel Pupo was at the forefront of Gabriel, of Italo, and even Felipe. He was one of the catalysts and one of the people that brought a lot of attention to the junior rankings here in Brazil, as well as his younger brother Samuel Pupo and his mother on screen.
Yeah, and I was talking to Gianni Pupo yesterday, and she said that she wasn't coming through the competitions anymore because she got really nervous. She gets really nervous, and amazing job for Kawan Costa. And this is Michael Rodriguez answering back.
No nerves right there for Costa. And this is the guy that needs to make it out of this heat at all costs. A great start right there on the back end. Much more like it from Emrod. So his previous ride was a 6.8. Moved him up into 2nd place. Only needs a 5.14 for the lead. But dare I say, there have been some very strong waves in this heat so far. We're going to start with the one from Costa right here.
Nice bottom turn right there. Just went vertical. The second one was stronger. Got a little hook there. Hang there, actually. And this was Michael Rodriguez just killing it on his backhand right in the pocket. I really like the flow. Oh, nice combo for him.
Strong stuff for both surfers back-to-back. As we see another angle of the one of Emrod. He loves it. He tends to be a very passionate surfer when it comes to competition. And Maeda, he's looking to make it back to the CT. Jadson Andre was also involved in this one. Looking to improve on a high 3, but realistically now needing something at least in the 6s.
Yeah. Jed is catching so many waves, but probably he should just be a little more patient there and choose better ones. Oh, look, this one for the left. Unfortunately, he couldn't pull this air.
Well, he did not listen to your advice. He's still being as active as he could possibly be. 7 waves so far for Jadson Andre. 16 minutes on the clock. Miguel Pupo still in the lead, but we are waiting for what seem to be some big scores for both Kawak Costa and Michael Rodriguez. A 6.03 for Costa and a 7.83 for Emrod. That moves the surfer in blue, the surfer with the most on the line, into the lead. Miguel Pupo, the CT surfer, down to second in the red jersey. Now needs something in the mid-eights to retake first. Kawak Costa in third, needs a 5.92. And Jadson Andre, the most active surfer in the heat. He's caught 7 waves so far and still needs a 7.91 for second.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez and Miguel Pupo, they're being more patient. They're waiting for good opportunities there, and they both did it well. This last wave of Michael Rodriguez, he was so precise there. A lot of good movements, strong, right in the pocket, and he was rewarded with the best score of the heat.
Near excellent. That score right there, a 7.83. His low score, a 6.8. He's been very efficient and very effective so far in this heat. Has 3 scores, and his lowest one so far is just a 4.9. There's the Costa support crew on the beach. You know, don't get to see it every day, but when you see an all-Brazilian affair at the Challenger Series level, you know that it's going to be fireworks, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. We just saw Cauã Costa's dad. He also has a sister, Yanka Costa.
Yeah.
She surfs pretty well, and she's doing the QS here in Brazil. Not a very fancy surfer. She's good. And, yeah, look, who is coming? It's Jadson Andre, being busy.
Very. So not much on offer right there. Body language did not seem good for Jaddy, who still has chances of qualifying, but they're not looking great right now with the performance that he's had in this heat, only a 7.9 heat total. Kawak Costa in third. Kid has a lot of skills. You mentioned his sister Yanka being a great surfer too, but he had dropped what had previously been the highest score of the event on day one, the only excellent score of the event on day one, an 8-point ride for a spectacular air. There's his father, a bit nervous he seems.
Yeah, and he won the Natura Kayak best wave of the day with that air, the gnarly air 8-point ride on the first day. And for Jadson Andre, he still has some chances, but he must win here in Saquarema to qualify. And now he has almost 13 minutes left on this heat. Unfortunately, he's in 4th place, needing a 7.91.
Big score right there, the requirement for Jadson Andre. Meanwhile, Miguel Pupo right now, still in second, has priority, and an 8.46 would give him the lead. You know, he's made a bounce back since his injury, had a big heat win in the round of 64. He's looked great so far in this one, more than double digits right now. And it seems like a couple of waves approaching the lineup as Pupo has control of the heat in terms of priority, but you know, the tide close to peaking. We have seen the backwash come into play. It's been a lot harder to land a lot of those airs that we had seen in the first few heats of this round. Great looking left here for Kawak Costa, deep bottom turn. Strong maneuver to open things up. An even better one on the second one. And the kid is just going to town on this wave here. A string of consecutive maneuvers that are strong on the backhand for Kawak Costa, and he knows it. A great performance on that one needs a 5.92 or better. The crew on the beach loves it, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. It was really nice looking wave. He chose it very nice, and yeah, he could like put all the movements right in the pocket. It was awesome.
The most critical sections of the wave and the most critical parts that he was needing to use on this one. Looking at the replay here, Maida, some great stuff.
Some great stuff, Mitchell. Just really strong, splashing a lot of water. Vertical, the variation was good as well. A nice combo for him. And squeezing till the inside, he really liked it.
Combination of major maneuvers, as you were mentioning, and some variation brought in too. As here's Jadson Andre, wrap in the pocket, steep section ahead, and banks it shut. So Jadson Andre with a huge response with only a little bit more than 10 minutes on the clock now. This is a must-win heat for him. He must win the event to keep his dreams alive of qualifying for the CT.
Yeah, the second movement was really strong, right in the pocket. Could be his best score on the heat for sure.
I agree. By a good amount too. 10 minutes on the clock. Emrod with a huge performance so far, just when he needs it, and a big momentum shift for Kawhi Costa and Jadson Andre after their last waves. A lot more action to come in the round of 32 for the men. Four surfers from the host nation of Brazil out there in the water. Michael Rodriguez in a must-win situation out in the lead. Kawhi Costa moves up into second place. We saw the wave before we went to break, and it came out being a 6.83, enough for second. Jadson Andre dropped a 6.4 on his last, and looking for the air, was not able to pull it right there. Needs a 6.47 to move up into second. Meanwhile, Miguel Pupo, he was in the top two the entire heat up until this point, with priority still needing a 6.7 as he's in third place now. 7 minutes, 40 seconds, Mitch and Maida here. Once again, Miggy up and riding. Only his fourth wave in this one, and a strong combo for the number 6 surfer at the end of 2022 on the championship tour. Some incredible stuff right there from the kid from Maresias. You know, everybody forgets that he was one of the original juniors to come out of Brazil to really hit stardom. And Maida, he's looking great in this one.
Yeah, he is. Look how stylish was this first movement right there. And the second one was strong, precise. And he liked it. And probably his mom already liked it too, because she was shouting and clapping right there. Look. Wow, very beautiful movement there. And this one, right in the pocket, committed. Nice.
That bottom turn is a thing of beauty that he has. Points to the sky and tells him, hey, I got the score. And guess what he did? An 8.57 straight to first place, right where he belongs. Miguel Pupo in the lead. Rodriguez down to second. And this guy needs to win the event to qualify for the CT for 2024. Jadson Andre has been extremely occupied in this one. 9 waves so far in 24 minutes.
Such an important heat for Jadi as well. Must win heat. It was shame to see him like getting injured right in the beginning of the year. He couldn't. He actually he competed in pipeline, but he was already injured. So, but now if he doesn't make this heat right here, his chances are gone.
They're slim.
Yeah.
Michael Rodriguez also needs to make it deep into the event to be able to qualify for the championship tour. He's been there before, made a couple of finals day appearances. I recall that semifinal performance that he had at Karamas a few years ago. And looking at the heat recap, it's been a flip-flop in terms of positioning for Miguel Pupo. He looks like he's comfortable in the lead now. Maida dropped an 8.57, but opened up with a 6.17 as his backup.
Yeah, look how beautiful was this turn. A lot of water splashed, and the finishing maneuver was amazing as well. This one, hard, strong. Michel Rodriguez looking great in his backhand surfing. Many movements completely connect one to each other, and this one, it's Miggy in his 8.57.
Best score of the heat so far, and just some beautiful surfing right there from Miggy Pupo. Marcia Sao Paulo has developed some of the very best surfers in the history of surfing, one of them being the three-time world champion, Gabriel Medina, another one being the kid in red. He's caught 6 waves. Rodriguez has caught 3. And look at the activity from Jadson Andre. 10 waves so far. Gawa Costa has caught 7. But the efficiency of Miguel Pupo, I mean, he's throwing away a 5.77 that could be in a scoreline right now. But the one big moment has been the 8.57 for him. Jadson needs to make the final, needs to win the event to be able to requalify for the CT. Huge moment for him. 4 minutes to go. Michael Rodriguez, as you were mentioning, also in a must-win position right now in this heat. But Gawa Costa can still play spoiler in this one. He's dropped an 8 before, needs something close to it right now. As we see Jadson needing an 8.23, that would be the second biggest score of the heat, Maida.
It's true, Mitch. Look how high is the level on this heat, you know? Like all of these guys are surfing pretty well. We have like excellent scores like Michael Rodriguez, sorry, just went there with the 7.9383, sorry. So it's amazing heat, all Brazilians. People on the beach are getting really crazy.
Not every day you get to see an all-Brazilian affair at the Challenger Series level. Round of 32, heat number 5. Big moment ahead for Rodriguez and Andre. Gawa Costa needs a 7.81, and the heat leader, Miguel Pupo, looking to play some defense too. He knows that he's not safe. Both Pupo and Rodriguez are in the 14-point column of their heat totals. Gawa Costa, 12.86. He surfed a great heat, but just not enough at the moment for the top 2 spots. Jadson Andre needs an 8.23. 2 minutes 25. It could come down to one wave. And it's a cat and mouse game right now between Rodriguez and Costa. You can see Michael just following Gawa wherever he moves. And it seems like Jadson might try to break away and look for a right. 2 minutes on the clock now, Maida.
Wow, so much on the line. These guys are just sneaking, searching around the lineup. Looks jetty. She's with second priority. Chose this wave right there. Very good looking wave.
Up and riding. Fits in the carve, into the lip. Much better for Andre. And a strong closeout turn. He can't ride out though. So a mistake right there from Jadson. And then catching up with Rodriguez afterwards. 90 seconds on the clock. He loves the finish. Looking to improve on a 6.8. A 6.92 would give him the lead back over Miguel. With a minute 20 to go. Pretty big heat going out in there, out in the water right now. This is the last of Rodriguez. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, 2 Two movements there, very strong, very precise on the pocket. Look, this was Jettison replay. Strong too, first turns right there, but unfortunately he couldn't pull the last one. And this was Miguel Pupo, huh?
Yeah.
Live.
Had a wave right there, looking to improve on a 6-1-7 and defend some of the top two spots in the positioning. And Kawa Costa with priority needing a 7-8-1. That is before the last score of Rodriguez drops, though. With 30 seconds to go, there he is on screen. He could play massive spoiler right now to Emrod. I have a feeling, though, that Rodriguez is going to drop another big score and replace the 6.8. Either way, it seems like time will be running out for Kawa Costa, and no waves will arrive in time for him. So it's going to be Miguel Pupo and Michael Rodriguez, either one or two. Rodriguez could be moving back up into the lead with the positioning, but Kawa Costa with another strong performance here in Saquarema. There's Miguel Pupo. He got dropped down to second place as the last of Rodriguez comes through. It's an 8.43 for Emrod. A massive performance, back-to-back big performances by the high seeds in the event. Rodriguez, Imai Kalani Deval, it's all happening here on day 3 of competition at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We say goodbye to Costa. We say goodbye to Jadson Andre, the former CT surfer that had a chance of requalifying with the win at this event. An amazing heat, another great one coming up for Heat 6. Don't go anywhere, more action coming from the Corona Saquarema Pro.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona. This is Living. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By TikTok. Download the app. And by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Michael Rodriguez, Emrod continues his run towards requalifying for the championship tour, taking out a heat along with fellow Brazilian Miguel Pupo in heat number 5 of the round of 32. Congratulations on the beach for Rodriguez. He went excellent in that heat, 16.262 wave total. Kaipa Guerrero along with Maida Pops, and it's another heat, Maida. Heat number 6, round of 32. Heitor Mueller, the local wild card, up against a former CT veteran, João Daru. David Silva coming off of a win in Portugal, and Eli Hanneman from Lahaina, Maui. 4-man heat. Top 2 advance on to the round of 16. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, we have those names. David Silva coming from a big win in Ericeira, and also Eli Hanneman. He won in the U.S. Open, so big, important hit for both of them. Also, João Doru, such a talented surfer and also experienced. And Heitor Miller, he is just a rookie on the scene, you know. So, but he just advanced 2 important hits in the previous round, so amazing hit right there.
Yeah, Mueller can play the role of a spoiler in this heat number 6. Eli Hanneman, a quarterfinal finish will get him onto a rookie season on the championship tour. David Silva coming in number 5 on the rankings. Here we take a look at Heitor Mueller. This is a 4.5 opener, Maria.
Yeah, he threw to the air, he pulled it. Nice looking wave, not big wave of the set, but provides the ramp that he needed to fly. And the 4.5 came through. And this is David Silva up and riding in his forehand. Wrap it up. Nice turn. Nice head-up turn right there. The wave didn't offer much. And this was the 3.33 for him.
Yeah. David Silva also with a advancement, 2 more heats into the quarterfinals, and David Silva will find his way back onto the championship tour. Silva, a championship tour competitor in 2019, was his rookie year. 2021, where he had a runner-up finish in Mexico. 2022 was where he was a victim of the midseason cut. He's been fighting to get his way back. Mueller already with a 4.5, looking for a backup, unable to find more clear space down the line on that wave. And can you tell me a little bit more about Heitor Mueller?
Heitor Miller, he is from South Brazil, actually from São Francisco, São Chico. A very nice wave on the South Brazil. He's 19 years old, and he made like 3 finals on the QS already. He won in Stella Maris last year in Salvador, and he won in Punta Rocas as well in Peru this year, and he was runner-up in Maresias on the last event of Circuito Banco do Brasil. But I was talking to his dad, Sandro, and he told me that his main focus is the Pro Junior, because he won a spot on the World Pro Junior next year in January, so he's really focusing on that. So here he's just trying to get used to this big scene and put his surfing, show his surfing the world, he's surfing for the world. So a very nice, humble guy, and putting on show. He's on the round of 32.
Mayra, let's hear from Michael Rodriguez. Rod was brilliant out there, wasn't he, Manu?
Yeah, he was really brilliant. And, well, I think it's harder when we have so many Brazilians in the water, isn't it, Michael? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure, 100%. The Brazilian surfers are the best in the world. I have a lot of respect for them, so it's pretty hard to compete against those guys. They have a lot of experience, so it's always hard.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you're old, but you are pretty experienced, and you have here some younger guys like Kawan that was competing with you. Is there some advice you would give to these guys for them that are starting a career like you were a few years ago?
No way, they are already very good. They don't need advice. All those guys competing like every week. It's just crazy how we have a lot of events here in Brazil. So those young guys know about surfing, know very, very much about surfing. So I don't think I have advice to give to those guys.
Okay, and you have some important dates ahead. Would you like to send a message for everybody that's cheering for you, your supporters, fans?
Português,
In Portuguese, I'm sorry.
Obrigado a todo mundo que está na torcida. Mais um passo dado. Estou muito feliz de ter avançado. Não fiquem preocupados, eu estou um pouco mais sério porque eu realmente estou levando isso muito a sério. Fora daqui eu tenho aproveitado bastante com a minha mulher e meus amigos, tem sido incrível. O Kleber está aqui comigo, que é meu treinador desde o primeiro dia. É um cara animal, um cara muito legal que tem me dado um suporte gigantesco. Então, tenho estado um pouco sério, mas não se preocupem, eu estou bem focado nisso e estou aproveitando bastante.
Great, congratulations. He said that he's taking it seriously, and he's right, isn't he? Back to you guys.
Yeah, Emrod. Not only does he surf well, the beard game is strong on that man. He's got like a fade going right there. That's some tight grooming right there, just like the tight turns that he pulls out. Michael Rodriguez. We'll see him in the round of 16. This happened during the interview, David Silva.
Strong single one maneuver right there. David looking really sharp in his forehand here at Saquarema. And this was Eli Hanneman.
Yeah, Eli just got that one turn, and that was just a 2.87 for Eli Hanneman. Still waiting for a second score for David Silva. He opened up with a 3.33, just got a 3.97. The two-wave total is enough to put David Silva in first place. Heitor Mueller in second place. Heitor on the hunt here. Looks like he's looking for a section. Nice carve through that section. Strong rail game on the rusty surfboard. Comes around this section, backwash to deal with, and the backwash dealt with Heitor, unfortunately. David Silva slashes off the top. Again, you can see the warbly water with the higher tide and the backwash coming into play. We're nearly at the high tide mark. And Silva kicks out of his wave number 3. We'll be waiting for both those scores, both those surfers in position 1 and 2.
Yeah, the backwash is really playing hard now with these guys. But you know what? I just want to talk a little about Michael Rodriguez's interview. He said in Portuguese, "So friends, don't be worried about me. I'm looking kind of close-minded and serious. But don't worry about me. I'm okay. It's just because I'm really focused on it. I really want to get my spot in the championship tour."
Well, we saw last year in Haleiwa where Michael Rodriguez needed an outstanding result. I think he needed to make the final, and he did just that at Haleiwa, and advanced into the championship tour. Unfortunately, we didn't make that midseason cut, but he's a guy that has proven in the past that he can make it happen when it counts.
Yeah, it's true.
And I've always been a fan of Emirad. Ever since he first came onto the scene, I really think he was one of the first guys, one of the first surfers that I always saw. There was the era of air reverses, but Emirad was one of the first guys to do those full rotations on a consistent basis. And it was groundbreaking at the time when he on his rookie year on the championship tour.
It's true, Kaipo. He is very solid, a very good surfer. He knows how to compete. I think this is one nice thing that he has. He pretty knows how to compete, and it's interesting to see him focused, knowing what he wants, and getting serious, like a little close-minded, like focusing really to get what he needs to do.
Yeah, it takes, a lot of people, Maida, talk about skill and the surfing. That hey, there's Pinga. Talk about one of the legends of Brazilian surfing. That's a man right there. Started so many careers.
So many, and he works with Michael Rodriguez as well. So Pinga, I know that he's always like trying to push Michael. And I remember when we were in Portugal, when he was on the championship tour, Pinga used to say, because Michael likes to go out to hang out with everybody, and Pinga used to say, "Oh, you gotta advance one heat, then I can let you out one day." Each heat, he could go out one day.
Yeah, Pinga has been exceptional in the career of Brazilian surfing, helping out Adriano de Souza back in the day. In more recent times, helping out Sammy Pupo, helping out João Chianca. Felipe Toledo. The list goes on and on. He's contributed so much in the way of support and helping sponsorship with Brazilian surfers who are, a lot of times we have very talented surfers. Michael Rodriguez is an example of that without a lot of stickers on their board. And these are guys that deserve some major sponsorships in my eyes, but it's a tough economic world out there sometimes. Here we go. The French surfer, Joan Duroux. with the hatchet to the lip, but the lip just swung right back at him, goes incomplete there. Joan Duroux, he's the senior of this heat, 34 years old. He had 3 years on the championship tour, 2017 through 2019. Duroux, though, came to Saquarema last year and made it all the way to the semifinals.
Yeah, he knows his path here in Saquarema. He surfs pretty strong. His surfing suits this wave here at Itaúna. Look, very nice bottom turn right there, splashing a lot of water on this turn. And the second one was nice, right in the pocket. Unfortunately, he couldn't pull.
Yeah, poke the nose there. Maybe a little too aggressive from Joan Duroux. Plenty of time for the comeback. 16 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Eli Hanneman's got priority. He's in the green jersey. And it looks like he's on the hunt right now. Here goes Hanneman. Eli finds this right down the beach. Snaps it off the top. Throws the tail of the Mayhem. One more time. Lip glide for Eli. Double pump off the bottom. Pokes it through the lip one more time. Smooth carve through a warbly section. And that's more like it from Eli Hanneman. A 4.8 will take him into second and advancing position. Think he got it done right there, Maida.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. This first turn right there, snap actually like sliding the tail, looked pretty nice. And the second one was good as well. Then the wave got a little wide with a lot of foam, but he could manage to finish the wave beautifully. Yeah, I really love this view from above. It gets all the perspective of the wave coming down, coming through the inside, and Eli did a great job right there.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman, much was expected from this young man through his successful amateur career into the pros, and he's finally fulfilling some of those expectations this year with a big win in Huntington Beach. With surfing like this, you can see it in slow motion, just well-timed, light-footed, and even making difficult sections, just skipping over it with effortlessly. Waiting for the number for Hanneman, and it comes in at a 4.93. Eli, he goes to second. David Silva drops to third. Silva with priority in that third place position. Silva needing a 3.84. And Eli on the paddle back out. That first place in the U.S. Open really helped his overall ratings. He's number 8 in the rankings after a shocker over in Portugal. Here we go. David Silva snaps off the top. Long wall, glides that, has to throw that away. Gets over on his toes, and he goes down. Not going to find the 3.84 that he's looking for to retake second place.
Yeah, David Silva, we saw him just really put on a show on his backhand in Ericeira. He jumped like 20 positions on that competition after winning in Ericeira. But here he's choosing the lefts there, so surfing his forehand. Until now, his best wave is the 3.97, and it doesn't look that this one is going to better his score.
Did you see what happened to Eli Hanneman in Ericeira? It was a really interesting heat. He was winning the heat, his opening heat. And then he got an interference. I believe it was either at the last wave or after the heat. It was kind of a heartbreak. But you know what? Eli, he's a man of faith. And he says, look, God's got a plan, okay? That's what faith is. God's got a plan for you, and you trust in your faith. Everything happens for a reason. Bounce back, and we'll see Eli continue to chase his dreams. Along with David Silva, another surfer, Maida, who's come from very humble beginnings when he first got on the championship tour. Not from a wealthy family at all. Like, had to make it all happen, and really, like every dollar that he made, every place that he made, he needed that.
Yeah, it's true. He comes from Prainha Branca in Guarujá. It's really pretty close from where I was born, and very humble place, humble beginnings. And this guy has been working a lot to make his dream comes alive. He's a family man now. He has like 2 daughters, and he's always traveling with them. So it's nice to see how these guys can manage to their life actually,
yeah,
and performing perform this way, you know, because their life was not easy. You know?
No, and you're surfing right now to support your family.
Yeah.
Heitor. Wow, that was a speedy snap to finish for the Brazilian wild card. Wait to see how that number comes through. He's currently leading the heat.
Yeah, nothing to lose here, Heitor Miller, actually. Everything to gain. He is looking for experience in these big stages. And look how he can surf this wave. I like the second movement right there. Very vertical. Huh?
Vertical and super quick. I mean, you can see this kind of like sets up there. Lightfoot has to get over this backwash weird rib right there. Is able to get past it and stings it like a wasp. A lot of people say bee, but a wasp sting is even more poisonous than a bee sting. So I'm going to call that a wasp sting.
Wow.
Like it. 10 minutes and 45 seconds on the countdown. It's the wild card out in front. The hopeful in second place in the way of Eli Hanneman. David Silva needs to make it out of this heat. You know, it's so many of our rankings leaders in that front pack of the rankings advancing out of their heats today. It's still up in the air. So every single one of these surfers got to make it through their heat.
Yeah, it's true. Both of them, Eli Hanneman and also David Silva, they must make it until the quarterfinals to guarantee their spots.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they need to watch.
See what everyone else does, right?
Yeah, it's true. But it would be better to have your destiny in your own hands, don't you think, Kaipo?
You don't want to be sitting on the sideline watching. David Silva, you see that turn, Maida. He's able to get upside down on some of those backhand re-entries. Those are the kind of turns that he used for his runner-up finish over in Mexico in 2021, like that.
And also for winning in Ericeira. He placed a lot of these movements right in the pocket on his backhand.
Yeah, he's took that win in Ericeira. He took a runner-up finish in Mexico behind Jack Robinson. That was in 2021. That was his best CT performance, and that's really when David Silva was able to, you know, he was always a great surfer. We saw him do spectacular things, but that's really when he was made a stamp for himself. And so much so, you know, David Silva, he has the support of Kelly Slater. He's riding Slater Design Surfboards, who's been his supporter for years now. Kelly Slater and those Slater designs under his feet. There you see the year for David Silva. Starting off slow with a 49th, but you can see, look, it got better at every single stop leading up into that win over in Portugal. Heitor. Easy carve to begin. Quick snap there. Wow, I am impressed by this 19-year-old.
Yeah, so do I. And you know, an interesting story about him. When he was 10, since he was a baby, actually, until he was 10, he used to have a phobia of water splashing in his face. And he has to go to the psychologist to treat that. And it's amazing. Now he's a professional surfer. I think he doesn't think about this anymore.
Yeah, just watch the replay. A little frustrating for the parent, too. You're a new parent, and, you know, if your kid doesn't like water splash, it's hard to give him a bath.
Yeah. You know? Actually, his dad is a surfer as well, and he told me, it was kind of frustrating because every time he went in the ocean, he was like afraid of the water splashing in his face. But then he got sponsored before he was a surfer. Yeah, a guy from his town started to sponsor him with the boards.
Yeah.
And that's how he changed his mind, and he said, no, now I am sponsored, I gotta be in the ocean, you know.
Paid up front, Heitor Mueller, and it's paying off for Heitor Mueller. He's out in the lead. Jarvis Earl is preparing for his next heat. Earl coming up against Marco Mignot, Samuel Hupo, and number 1 in the rankings, Cole Hausman, in the next heat today.
Cole already qualified for the championship tour, coming in next heat. Marco Mignot did a pretty great job yesterday as well. In here, I think it's Heitor Miller.
Yeah, sure is. He's busy out there. Pops an ollie, doesn't put it down. And he will remain in the lead, though, because last wave for Heitor, a 5.57, 4.63 and a 5.57 is enough for Heitor Mueller to stay in the lead.
Oh, he couldn't pull this one. David Silva in second position right now, needing a 5.67 to gain the lead of the heat. And Eli Hanneman, it's a must-win heat for him. He's in third position right now, needing only a 3.57 to be in second position and advance. Must-win heat for both of them, David Silva and Eli Hanneman. But, I mean, Heitor Miller, sorry, is just killing it.
Yeah, he sure is. And that's, you know, the teenager, the one with no pressure and excitement to prove himself in front of this big stage that is the Maracanã do Surf. And with so many people watching, both live and online, big opportunity for him. And a lot more weight on the shoulders of Eli Hanneman. Here's the heat recap. Heitor, he's been quick on the backhand.
Yeah, very nice first snap right there. And then he went for the second one right in the pocket. Surfing well on his backhand, Heitor Miller.
David Silva is always dependable on his backhand.
Yeah, strong, kicking the tail, looking sharp. Another good turn there. And this was the 4.53 for David Silva.
Heitor, he was able to back up that 4.63 with a 5.57 quick feet.
Quick feet, big session right there, staying in his feet. This guy's loving it.
I'm loving what I'm seeing. Priority now with Eli Hanneman. Hanneman needs a 3.57. There you can see all the scores and the top two highlighted. Here we go. Eli's got to go right now. This is go time for Hanneman. Oh, that was some difficult water to land on, and he goes incomplete. You could see that was not the landing that he needed. Needs a 3.57 to advance. He's not going to get it on that wave. Paddling back out, he's going to have to sprint paddle to give himself one more chance.
Yeah, it's not a high score what he needs. Probably he should stick on his rail, you know, because actually he's pretty good on airs.
Yeah.
So he just pulled, but I mean, he doesn't need too high score, so yeah, and the timing is something that he needs to worry about. Only 4 minutes left right there.
Yeah, surf competition's a game, right, Maida? Hanneman, he needs a 3.57. You don't need to get an 8.5 like you got yesterday. If you can surf for a 5 just to pad yourself a little bit, that 5 is going to get you through the heat. You know, so maybe he can restrain himself a little bit and give himself a chance. Here's an aerial view of the separation between all of our surfers. And you can see Eli, he's on the bottom of your screen. He's trying to sneak away because he's going to be last in the priority line right now.
Yeah, but this guy is really dangerous. He can catch a wave under priority right there, pull a huge air, and make it through with a 3.57, you know. And João Duru,
he got a chance.
Yeah, he has a chance because he doesn't need much, just 6.3. He needs to second position, but it seems that he didn't find himself on this lineup right now.
No, I agree with you. He's been lost. A 2-point ride and a 2.2. That's not the João Duru that we really usually see. It's certainly not the João Duru that we saw last year where he was so dominant in so many heats all the way up to the semifinals. Oh, boy, another nail-biter in the water.
Who's been dominant is Heitor Miller in this heat because he's in the lead right now and with priority with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, Kaipo.
Pinga with eyes on the water. Eli.
Oh, my God. He just fell. It's what I said. It was not a set wave. He was not with priority, but he could offer a ramp for him but it didn't. And now David Silva looking down the line there.
Yeah, David Silva with second priority, maybe on the hunt right now to cover either Joan Duru or Eli Hanneman. Looks like he's going to split the difference there. He got the paddle here. Duru and Heitor is on the chase right now.
Yeah, he's with priority. Looks like he's going to go. And he's up and riding, Kaipo.
Takes the left. Snaps on the backhand. Good-looking wave. Is going to give him a ton of opportunity. Gets 3 hits on the backhand. Make it 4 for Heitor Mueller. And he's going to come in. We're going to see Heitor Mueller in man-on-man competition because Heitor is on his way to the round of 16 right now. It's a battle for second, and David Silva wants to protect that second-place position.
Yeah, now David Silva with priority.
Ooh, watch out for a sneaky Joan Duru. Oh.
Oh, my God. Kind of a mistake.
Eli! That's what he needed right there. Clutch for Eli Hanneman. Should have just really tried to ride out of that a little bit more just to make sure that the judges deemed that complete. It looked pretty complete to me, but that would have been, instead of throwing your hands up, kid, I would have gone into just safety position there, get way in front of the whitewater, and make sure that the judges know that. So we'll be standing by for that score for Eli Hanneman. Needs under a 4-point ride, a 3.57 Maida. Do you think he did it?
Oh, my God. It's just what I said. These guys can be really dangerous with those airs, you know, under priority. He caught the wave right there, threw to the air.
Oh, but it looks like David Silva got a wave too, so. And Joan Duru, so we're going to have a bunch of scores owed to us by the judges. Who made it out of this heat? We don't know. We know Heitor Mueller, likely, but we're going to wait for these scores to come through and see. Everybody's got a wave right now, still waiting for all the wave scores from our judges. Remember, it looked like Eli made the comeback, needed 3.57, threw a big frontside rotator on a small wave. Let's take a look at Hanneman on the replay first.
Yeah, getting speed, throw to the air, kicks the tail.
Yeah, he got it.
Yeah, he got it. I think so.
So he should have got the score there. One more time from the beach angle. Oh, corked out, off axis. And that's enough of a ride out right there.
His air game is so amazing.
But then Silva answers back with this. Snap there. 2 snaps. He's going to make it 3. David likes it.
He likes it. The wave wasn't big. And
it's got to be better than 3.97. It's got to be, you know, like a 4-point ride or better right there. And then that's just Joan Duru carving on his way in. So never mind about that. The big numbers that we need are from Eli Hanneman, David Silva. Did David increase his score line? And did Eli do enough? Heitor, he's walking up in the red jersey. He's been outstanding. He's made it through another heat.
Yeah, such an important heat for either David Silva and Eli Hanneman. And this heat being decided on sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, very emotional. Let's see what's going to play here. Both of them needing a 5th place here to guarantee their spot to qualify for the championship tour. Oh, my God. This waiting is so gnarly.
Surface is nervous. And what's happening right now up in the judges' tower is they're taking multiple looks at replays before they finally lock in a number for both Silva and Hanneman. So they have the luxury of replays, and this is an instant where they're going to use it a lot because these scores are so important. Hanneman, again, he needed a 3.57. Here it is. You be the judge. I think he got it.
I think
and more.
so. He threw the tail to the sky. As I said, so dangerous with his air game. And here, dangerous man with his backhand, very strong. Just a snap over the lip. Another one. 3 big movements right there. let's wait for his score as well.
So we're waiting for these scores. Tense moments for the two surfers. Looks like Hanneman gets it. A 6.67 for the Maui boy. And he goes from third to first. We talked about having faith, and this is where he gives thanks. Goes to his knees in prayer because he got it done. That was a must-win situation for Hanneman, and Eli Hanneman did it. Heitor Mueller, the hungry wild card, advances on to the round of 16. David Silva gets bumped at the last moment, and Joan Drew just didn't get started in that heat, but what a big moment for Eli Hanneman.
Wow, amazing. The dying minute of the heat, almost in the end,
Remember he said everything happens for a reason, and I have faith. And that faith looks like it paid off right there. Nice trot there for the Maui boy.
Now he has his destiny in his own hand. Just need to advance in one heat more.
Oh, man. Hey, we got another exciting heat for you. Jarvis Earl, Marco Mignot, Samuel Pupo, Cole Hausman hit the lineup when we return.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Natura Kayak. Feeling the power of freshness. By Vivo, official sponsor of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Coming off an exciting heat in this round of 32 into another great heat. World Junior Champ Jarvis Earl is out there in the red jersey. Marco Mignot from Sayulita, Mexico, representing France out there in blue. Samuel Pupo, who's looking to re-qualify, is in the white jersey. And our rankings leader, Cole the Hammer Hausman, out there in the green jersey. Pupo, launching pad, unable to put down the landing gear. That was Samuel out in the ocean. Miguel on the beach, his older brother watching. I'm Kai Bugura along with Marcos Bukoyuva. What a great heat we got on hand here, Marcos.
Oh, amazing, man. Qualification implications right there. Huge punt for Samuel Pupo going ballistic over there. And he have this rotation on point like Joel Vogue the other day, just yesterday. We got to recall, guys, he was a runner-up for Felipe last year here at the CT level. He won multiple events in QS and CS level, so he's a killer, man.
Yeah, Samuel Pupo basically needs a third-place finish. Needs a semifinals to really lock it up. He can do it other ways depending on how the other surfers go. But look at the height he's able to get in his airs.
Oh, that was Marco Mignot?
Oh, Marco Mignot on the replay. So Mignot, this is a 6.5 for his opener. Marco
Pure
Mignot.
technique over there, Kaipo. No speed, just a huge punt. just out of technique in the explosion of the wave. This is Cole Hoshman.
The hammer. The nail stroke back there, but no harm, no foul. Cole Hoshman, he's already qualified. Here's the height we were looking for on the replay, Sammy Pupo.
Check it out, the height of this air, guys, like a fidget spinner stuff. Woo. Almost like Christian Hosoi 1 foot there.
Holmes, Christian Hosoi with the judo airs. You're taking it back.
Yeah, we love the guy in Brazil, man. The Christ the Redeemer,
yeah,
Christ Air, Christian Air.
Christian Hosoi.
You're a legend, Christian.
All right, Mignot. Couple of big turns there for Marco, really coming on fire right now. And Marco Mignot, second stop of the season, made it to the semifinals at Sydney at Narrabeen, but since then has not made it past this round this season. So we'll see what he's able to do. We know he can do it. He's done it in the past. Manu, you got a big winner in the way of Eli Hanneman, and he did that in the last second.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was not an easy heat, and then in the end, it just surprised everybody. How was that in your mind? Congratulations, Eli.
Thank you. That was that was a gift straight from God. It's unbelievable. I couldn't believe that just happened. I'm speechless.
And now you're 3 positions up in the ranking. How do you feel about this competition?
I'm feeling like it's my time. I just, I've been asking God to show me His will, and it's all unfolding the way that I hoped it would have. And all I can do is just get on my knees and just, give God control, because clearly He's doing something in my life, and it's surreal for me to see. I feel like I'm achieving all my dreams that I've had my whole life. I've been working so hard, and it's finally paying off. So I don't know. I'm speechless.
That's great. You deserve it. Well, do you want to send a message for your people, your supporters?
Yeah, my mom and my dad are definitely watching. They're my biggest fans. So thanks, Mom and Dad, for always being there for me. I want to thank my family, my friends, my girlfriend, and then obviously my sponsors. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be where I'm at. So I'm just really thankful to be in the position I'm in.
Great. Congratulations again. Back to you guys.
I like it. I like speak on it, Eli. Faith is important, and trusting in God. Some people don't think it's cool anymore. But maybe that's a message that motivate some of the younger folks watching. Like, it's okay to pray.
I got a nickname in my house, my own house, Big Mark the Pastor.
Big Mark. I like it.
I love how focus and faith he have in his heart.
Yes.
And right now, I'm sending all the props all the way to the boys and girls in Maui.
That's right. Our hearts go out to everyone affected by a disaster there in Lahaina. As we took a look at that replay, that was a 7.5 for Marco Mignot.
How about this tension and this carving over there? Kind of a huge wave, almost like double head high in the bottom turn there. Judges love those quick response, in and out, 2-turn combo. And I'm going to start thinking about burgers now, but in and out, man. I'm a pescatarian.
Okay.
You got it.
They don't have fish on the menu over there.
Yeah, no fish and chips there.
But they will tempt you with a double-double. Marco Mignot is an interesting story in that he represents the French flag. He's from parents who were really nomadic in raising their family. He's got a ripping brother. He's got a ripping sister. They're out of Sayulita, Mexico. They also have a Canadian passport. It's a deep story with Marco Mignot, and it's a very interesting story. We can dig into that, a little bit more. But what a great example of a surfing families the Mignots
For sure,
are.
amazing. There's art in the family. There's surfing. There's a lot of focus on the physio part. Props and shout out to Patrick Bevan, young brother of Yannick. One of the guys that kind of sharp the physio part of Marco Mignot over France in Hossegor.
Look at how far, Marcos, they are down the beach. That we started this morning straight in front of the structure on low tide. This high tide, it looks like all the surfers had to move down the beach to a different sandbar.
There's a lot of, kind of A-frame peaks going on towards Bahia, and I think that's why the guys move so much down the point here, kind of down south. Further, up north is left, further down south is your right-hander here in the monitor.
Yeah, it's 3:35 right now, local time. You can see on the graphic there the high tide of 3.3 feet at 3:29. So we're basically right on the high tide mark right now.
Amazing. A lot of wedges around, maybe good for some punts there, and amazing carving turns also.
Yeah. And just to be, you said it before, having to be adaptable and to go out there, and you called it like jazz music. Like you can't really plan what you're doing. You just have to react to what's going on. I feel that's what you have to do right now in this high tide.
For sure. You got to reassess all the time. You got to check. You do your own forecast, do your own provision. You got to have a plan A, but a couple of plans all the way to the Z, man. From the A to the Z.
Yeah, from the A to the Z as we fly over. You can see the rock formation there, the hill in the background with Nossa Senhora de Nazaré Church, and the long stretch of beach here of a beautiful white sand beach of Saquarema, a quaint town. Building up speed down the line, popping it up, putting it down. Samuel Pupo, one to look out for. Lip glide there, little and a fist pump. Sammy Pupo came to play. Again, he needs a semifinal to ensure himself a position on next year's championship tour. Coming in ranked number 12, there's big brother Miguel.
Hey, the other day, Kaipa, just the other day, a few weeks ago, Wagner, the great father of Ohana Pupo family, he just threw a viral, hitting the lip in the Boa Vista surf pool.
Oh.
Like above 50 and still ripping.
Yeah. Check this out.
Wow, look at the high, the rotation. This is a full rotation, guy. 360 on the air, like you just don't care.
You just don't care. Samuel Pupo recently switched boards onto JS Industries, but for most of his career, he's been riding Dad's shapes. Dad Wagner Pupo has a surfboard building company called Ohana Pupo, right?
OHP.
OHP. When you see that OHP logo, you know that's Ohana Pupo.
And Miguel is still in the protocol for Sharp Eye.
Yeah, and Miguel still. And we'll see. Here we go. What's the number coming through? We're still waiting for that number for Samuel Pupo. No doubt that's going to put him up into the top two, because just a 2.02 will put him into second place. He's got much more than that with the score upcoming.
3 heavy hitters for Jarvis Earl to confront right there. Let's check it out.
Ooh, 7. 6.8. That's the low so far. Just 2, 3, and 4. We're still waiting.
Whoa, there's scores. Some spread there.
Oh, that is a spread.
Yeah.
Oh, the 6. And that's quite a spread there for 7.17. But that's why you need 5 opinions. We take away the low, we take away the high, and we average out the remaining 3. So that 7.17 puts Samuel Pupo up into second place and advancing position.
Now he's going to grind for a backup right away.
Yeah, because he just has when we look at the score bug up in your left-hand corner, his backup score, wave number 2, is just a fractional score. We just call that an offer for the moment. Here we go. He knows the rules. Nice, easy air reverse. Looking down the line, skips over that hump, hits the oncoming section, does it very calmly, and just like that, he's got the backup.
Oh my God, look at this tension of that hook over there. Almost like a layback hook in the end, putting all the way his effort on rail there.
Jarvis Earl just finishing up a wave as well, into the glare, up the beach.
It's a type of milk, half-half. 50% regular, Marco and Samuel and Cole and Jarvis representing the goofy pride.
Yeah.
Like over here, the regular and the goofy. Do you know what? A quick anecdote. One day, me and my twin, we were surfing in Baja. And the guy was so pissed. He thought us was just one guy. How come? He paddled one in the set. I let the guy go, and then right away he's next to me again. Me and Bruno inside, the guy thought was just one guy.
Yeah. Twins will fool you. Replay here of Sammy Pupo, and this is, we're still waiting for the score for Samuel Pupo. But talking about the twins, regular foot, goofy foot, you and your brother.
Yeah.
I grew up with a couple of great surfing twins as well. Aaron and Darren Napoleon. Aaron went on to
for sure.
multiple appearances in the Eddie Aikau big wave event. Aaron at Goofy Foot, his twin brother Darren at regular foot, and the same thing would happen in the lineup with them. Look at this in slow motion, though. The control of Samuel Pupo. Picks the nose and reverts out.
Amazing how he can like be super light in the front foot, just to have the fin sliding there for that turn. And this tension in this hook was amazing. It was a small wave, but well surfing.
We've seen some great surfing today.
Man, what a marathon so far, so good. 3 days straight up.
Yeah. All right, we're halfway through this heat at the 15-minute mark, and the number comes in, last of Sammy Pupo, a 5.03. Pupo in second. Marco Mignot, who started off so strong with that 6.5, then a 7.5, is in the lead. Last score for Jarvis Earl, a 6.27, so Earl is giving himself a chance in this heat. Sammy on the paddle right now in the afternoon glare.
Yeah, he's right there, Jarvis. He needs just a heavy backup. And I'm impressed how Marco went out there like guns blazing, man. He's doing super well in the QS level in Europe. He won a couple of contests in the last couple of years, this year and last year.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Marco's surfing at Narrabeen, and some, a lot of it was not done on the left there. It was done on the right, the car park rights. And he was so quick in some smaller conditions and was able to throw airs just like we saw today. And then, and really put heats together super well. We're surfing smart heats and completing waves when it was a clutch time to complete the wave and get the score. So really impressed with the 22-year-old. This is a young heat, actually. We have Marco's 22, Sammy's 22. I think, no, actually, Sammy, I think he's still 22. Cole Hauschman, 22, and Jarvis Earl, just 19.
Oh, my God, youngsters, young bucks, and super well-rounded already. It's amazing how kids can go, not kids, but mans can go so well-rounded so quick.
Yeah. The developmental surfing that's happening right now, surfers get really good at a very, very young age.
Split peak situation, guys.
Split peak. Well, that was a quick one for me. Sammy.
Oops.
Ooh. Well, we saw he landed on the top of the whitewater, but again, just the amplitude that he gets from his airs, the pop that he's able to maintain is really something to witness. Look at this right-hander looking for. Earl decides not to go, holds on to second priority. Cole Hauschman, I call him the hammer just because of those turns.
You have the theory, you have why you put out the theory right there.
Well, yeah. When he was starting to make the championship tour, I told Cole, I talked to him, I had him on the set in Huntington Beach, and we're like, hey man, you're going to make the tour. I need to give you you need a nickname.
Yeah.
So I decided upon Hammer. I don't know if it's going to stick, but it should, because he can hammer turns.
For sure, man. Look at this. This is a heavyweight like punch over there. Francis Ngannou stuff.
Yeah.
There's a wedgie there. Then you know what happened when you have a wedgie.
Oh, watch out for the splits there.
Oh, my knee, man.
Yes.
You good there?
Oh, not me. I'm getting a knee replacement in another month.
Look at this. Okay,
yeah,
broken board there.
Yeah.
Sketchy landing. At least it's a broken board.
Rather break, it's easier to replace the board than it is to replace the knee.
There's no quiver for athletes.
Yeah.
Just quiver on boards.
Confucius says. Yeah. So he's going to run up and change that board. I think he's on JS Industries, I want to say.
Yeah, and the JS team is on fire, man. Mateus, Samuel is trying hard.
There's
Quick reaction from the caddy.
That's what you need in your pit squad, right?
Oh, for sure, man. Like Ferrari stuff. It's an F1 protocol right there. It's time to chat a little bit. Some input.
Look at this landing.
Yo, he went ballistic.
Oh, slow motion, Marcos. We're really going to see this.
Yeah, let's see the sketchy landing there. Oh, the back foot slide from the pad there. Good to know he's putting a lot of effort in the gym, man.
Only a surfer knows the feeling.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a feeling in a bad way. I mean, in your surfing experience, at least once you're going to have that feeling that the back foot slips off, you do the splits. Ouch.
Oh, just the other day, I have a little beef in the outside. The first turn that I tried, I almost got injured and say, oh, man, I got to be with the free spirit, with my head high and super calm inside the water. No beefs inside the water.
Yeah. All right, 10 minutes and 25 seconds. Mignot in the lead. Sammy Pupo in a really important heat for the Brazilian surfer to come through. Cole Hauschman hammered away and built a 7.63 out of that last ride.
He's knocking the door. Let's see if Neptune's going to let him in.
Sammy Pupo, quick on the backhand this time. Times it with the backwash. Gets the finish. 3 quick in succession. He's pumping up the crowd.
Talking about quick response, man. There was the burger, there was the fries, and there was the soda, man. A combo of 3 like the judge like to see. I think I'm going to start my rap career.
That's okay, yeah. We like rap.
Me too.
One more time, Sammy Pupo, Marcos.
So, super pivot in the first one, slash it at back, connecting the dots there with the last one. I think the money turn was the second one.
Yeah.
But overall, in and out, one, up, down, one down, deep bottom turn. The traction there, I can see like the fins singing from here.
Yeah, fins humming in the water, and fists up for Samuel Pupo, and rightfully so. We're waiting for the number to come in, and he improves his situation. A 6.67. Samuel Pupo remains in second place. We're going to go to a break right now, but we're going to be back for the conclusion. It's exciting heat in the water, must win for Sammy Pupo. He's currently in second place. Can he do it? We're going to find out when we return.
Because we are.
We're back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. This is heat number 7 of round of 32. 4-man heat out in the water. Top 2 advance into the round of 16. A must-win situation, a must-advance situation for Samuel Pupo. He's currently in second place behind Marco Mignot, so he's in a good position. I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Marcos Bokuyuva. And what an exciting heat we've had. We've had a back and forth in this heat.
Amazing. Exciting day, exciting heat, exciting contest. Back-to-back, no off days for us.
Yeah, that is true. It's been nonstop. We had a great weekend here of surf. We saw a lot of happenings. We saw a jet ski show, an air show. We saw the Pink October with the women doing a tag team surf competition for breast cancer awareness. We saw Legends Heat.
The Legend was a standout.
Cole Hauschman, how was that turn?
How about these guys? Whoa. Talking about hammers.
Cole the Hammer Hauschman throwing it down right there. nose pick reverse. A lot of waves actually being ridden on those couple of series of waves coming through, so we're going to catch up with some of them right here. This is a split peak.
There was a bear in the other split peak, man. But this reverse, one of the most power reverse that I saw in the last couple of years, man. And look at that grab rail. You're not in Indonesia, guys. You're watching a contest in Saquarema.
Jarvis Earl finds a backside barrel out there. Talking about finding a diamond in a coal shaft.
Amazing. Shine bright like a diamond, brah.
Yeah. So we'll wait for those scores. Cole Hauschman, Jarvis Earl. That could change the situation in a big way. Jarvis finds this left way up the beach. Lay back to finish. The victim of that backwash bounces him off of his board.
The high tide is on fire right now in the point, man. I love how fast Jarvis can surf also. And the diamond there can get viral also.
Yeah.
Almost like chocolate barrels here.
Yeah, so here we go. We're under the 5-minute mark, Marcos, and we're waiting for those scores. And this could change the situation. A 6.21 will change it for Hauschman. Another view here, and that was just an up and down for Sammy Pupo. Looking for a good one, so that's not going to do anything for his situation. He's going to hang on to the 7.17 and the 6.67 that he currently has in his score line. The important scores are going to be with Cole Hauschman hammering that nose pick reverse, and Jarvis Earl with the backhand barrel. We'll see how those numbers play out and how they affect the situation in this heat.
You can cut out there the air with a knife, man. You know, a lot of glory and drama going on right now.
Yeah, tense times for the Pupo family right now. On the beach, watching, and there they are.
Nail-biting situation. It's time for a hug. It's time for Puyo Hana.
Yeah, this is the reason, really, that Miguel came. Looks like Mom's here as well.
Yeah,
and
the whole family.
The whole family's here. And just they're just waiting to see how these numbers affect the situation out in the water.
Here for us in Brazil, the Pupos is like the dynasty, like the Muniz in Hawaii.
All right. I can understand that. Oh, oops. And right there, Miguel's calling for a block right there. He's saying that Marco looked for the wave and blocked it with the priority ahead of him. Meanwhile, Jarvis Earl, our world junior champ, way down the beach and stitches together a tidy left with a couple of snaps.
I love the first lip slide, Kaipo.
Looks like we have Marco Mignot kicking out, way in the glare, way up the beach. Wow, it's a flurry of waves. The judges are playing catch-up, and I'm trying to keep track of how many scores that the judges owe us. I feel they owe us 2 for Jarvis Earl, 1 for Cole Hauschman, a couple of throwaways for Marco Mignot. Here's the latest from Jarvis Earl.
I love this first lip slide floater. How about the speed over there to connect the dots all the way to this blast jam on the end? Check it out, the first lip slide floater.
Yeah, nice projection lip slide there for the 19-year-old out of Cronulla, the Australian Jarvis Earl.
Even the second one was a setup for the blast in the end. It was a nice turn. Super well placed.
6.03 for Cole Hauschman. That was not enough to put Hauschman into second and advancing position. Still waiting for score. Last of Jarvis Earl. A 7.57 will take Jarvis out of this, take Jarvis into second place and bump Samuel Pupo into third.
I'm going to rewind my record over here. I know I touched these a lot of times, but I don't want to be a judge right now, man. Temperature high there.
Temperature's high. 2 waves ridden by Jarvis Earl. 2 scores owed to us by the judges. We're down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. The Pupos on the beach waiting for the number. 5.93 for Jarvis Earl. Last score. 3-point ride for the last of Jarvis Earl. There's one more wave that the judges owe us for Jarvis Earl. Earl still needs a 7.57. Time ticking down right now. Pupo still remains in second place and advancing. 45 seconds on the countdown. Nail-biting finish to this heat, Marcos.
For sure.
One more score still owed us for Jarvis Earl.
No buzzer beater so far.
Yeah, but we still have a mystery score that the judges owe us for Jarvis. And we got to find out if it's going to change the situation.
There's still one more shot for Marco.
Oh, here we
Jarvis.
go. That's Cole Hauschman throws that away. No problem there. Horn sounds. Sammy Pupo feeling it.
It's a matter of energy right there.
He's made, well, let's make it official. We got to wait because we need one more score for Jarvis Earl before this is official. Jarvis Earl needs a 7.57 to take second. We are still waiting for that score. Again, 7.57 for Jarvis Earl will bump Sammy Pupo out. It comes in at 6.17. It is official. Marco Mignot moves on along with Samuel Pupo. Sammy Pupo and his ascent into requalification is still happening. He's climbing the mountain. He's climbing into the round of 16. Hugs from big brother to mom. This is a Pupo family experience, Marcos.
Goosebumps all over the booth, all over the contest. Chaka, freezing Chaka for Ohana Pupo family, man. I think we have a chance to have brothers, Colapinto brothers and Pupo brothers on the tour next year. Let's see. In the end, a lot of death and glory here.
Yeah, so on to the round of 16. But Miguel Pupo's work is not over yet, but he lives to surf another day and continues to climb that mountain for requalification. As we take a look at the numbers here, actually, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more action here from Saquarema, and we're bringing you a special guest. Stick around.
Final heat of the day in the water now. Heat number 8 of the round of 32. Frederico Moraes from Portugal in the red. He's number 3 coming into this event. The last of the season. Kate Matson from the US of A in the blue jersey. He's number 9. George Pitar, the Aussie powerhouse, is going to be in the white. And former US Open champion, former CT surfer Alejo Muniz, representing Brazil, will be in the green. Well, it's been a wonderful day of competition so far, and one more heat to go. As we say, a very warm welcome to a special guest, Pedro Joalinho. I'm Mitch, that's Marcos. Pedro, we thank you for joining us this afternoon. Your surfer moved through, and Imai Kalani Devalde, he still has a chance of qualifying for the CT. He'd be going up against a very tough surfer in the round of 16, but he looked good, has the highest heat total of the event so far, 16.5.
Beautiful day. Good to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And yeah, it's a special day. Was able to show how good he is. We just need the waves, man. And this guy trains a lot. We put a lot of work every day. And yeah, I'm stoked. It's a special day for sure. It's this kind of heat that if you lose, you feel like the year's gone. But if you make it, you feel like you're already there. So it's like we're really close to confirm, and I'm very happy for that, for sure.
He's super well trained. He's stacking cliffs with waist-high waves, super windy in Maui.
Man, the last 2 months were really hard for Maui. We have to talk about a little bit about that too. People from Lahaina. I used to live there too. I lost my house, my cars, and I have my family. I'm so thankful for that. And Imai also has a lot of family members that were affected and displaced. And it's been a hard time for us. So that's for you guys from Lahaina. We love you, and we're doing all these for Maui for sure. Maui strong.
Maui no Kaoi.
Maui no
Kaoi. Kaoi for sure.
So you're originally from Rio, Pedro. You moved to Maui several years ago. You've been a coach to several championship athletes. I want to say the best performance you've had, second place finish in the world with Silvana Lima in 2008. As we look at the opening wave of the heat, Frederico Moraes was up and riding, Marcos, a 2.5 for him.
Always clinical Kikas.
And then Kate Matson read here on the back end as well, a 4.33 for him, Marcos.
Amazing effort for the one guy that have to keep the dream alive there.
And then Muniz, somebody you know very well, Pedro. He had a great heat yesterday. It seemed like he's clicking into gears now.
Man, Alejo's amazing. He's I tell him Mr. Consistency. He's so strong, and love to see him ripping. It's representing Brazil right now.
And then George Pitar, Marcos, has a lot of power in those legs right there, the young Aussie.
Always on point, always super fast. And talking about Alejo, Mitch, people sometimes forget how important Alejo is for the legacy of Brazilian surfing. In the clinch of the world champion, first our world champion Gabriel Medina down in Pipeline, he was major factor over there for Gabriel to clinch the title, knocking out Mick Fanning and Kelly Slater.
Yeah, that was in 2014. Small year that year, a backdoor Pipeline.
Yeah.
Going back to the conversation with the qualification, Frederico Moraes qualifies at a fifth place finish here at this event. Just under 25 minutes to go. Your kid's looking to re-qualify really, and he's been one of the few surfers from Maui to be able to clinch a spot on the Championship Tour so far. Also have Eli Hanneman still in the draw. He's been looking great so far. But talk to us about why you decided to move to Maui after being from such a beautiful place here in Rio de Janeiro, Pedro.
I have two daughters, Mila and Alana, my beautiful wife, Rafaela, and when you're a family man, you think about your family first, So Maui, I had friends already there. I've been there first time 2003, and I went there multiple times before I moved there. So I knew it was the place to go. And when I felt I just turned 40, at that time, and I was like, I'm going to change my life right now. I'm going to try something new. And I wasn't sure if it would work or not, but I was just like, why not trying? The worst scenario can be just spend some time there and come back home. And man, I'm just staying there so far, forever. I love Maui. I love that place. I found my community there. I felt so much love right now. We went through all this, and you can see how much people love me, love my family, and I'm getting so much support. Some bad things happen, and right after, so many good things happen, in the sequence. So it's just it was a perfect, change of life, for sure.
I'm an expat myself, Mitch, and I can say that for sure. Home is where we find love.
Yeah.
Well, we were speaking of sequences. Kate Matson right there just blitzed a wave on the backhand. The kid has a chance of qualifying here. He is within striking distance in the top 10 at the moment. 22:30 on the clock. Moraes with a slight lead over the other three surfers. Let's go downstairs. Manu Callado is with Marco Mignot.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Marco. Congratulations. What an exciting heat. How was that for you outside in the water? Congratulations again.
It was a pretty stressful heat, I would say. I mean, I started with two good scores from the beginning. And then everybody started to get sevens and stuff. So I was like, this could change any time. But then I got a wave and I threw like one really big air, broke the board in two, had to come out. I was feeling my leg. I was like, is it broken or not? But no, everything's good. But yeah, I'm happy to win this heat because there's some solid names. So yeah.
And well, that was really hard for us watching. And now, if you make it to the finals, you're in a very good position. How are you about that?
Like I said before, if it happens, it's God's plan. If not, like I said, it's just heat by heat. I'm just enjoying my time in Brazil, and yeah, just taking one heat at a time.
Do you want to send a message for your supporters, fans, amis?
I just want to say hi to everyone.
In French. I'm sorry.
Je veux dire bonjour à toute ma famille, à tous mes potes et les gens qui sont à côté à me donner de l'amour et du pouvoir. Et je vous aime tous.
Congratulations, bravo. Back with you guys.
Felicitación to Marco Mignot moving through into the round of 16. Big performance, a 14-point heat total. 21 minutes on the clock in Heat 8 of the round of 32. Mitch Marcos and special guest Pedro Jovalino. For those of you that don't know, Jovalino means little robalo, which is basically a trout, I would have to say, wouldn't it be, Pedro, here in Brazil?
Yeah, it's like a fish, and I'm not sure about if it's a sea bass.
Oh, it might be a sea
bass.
bass.
I think the sea bass is the one, huh?
Yeah.
I saw it like if you look for the translation, you're gonna find different names probably, but yeah, Robalinho. People think it's a nickname, but it's
I
actually
thought so.
Yeah, no,
I thought so.
That's what happens.
There's some
every time,
family
like,
names that sounds like nicknames.
It's funny too because in Rio, people know me as Robalinho, and when I moved to Maui, it was just Coach Pedro, and that's my new thing. Like I remember my mom. Hey, why do people call you Robalinho? Your name is so beautiful, because she gave me that, right? So, and now you're starting to, call me Robalo, Robalinho too. You might sometimes make fun of that, and some other athletes too. So, yeah, it's like it looks like a nickname because I work with surfing, and then it's a fish name, so people think it's related.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, it's all good, dude. One of the greatest baseball players of all time. His last name is Trout.
Yeah.
So Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Out there, Pedro Jovalino, doesn't matter if you have a name after a fish or a name after a surfer. But during the interview, Federico Moraes, with another strong performance on the backhand here, Marcos, he's looking solid. But really, the 8.5 of Cade Matson has him in the lead now. Then Alejo Muniz once again up and riding too.
Everybody went out like guns blazing right now. It's an all regular stance affair right there. A lot of power surfing from Alejo, a lot of power surfing from Federico Moraes, and a lot of flair from the new generation of Cade Matson and George Pitar.
George Pitar as well, great standout surfer from Australia. Pedro, when you look at the breakdown of this round so far, the high seeds have been making it through. Just pretty impressive. It's a really, really solid finish to the year for most of the surfers that are in the top 10. But when it really matters, a lot of people are getting their best results of the year so far. What have you thought of the overall perspective of the round of 32 so far for the men?
I totally did. I was about to make this call because it's probably the most impressive round 32 of the whole year. It's like we have waves, everybody's ripping, the top ranked guys are all making, so it's really mixed up right now. It was giving me like some hard time to we have to make this heat no matter what. Before we came here was like 16,000 points, was looking okay because last year we had Ziklau qualifying with 1,500, 700, right? Oh, sorry, 15,700. And it was like, maybe we're safe, maybe we're not. And we started making some heats and you know what? You might just go and super strong. That's the heat of your life. I'm telling you right now. Just go and do your best and no matter what, we need to make this heat, to guarantee that we're still fighting.
Well, it was definitely one of them, a 16.5 heat total. Still the highest of the event, as we saw Fred right there on the backhand. Scored a 6.57 on his second to last wave. Was needing a 4.53 or better. Cade Matson in the lead. He has priority as well. His low score of 4.33. Opened up his account with that one and then backed it up with a strong performance of an 8.5. Muniz momentarily in second. That might change due to the last of Moraes. And George Pitar, the powerhouse from Australia, in fourth. Marcos, same thing for you. It's been an incredible day. We saw the women out there Now we're seeing the gentleman. This guy, Cade Matson, has a lot on his mind. Strong finishing turn right there. He loves it. This kid's on fire, Bocayua.
For sure. The Sacramento crew is amazing right there. In this year, they are so full of inspiration. And I was pointing out all the legends from San Clemente during all this competition, like since back in the day, Mike Parsons, Jimmy Hogan. But yeah, today I got to talk more about brother and Dino and father Dino and Dino, the legacy over there, connecting them, inspiring them.
Pedro, this kid has really risen to the top when it comes to clutch performances. A great result here in Saquarema would put him up into the top 10. But I know Imai has something to say about that. How about the technique that this kid has for his size?
Man, the guy's so tall. The other day I was by him like, Kate, man, what are you eating? What's happening?
What are you drinking, man?
Yeah, it's so big, and he surfs solid. I like it, especially backside is my favorite. You know, I saw him surfing in Trestles too. I like traveling and watching people surfing and really on it, like, you know, all the time, like always paying attention with this critical point of view, always trying to take the most out of my observations. And this kid backside here, man, he's a threat. He can go all the way to the wind, so people got to watch out. I didn't see him punting any airs. Maybe he needs to step up on that part of the game, but backside, man, you see that power, 8.5, he can get the scores he needs for sure.
As a coach, do you think it's necessary to mix it up every now and then, especially in the later rounds, once you get to head-to-head matchups? He's going again on another left. You mentioned his backhand being one of the best on tour. A couple of floaters right here. More down the line surfing. That's much better for Matson, and might be able to fit in one more. That's going to be it for him. But just alternating your craft and your variation when it comes to the maneuvers, is that something you focus on yourself?
Man, for sure. Today I was like, you know what? I'm missing your airs. We talked about it today. So sometimes you don't have the opportunity. Sometimes you know, there was a time I felt like the judges were kind of rewarding too much the size of the waves, and people just surfing a little bit more safe, getting the higher score. So we focus on like, you know what, let's just play the game. So don't take too much risk. But now if you see, you know, even if you don't get the sets, but still rip, do airs and blow tails and stuff, they're rewarding pretty good. I think there was a good adjustment along the year. And I love that. And so, yes, the answer yes. Like, you have to mix it up. You have to be able to have a better repertoire. And another sign of that is in the final, you know, the finals 5, we saw Felipe winning the world title by comboing, like, carves and airs. So, and that made a difference. Because you can see Ethan Ewing was ripping, but he was surfing under the lip line. So that's pretty important for the surfers to understand that they have to have the whole package.
I can rewind a little bit in the history books. When ADS joined the tour in the CT level, he was a punt. He was a king of airs, and he had to show his rail skills, so he kind of put underneath the pocket a little bit those airs, and then went back a few years after.
Speaking of rail skills, Alejo Muniz just went to town on that one. One of the few rights he's had so far in this heat. 13:40 on the clock. Matson extends his lead. His second to last, a 6.73. His last one, a 4.9, does not go into his top 2. The previous of Moraes is a 4.6. That momentarily has him in second place. Alejo Muniz needing a 5.35 or better to move back up into second place. Marcos, you mentioned ADS. Alejo Muniz was also a big part of that Brazilian storm developing. He was the first person out of the majority of those to have success in the United States. He's been a former U.S. Open champion.
For sure.
himself.
I was there in his back. The year was 2013. I was figuring out the way to live in California back in that time. And it was amazing to watch him winning the U.S. Open, such a legacy and a traditional event.
Matson leads, Muniz in second. Moraes, number 3 in the world, on the cusp of being eliminated, needs a 5.03 or better. And George Pitar needing a 6.0 to move up in a second. An absolute stunner of a day at the last Challenger Series event of the year. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Let's go down to the beach where Kaipo is with some breaking news.
Thank you, Mitch. Yeah, breaking news is this guy, Crosby Colapinto. Congratulations. You're on the championship tour. How do you feel?
Oh, man, I feel like a dream's come true. I mean, it's been a goal of mine since I was little, and just like having this interview is just crazy. So, yeah, boys, let's go. So, yeah, it's a good feeling, and it's cool to have everyone like clapping for me like this. And I don't know, just so happy to join my brother and get the experience going to tour and experience this feeling of qualifying. It's just insane. So I'm just trying to soak it in.
Yeah, Big Brother's going to be with you. You're going to be opening up a pipe. I like it that you haven't had any time to think about this, but I'm going to force the question. What are you looking forward to?
Oh, of course, a heat against my brother. Man on man, for sure. Let's go. Start building it up.
That's the best answer ever. What about Pipeline, Sunset, Super Tubos, Bells, Margaret River?
I'm looking forward to all of it, and just being able to go on tour and enjoy the experience. And I don't know, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. I know my brother and Chloe are watching back at home right now, so shout out to you guys and love you guys for everything you've done for me. And yeah, it's just wild. My parents and everyone who's supported me, who got me to this moment, and all the times of just feeling down, but like pushing through those downs to get here right now is just insane. So it's been a roller coaster, and it's been a hell of a roller coaster ride. So,
congratulations, Crosby. Welcome to the tour. Back to you, Mitch.
Thank you, Kaipo, and huge congratulations to San Clemente's own Crosby Colapinto. 3 down, 7 more to go as we go to live action. George Pitar, the underdog from Australia. If you haven't heard his name before, you definitely have now. This kid rips. Needs a 6.0 to move up into second place. Pero, before the break, we were talking about the other 3 surfers, specifically Cade. He's way out in front in the lead with an 8.5 and a 6.73. This guy in white, though, George Pitar, has a lot of skills and is able to rip in any kind of conditions. Seems like we have somebody up and riding now. Fred, use of priority well as he just hammers that wave down. 8:30 on the clock. Joalinho, you've had a great seat to watch this heat unfold. This guy right here, number 3 on the Challenger Series right now. He's been a QS champion in 2019. He's looking to regain his status on the CT.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go second place right now. You know, the wave is a beautiful wave, well planed, well done. Beautiful snap, like lots of water, throw, yeah.
How about
nice.
Surf IQ
finishing
right
well.
there?
You see the perfection of the finishing turn. He's just like so smart, this guy. This guy is one of those guys, that he's going to finish his waves. That's what I really appreciate about Fred. Look at this. Beautiful. Use a little bit of the tail there above the lip. And boom, finishing smart. Not stopping the board, but keep it going. Keep it going like super strong and fast and towards the bottom of the wave, which is smart right here, especially Saquarema. It's a bouncy wave. This guy here, I was thinking about that, I talked to Jackson Bunch like yesterday, and today again we mentioned that we should have a special reward for the Rookie of the Year, man.
On the Challenger Series, too.
Yeah.
Challenger Series,
That's
right?
Tots' idea out there.
It looks like he's the one right now, George Pitar is the first time in the Challenger Series, if I'm not wrong, the whole year at least.
Mm-hmm.
And he's maybe the top-ranked guy.
I'm going to place my vote to him.
Yeah, we have Jackson Bunch that did a great job, but here, unfortunately, we were in the same heat, Imai and Jackson Bunch, in the same heat. It was kind of hard to manage that. that's part of the coach's life. And
Wait, you've had it in back-to-back events too,
I know.
by the way.
3 events like this year was hard, like Huntington Beach, then they worked together against each other.
Tough pill to swallow,
Ericeira,
man.
and now again, we're like, oh my God, man, can we, give us a break? Can we figure out some way to change that? But not, it's just mathematical, so it is what it is. It's part of life, I was comparing to the situation that Grillo had, Leandro Dora had with his son and Jack Robinson fighting for the top 5 spot. So that was a tough one for sure.
At that point, you just let them go. You give them each advice and say, hey, may the best man win.
Yeah, I got to make it fair. So bring them together, talk to both, show your understanding about the situation, what you think is a good way to make that heat, and try to pass the information like exactly the same for both, so they feel like you're not favoring any side.
Right.
Even if I work with him for longer, it was more important for him to win. But even Jackson had a chance to qualify too. He could make all the way to the final, win the event, and qualify. So it's not something that you can just like say different things for both. So I really try to treat the team like equally.
I think you can train those protocols a lot with parenthood.
Yeah,
with your kids.
That's for sure. The same kind of stuff, so you have those guys under you. They work with you. They trust you. So you got to keep the trust like 100% always.
Well, 5:30 on the clock now. Priority with the heat leader, Kate Matson, a 15.23 heat total. Federico Moraes drops a 7.07. That moves him up into second place. The last of George Vitar, a 5.17. He's still in fourth, but Alejo Moniz could play big spoiler here if he gets something above a 7.81 in the last 5 minutes of this heat. Matson with the only excellent score of the heat, with an 8.5, backed it up with a 6.73. And another San Clemente surfer looking to make it on tour. This guy has something to say about it, though. Former CT surfer, former U.S. Open champion, Alejo Moniz. A strong finish right there. He needs something close to excellence, though. 4:45 on the clock. We'll start with you, Marcos. George Pitar still with a chance to get an excellent score, but it's been Moraes and Matson who have just been in control of their own destiny in this one.
Amazing. Everything resolved over there on rail surfing. And Alejo is such a steady, consistent surfer. Always 12 o'clock there. Managing a nice snap in his shoulder there. A nice smacking the lip there in the third one. And it's a full regular fair. And all the guys are sticking to the base. Just George Pitar throws some flare there and in a small wave, but didn't count so much.
And Pedro, with 4 minutes to go, we're about to conclude the round of 32 in day 3 of competition. You mentioned this being one of the most important days of surfing out of the year. The waves showed up, the surfing showed up. I'm going to vote and say this is the most important day of surfing on the Challenger Series year, but I also want to say it's one of the best days of surfing overall I've seen in terms of talent, too.
Yeah, that's true. Like, everybody's ripping. Did you see Matheus Erdi today? Like, my guy, Mike Cullen, I'm so proud of him. Like, he could actually show how good he is. He pulled, like, some turns that people were not, like, really seeing every time. He was just using more, like, the powerhouse kind of stuff, and now he was able to mix it up pretty good. That's why he got this total. And, yeah, everybody's ripping, man. The Australians guys were like incredible today too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jackson Baker.
Even Jacob Wilcox lost too.
Jacob Wilcox too. Then he didn't get the second. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he felt bad about. It's so hard, man. When you're out there, all your friends you're competing against, and he was already qualified. So I don't know about his second wave. Maybe he should have like fight a little bit more for that wave. But like in general, like in terms of quality, that guy is incredible, man. I really stoked to see like the level of surfing we're getting to, and that reflects to the amount of points you need to qualify this year, which is the highest points ever. If you look back, you're gonna see that we had the COVID year that was only 10,500 that Carlos Munoz qualified. Last year, 15,700 that Ziklau qualified with, and 10th place. And now you see it's coming to 17,000, like something around that, right?
Looking at the heat recap here, Marcos, Kate Matson with a strong lead. Moniz has had a couple of great waves himself, but then it's been Federico Moraes with a comeback for the ages, a 7.07 on his last, and it's been a good effort by both Pitar and Moniz, but it's been this guy, Moraes, who's been solid in second place for the majority
All
of the
the
heat.
fundamentals there, man. He's such a strong competitor. I was chatting yesterday with the Dog Marsh, and he's trained so well with Frederico in Cascais, all over the place, training, going to Coxos, moving himself on the coast of Portugal. Such a dedicated surfer, all with a lot of IQ of competition also.
And he's caught 7 waves so far, still in potential danger, though, as Alejo Muniz needs a 7.81, and this kid on screen, George Pitar, needs an 8.04 or better.
Yeah.
Matson in first, Moraes in second, Ovalinho 90 seconds to go. What's the play right here if you're one of the...
And in Saquarema, you're almost looking for a closeout. You know, you don't want the wave to open too much. You know, you need the closeout to hit that thing. You know, that's how he got a 7. You know, Federico did like a good turn. First turn was pretty good. The second turn was pretty much a smart turn. You know, the way you compete right here, if you want to try to blow tail there, you know, there's a backwash. There's a lot going on the closeout section, so it's pretty smart. So if the wave is too open, too easy, usually doesn't get that critical, so the score reflects to that.
A couple of lovely carves right there on the open face, but that won't cut it for George Pitar, as Pedro was pointing out. Definitely need a closeout right here, Marcos, to be able to get something excellent in the last 45 seconds.
Yeah, I was chatting with Kaipo a few hits ahead, back in a few moments ago, and we were talking about, man, in the high tide situation, you got to go for the closeout because they're going to stand out, they're going to peel all the way to the inside, and you got to go for the closeouts right now for the explosion, for the going ballistic.
And this is how much it matters to Fred Moraes. 20 seconds to go, and he is chasing Alejo Muniz down. He has higher priority, and there's a lot of significance in this heat for Fred. If he makes it into the quarterfinals, he will automatically have enough points for nobody to supersede him in terms of the amount of scores that he will have in terms of the results this year. And he makes it through. You can see the passion right there from the Portuguese surfer moving through into the round of 16. And also a big heat win for the local boy of T Street, Cade Matson, moving through with a huge win, 15.23 heat total. And San Clemente might have at least one more on the championship tour before this event finishes. We just qualified at Crosby Colapinto officially. Cade Matson moves through along with the number 3 seed of the event. Frederico Moraes, we say goodbye to Alejo Muniz and George Pitar. Well, gentlemen, Marcos, a great day. Pedro, we really appreciate you being here with us and just keeping the conversation going. You know, you mentioned that Imai Jackson was a really tough when they were both matching up quite a bit. The third time it happened at this event this year on the Challenger Series. But when it comes to developing a lot of young talent, obviously Maui with the wildfires that we have, still sending our thoughts out there for a lot of those residents like yourself. What kind of contributions can people make to the people of Maui, especially for Lahaina?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a lot that can be done. You know, people are still struggling a little bit, and yeah, especially because not everyone that lives there is American citizens. So the American citizens, they have help from the FEMA, from the government, but some of them don't. So if you guys want to, you know, look for the kids and try to help them develop their surfing. You know, they're training, they're good people, and they're trying to, you know, achieve a better level. They're trying to travel. They're trying to get to the next level in the sport. Look at the emotion there. It's so beautiful. I love that. I love that, the passion. That's what we work for. So talking about Maui, you know, that's pretty much what it is. You know, kids need support. You know, if you guys can look up to the Maui kids and try to sponsor them, get them, like we have so many talents there. If you look back in a few years, how many, you know, just by changing the way they were training there, you can see Yan Gentile coming out, Imai Kalani, Eli Hanneman, Jackson Bunch, and, you know, so many guys, and the new generation is incredible too. So I think so. Look at them and give them opportunities.
Definitely want to give people opportunities. Like this guy has had an opportunity in life too. Frederico Moraes just got an update from Tours and Competition, has officially re-qualified for the Championship Tour for 2024. The Portuguese surfer will be back on the CT where he belongs. He's been a top 10 surfer on the CT before, and the Portuguese flag well represented there on the beach for the kid who has officially qualified. We knew it was going to be an awesome day. We've had 2 qualified so far, Crosby Colapinto, and now the Portuguese kid, Fred Moraes, back on the championship tour, Marcos.
Oh my God, I'm full of goosebumps and emotion right now. I have in my heart Portugal. I'm a resident right now over there, so my family's there, my dog, my kids. So kudos to Federico, man. Such a well-rounded surfer, such a polite guy in society, in and out the water, amazing ambassador for the sport of surfing. I can go on and on in a podcast here. I'm going kind of speechless right now.
And a big moment for surfing overall. Pedro, you've been around the world. You've traveled with different types of surfers as a coach, as a competitor. But Europe hasn't really had a huge presence on the championship tour. Leo Fioravanti just had a top 10 finish. A few years ago, Frederico Moraes had a top 10 finish, was relegated basically to the Challenger Series, and makes his way back to the CT. A big moment for him and European surfing overall.
Yeah, that's for sure. What can you say about someone that has a statue in his beach, man?
Yeah.
You know, this guy's amazing. He's an example of resilience and work, and he's back. It's congratulations, boy. Parabéns, cara.
The party's on in Cascais.
Yeah, party's on, and yeah, we're gonna see him charging. He's great. You know, I can expect big things from him, and places like Sunset Beach, like Barrels Beach, like everywhere, man. This guy's a hammer.
Even at Pipeline, too. He's a great barrel rider. Let's go downstairs to the winner of the last heat, Kate Madsen.
Yeah, I'm here with Kate. What a tough hit, but you seem to be in control of it. Is that right?
I mean, yeah, I kind of, started off kind of slow and then had that one wave. It was probably one of my better waves I've had this year, so I was really stoked to put a heat together.
And now you're back to the top 10. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, it feels good. The job's not over yet, so I'm still in comp mode and ready to go, and yeah, I'm feeling really good.
And we know it's not easy, but you have a whole crew here cheering for you. How do you feel with this team?
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, we're all pushing each other every day. We just had Eli and Crosby. Obviously, Crosby just qualified, which is huge. I'm so happy for him. And Fred qualified, and Eli is one step closer. I'm one step closer. So, yeah, it's sick having, each other just pushing each other.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's look for Fred. He's right here. Thank you. Congratulations, Kate. Fred, would you talk to us real quick? Here he is. Okay, he's going to go get his hat. And, well, it is an amazing moment for Portugal. Yeah, everybody here cheering for him. And let's go back to the booth, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Obrigado, Manu. Parabéns once again to Federico Moraes. Can't forget about the huge performance that Katie Madsen just had out in the water, though. A 15.23 heat total. He keeps his hopes alive of qualifying for the Dream Tour. He'd be joining Crosby Colapinto and Cole Hauschman, also from San Clemente, as a couple of surfers that have already qualified for the Championship Tour. Mitch, Marcos, and that is one of the premier coaches in the world, Pedro Jovalino. Pedro, really appreciate you joining us today. Best of luck in the rest of the event, and best of luck in 2024 as well. Hope to see you on the CT.
Let's go. We're going to be there. I'm going to be showing, better surfing than the last chance we had. So we're ready.
Yeah, and best of luck to you, Mike Kalani Deval, in the rest of the event, too. More action to come and a lot of highlights at the Corona Post Show. Stick around for the best of day number 3 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
It is the Corona post-show, day number 3 of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. A beautiful afternoon here in Saquarema. Itaúna Beach is the site of the happenings all day today, and we had a huge day. We had a superheat. We had qualifications. We had so many things going on. Kaipo Guerrero, Marcos Bukuyuva, Mitchell Salazar, and we got some news for you because we have another surfer that has just qualified for the 2024 Championship Tour. Congratulations, Frederico Moraes, Manu.
Yeah, Frederico Moraes, you're qualified to the 2024 Championship Tour. How are you feeling right now? How is your heart? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm super stoked. It took a lot of work and belief. When I fell on the cut last year, it definitely, I went through a hard time, just believing again and having the will to put the work and do this all over again. But I've got a great team, a great wife, a great family, and they gave me the strength to keep going, my friends, everyone. So yeah, this is for Portugal. We're back on tour, and let's go. We're here to stay.
And I bet you have many reasons to be back on the CT. If you have one reason to choose to thank, what would it be?
To thank, I'll thank myself for believing in myself. Because if you believe in you, everything is possible, and that's all it takes.
Okay, let's speak some Portuguese now. Como eu te falei, você está qualificado para o CT de 2024, é muita emoção, parabéns, você mereceu. Como é que foi ali dentro da água no momento que você percebeu que você estava qualificado?
Honestamente, eu não fazia ideia que se eu passasse esta bateria estava qualificado, não fazia ideia mesmo, e acho que até foi melhor, e foi super especial. Eu dei um abraço ao meu treinador, ao Richard, com quem eu trabalho há 15 anos. Ele basicamente é como um segundo pai para mim. E é um momento especial para mim, para os meus amigos, para os meus familiares, para a minha mulher e para Portugal. Porque eles vibram muito com isto, apoiam-nos nos melhores e nos piores momentos. E custou, mas nós conseguimos, voltámos ao Tour e esse era o meu grande objetivo.
Que legal, e a gente sabe que agora fica ainda mais difícil, né? Como é que é a sua preparação, sua mente, seu corpo para essa nova fase?
É continuar a trabalhar no duro, continuar a acreditar, a querer mais, a trabalhar mais com os outros e a acreditar sempre. Eu já estive no Tour durante alguns anos, saí o ano passado, volto este ano, por isso é continuar a trabalhar e estamos cá para mais vitórias, mais derrotas e viver esta vida de surfista que eu adoro.
Parabéns, Frederico. Congratulations. Isn't it amazing to see that here in Saquarema?
Amazing
Back
stuff.
to you guys.
Amazing stuff. Frederico Moraes, true warrior, had to battle through that, the disappointment of getting fallen off of the championship tour. Now he is back on after a grind of a year on the Challenger Series. Mitchell, we got only 6 spots left for the men available, and we have a lot of guys gunning for those spots because a lot of our top seeds advanced out of the competition into the next round today.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about it, that most of the top seeds are still moving through and with really big performances too. I think Mateo Serdi had just served the greatest heat in his life so far and dropped an excellent heat total. Jake Marshall, unfortunately, bowing out. He was number 3 coming into the event, just like Fred, and I don't think he's even safe right now at Kaipo. Things were wild today.
Yeah, things were wild. Let's take a look at our rankings right now and where we stand. Mitchell talked about number 3 getting knocked out of the event. Well, there you have all of our grayed out surfers that have been knocked out of competition, but look at all the highlighted whites. Those are guys still gunning for those final 6 spots available, Marcos.
Oh yeah, Matheus G right now just dropped with the hammer performance, just dropped from the G10, and Samuel dropped in for the G10, and it's amazing. I'm overwhelmed right now because I reside in Portugal nowadays, so my heart is over there with my family, and I'm super happy for Freddie.
Yeah, look at that. Eli Hanneman had a nail biter, and Faith pulled him through today, and he will be on to the round of 16. But we talked about the super heat today, the heat that we were anticipating because it was a must-win heat for Mateus Hurdy and Jackson Baker. Let's take a look at the super heat. Jake Marshall coming into this heat. as number 3 on the rankings. Number 11 right below the cut line was Jackson Baker. Jacob Wilcox, he had it easy. He's number 2 in the rankings. He's already on the championship tour in 2024. He started off with a bang here, Mitchell.
Yeah, an 8.77. This was actually the highest score of the heat and opened up in the first 2 minutes with that wave right there, but it was the response by this guy, a 7-1-7 by Jake Marshall, Kaipo, that put him back up into the heat. He wasn't out of it until the very end. I mean, his display in terms of his arsenal of attack on both the forehand and the backhand, really good. But then this guy dropping an 8.0 right here.
Yeah, look at this combo. You talked about the combo plate. This was it for Mateus Hurdy, Marcos.
Amazing. On point with the air, on point with a hammer on the hook there in the end. Amazing, man.
And then Mateus used the backhand weapon here for 8.33. And that locked things up for Mateus Hurdy in a must-win situation in this heat. Meanwhile, quietly, the powerhouse, Mitchell, Jackson Baker, Nova Castrian going to town.
And if you recall, he actually caught this wave after he blocked Jacob Wilcox with priority and ended up getting his best score, a 7.67. One of the best heats I've seen in my entire life, Kaipo, and Mateus Hurdy, as clutch as they come with that performance there.
Yeah, disappointing for Jake Marshall, but still's got a chance to qualify. He's going to have to see how the other surfers do in their upcoming rounds in the round of 16. There's the numbers. Mateus Hurdy going excellent with a 16.33, Mitch.
Yeah, definitely the best performance he's had in his entire life. Really looking forward to seeing him make the CT if he can hold on to his positioning right now in the rankings. Jacko Baker, though, when it counts, he definitely shows up, and Jake's already qualified for the championship tour. Marshall, though, he was number 3 coming into the event. He's actually dropped down quite a few positions, Kaipo, after this one.
Marcos, this heat number 5, some friendly fire for Brazil, an all-Brazilian heat here with Miguel Pupo starting off.
Amazing Brazilian affair right there in Itaúna, Saquarema, our staple center of surfing here. Miguel is so on point. He came here more with the effort of being a coach for his younger brother, but he's nailing an amazing performance in this super heat also. I think today, guys, it's one thing, we can script the post-show, but we cannot script this.
Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, again, a must-win situation, Mitchell, and Emrod was able to pull through.
And surprisingly, he did it on the backhand, too, going left. This guy, though, dropped an 8 on this wave, and I'm just super impressed with the way Miggy is competing right now. He was out the entire year on the championship tour, comes here to Saquarema, and has made both easy surfing so far, Kaipo.
There we go with the numbers. It is Emrod continuing to chase his dream of getting back on the championship tour, along with Miguel Pupo advancing out of that heat. Great showing from Kawa Costa, by the way. He is a surfer to look out for in the future. And also Jadson Andre. We look forward to seeing Jadson next year on the Challenger Series. That was a great heat. How'd that give you for national pride, having an all-Brazilian?
Amazing, man. My heart is full of pride right now, man. Full of emotion. 4 years without coming to Brazil and being the party here in the post-show with you guys, watching this. One of the best days for the books of surf competition so far.
Yeah. Well, taking our attention to the women, Sawyer Lindblad really had to get it done to keep her young dreams alive, to join the championship tour. And she was up against another youngster in the way of a young Aaron Brooks in this Heat 8 of the round of 32 for women. Zali Kelly, Mitchell, she put up a fight in this heat.
Yeah, she opened up with the best score of the heat in her terms, a 5.83. And really from the get-go, I thought Zali was just gaining momentum throughout this one. Equally as good on the left as she is on the right. But then this young lady, Aaron Brooks, she is just so fast, Kaipo, as you can see right there. Really uses her entire momentum and body weight into perfecting these lip line hits. Dropped a 7.33 and a 6.1 en route to a big win. She moves into the round of 16.
Yeah, look at the bright future ahead of Aaron Brooks. No chance of qualifying this year for the championship tour, but keeping up like this, it won't be long before we see her on the Dream Tour.
Not at all, and would love to see her get a win. And this young lady, Arena Rodriguez Vargas, she actually moved up into second place at the end of the heat and improved on her 2 scores with her last 2 waves. She was making the heat up until this point, Kaipo. Sawyer Lindblad dropping a 6 when she needed it, the most important wave of her life, and just elated with emotion when she came in. She got the news. It was a big moment for her. She keeps her dream alive.
I love how she zigzagged just to be on point to hit the lip in the end.
Sawyer real stoked right there. It was a big moment for her in a young career. Being congratulated by Kira Pinkerton and the rest of the San Clemente crew. Big heat, that one, Kaipo. Really like the performance I saw from Aaron Brooks, too.
I like the performance. I like the clutch. And that's what Sawyer Lindblad is going to need to do when when and if she gets onto the championship tour. But that's the kind of nerves that you need to do to be able to end the heat, get the score that you need. Let's take a look at our women's rankings. Who's in and who's out? We're still clearing the water here. Only one of the women have qualified for the championship tour. We got 4 slots available, but look at all the names in the white, Mitchell, that still can fight for those 4 slots.
Man, a lot of the high seeds still in the event. Kaipo Vahina had an incredible performance this morning. Sarah Baum really impressed me. She went left for the majority of her heat. Nadia still in the event. But Sawyer, Alyssa, and Isabella really getting hard to knock them out at 3, 4, and 5. Andy Robinson still in the event, too. She had a strong performance, too.
Yeah, look at this list, Marco. So anyone stand out?
Amazing standouts for me. Luana Silva, Vahine Ferru, and Kika Vezelka unfortunately didn't come through, but amazing performance from the ladies also.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the Kayak Natural Wave of the Day. And it was a young surfer that was able to manufacture a score, building it. Bright future ahead for Bella Kenworthy. Mitchell, this was a 9.23.
Yeah, one of the highest scores of the event so far, and relatively unheard of outside of the United States until this very year on the Challenger Series. She's still only 16 years of age, Kaipo. Goes to town on this one left right here and garners herself a 9.23 and the honors of the wave of the day, too.
Yeah, the wave of the day for Bella Kenworthy. Well-deserved from Natura Kayak. Feel the power of freshness. You guys feel that power right there?
For sure, man.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. Natura Kayak. Wave of the day. They're going to bring us the wave of the day every single day. And now it's time for, Mitchell, I know it's your favorite.
Definitely is.
But it's been my favorite for a long time. It is our top 5 moments of the day. And let's take a look at these moments because we have so many to choose from before our top 5 wave of the day. We take a look at here, and Alyssa Spencer. Number 5, Alyssa Spencer, Mitchell, she's won 6 straight heats, including her win over at the last stop in Portugal.
Well, not only that, but she's also our defending champion at this event, too. And when it comes to consistency so far, I don't think I see anybody better in the draw still remaining in the women's lineup. This wave right here, 7.83, just perfect timing. She looks as good as it gets right now.
Number 4, Aaron Brooks did perform well in this heat, but number 4 is Sawyer Lindblad. The story of both of these young surfers, but it's Sawyer Lindblad with the buzzer beater for our number 4 moment of the day.
Talking about consistency, oh my God. So many super hits today. Now there she goes.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad, this was the clutch. This is what she needed to do, put it all together, and she's through to the round of 16, number 4 on our top 5 today. Yeah.
Check the emotion.
What
man.
a feeling.
Woo.
Number 3, Maui no Ka'oi. Imai Kalani DeVault with a big fat 9 and a 7.5, 16.52 wave total, Mitchell.
And he's looking for his biggest win today, Kaipo. Hasn't won a CS event so far. He's been a runner-up this year over at Snapper Rocks. But I feel like with this kind of performance that we saw from Imai, we can definitely see him up on the podium at the end of this event. 16.5, add in a 9.2. Some strong stuff right there from the Maui surfer.
Yeah, Maui no Ka'oi. Number 2, Luana Silva is able to throw it down, Marcos, in the last 2 waves of her heat to turn the heat and advance into the round of 16.
Talking about keeping the dream alive, Luana Silva all the way with a super coach, with a super team, with the backup and the local knowledge from João Chianca too. Look at this. I love this surf. Rail surfing, to the point, a lot of drive on the turns. Many cutbacks and amazing fast, hits on the top there. And she kept going.
That's what
amazing
you need.
performance for her.
That's the fight that you need, and she fought back, Mitchell.
And I think this day exemplified, Kaipo, the amount of surfers that we have that are really, truly elite. People that deserve to be on the championship tour, but there's not enough people that could be on there. So if you want to win it, you definitely have to ring it right here at the last event of the season on the Challenger Series. And Luana Silva just might be doing that in Brazil.
That's right. The road ends at Saquarema for qualification for the championship tour. Number one, we got 2 more qualifiers for the championship tour. We got a new rookie on the championship tour in the way of Crosby Colapinto, and we have a former C-tier. He's back in the saddle with the way of Frederico Moraes. Look at the excitement with the heat win from Crosby Colapinto. He didn't know that he qualified at that point. Frederico Moraes prepping for his heat. Mitchell, making it through this heat was enough for Frederico to re-qualify for the championship tour.
And dropped a 7:07 right when he needed it, too. We had no notification that he was going to be able to make the cut right before this heat started, and guess what? The smile said it all. When he came in, it was a huge performance and the biggest one of his life to requalify for the CT and the Dream Tour.
Yeah, huge moment there. Inspirational. He never gave up on his dream. When he asked who he wants to thank, first and foremost, he said, hey, I want to pat myself on the back because I believed in myself. I believed I could do it. You put in your mind, you put in your heart, and then you go and do it, Mark.
For sure. He manifests all this. I think he have a little inspiration from Snoop Dogg. I'm going to take myself to being there for me, taking myself to believe in me. And Fred is a man. It's a type of surfing that have the DNA of surfing, the athlete DNA of his blood, and the IQ DNA of competition for sure.
Got another question for you. What was your favorite moment today?
Man, I have plenty of favorite moments, but I think I'm going to tap myself with my own emotions right now. I think Frederico Moraes is carrying the whole country in his back, and it's super special.
Yeah, this is going to be special when the Portuguese flag is back up on tour in 2024. Mitchell, your favorite moment today?
Shion Crawford, actually. I think he's an underdog. I think he could potentially win the event, and he might cause some upsets in the last 2 days of competition, Kaipo. I think he has a great chance of winning his first CS event here in Saquarema.
Yeah. And I want to say, hey, salute to Mateus Hardy for, stepping it up when you needed to step it up, kid. That was a great one. Hey, we could continue tomorrow, 7:45 local time. We're going to make the call at worldsurfleague.com for 8 o'clock start. Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you, Marcos. Thank you for watching. Enjoy these end-of-day highlights. We'll see you tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.